Welcome to Thursday from the premier meet in the sport. Today's feature has an impressive stakes winner on the lawn in his last start, getting back to seemingly his optimal distance as the Big Torpedo goes for back-to-back stakes wins. Perhaps the best 3-year-old in the land tries for a third straight Grade 1 win. Will a big performance in the Coaching Club American Oaks land Torpedo Anna against the boys in the Travers? And who might be there to meet her on August 24th? Unmatched Wisdom looks to remain perfect as he makes a final audition for the Travers in his stakes debut in Friday's Curlin. That and more coming up on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live, excuse me. Been a long time at Aqueduct. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun shining down, just a beautiful Thursday afternoon at this historic race course and a terrific card. On this Thursday afternoon, those stands are going to fill up throughout the afternoon on these great conditions as we get set for a very big weekend coming up. Fans already packing in at this special place here in this sport. This weekend, of course, coming up is teased in the open. One of the best 3-year-olds in the country, Torpedo Anna, will be back in action. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. Big performance in that race could land her potentially against the boys in the DraftKings Travers later in August. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. Our feature, though, early on this Thursday afternoon, a very exciting New York bred horse, the Big Torpedo, who looks to win back-to-back stakes races, getting back to a mile distance where he's already finished in the money against Open Company earlier this year for the Tom Morley barn. Looking forward to seeing him back in action, a horse who looks like he has a lot of potential. With me, champion horse player Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Breeders' Cup winning rider Rajiv Mirage, and I'm with the Beach Boys, I guess. It's spreading to the entire crew now.
He's trying to steal my thunder. Jeepers creepers.
When I saw that I was going to be on with you, I wanted to fit in, I didn't want to be on the outset,
What do you think about the Big Torpedo we're going to see in that Cab Calloway division?
Look, I mean, like you said, I think this horse absolutely fits as a very likely winner for the day. The numbers make sense. Everything makes sense about the Big Torpedo. I guess you have a couple of questions, though. I thought ran extremely well last time, showed a lot of guts on the inside, but I do think that there's some other interesting horses in here. Cable Ready, I thought, was a little bit interesting. I'm trying not to fall for the fact that I see that this horse finished so close to Legend of Time, but it's got to count for something, right?
Yeah, I mean, this horse is going to be really tough to beat in here, and that's why he's a big favorite on the morning line, 4-5. But if there is some vulnerability, he won last time at 6 furlongs. He stretches out to a mile today, and there is some speed on paper. So if he's going to get affected, it would be in a pace duel and maybe get softened up and look for one of the closers. That would be the most likely chance of him actually getting beat in this race.
That is to come. That's going to be race 4 on our card early on. Some stakes action here, part of that early Big 5. So you take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Just a few minutes away from kicking off this card at 1:10 Eastern. That'll start that early Pick 5 and that Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series, part of it. Race 9. That is a terrific race on the grass. On the turf, mile and a 16th. And 3-year-old fillies, some big pedigrees there as well. We kick off our card with his post right here, Racing Colors. Ramon Vasquez rides.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Drawn towards the inside, ran extremely well last time. Lifetime best, maybe going in the right direction.
Bernie takes charge, has faced some good ones, 3-year-old filly.
Didn't show her customary speed last time. That was a fast pace. I expect her to be at least a little bit closer to the pace today.
Smoking Hot Kitty may try to control with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, the pace wasn't particularly quick last time. I think this horse is interesting. Just thought the 6 Cinderella's Cause might be tough as well.
There's Saratoga Kisses for Jimmy Ryerson.
She was 4th, being 8 lengths behind a few of these last time. Her best chance is just sitting off the pace and making a big run at the end.
Wait, don't tell me, 12-1. That's the second biggest price on the board.
Just feels a little bit too slow for this group. Anthony Ferraro's got to win at the meet, though.
Some big questions at this mile and 8 distance for a few in here, including Cinderella's Cause for Linda Rice.
This 7-time winner is a little bit vulnerable going at 2 turns, and she's also never hit the board in 2 career starts at Saratoga.
And Lavon to the outside just ran a career best effort that was at a mile at Aqueduct.
Yeah, look, I thought she ran well enough last time, and I don't necessarily have a problem with horses that run well going that flat mile, that one-turn mile down at Aqueduct, coming up here and trying the mile and an 8. I think the one-turn mile is more of a stamina test than many think.
Pick 5 begins just shy of $400,000 in this pool. To kick things off, we're 5 minutes away from a start. You can play all the action all summer long at Saratoga and all the tracks across the country and beyond with NYRA Bets. Get that $250 deposit match sign-up bonus with that code on your screen right there, spot 250 for new members at nyrabets.com. So closing in on this opener on the card. As we said, quite a few in here with some question marks at the mile and an eighth. Let's check in with Acacia Clement for more.
And Greg, we'll start things off with your current favorite in Smokin' Hot Kitty, who, yes, she is coming off of a big win, but she has a couple of questions. Number one, I still prefer her on the turf. I know that she's been very versatile and has done quite well for Horacio de Paz. And the other question is the distance. In fact, there's not a single horse in this field who's won going a mile and an eighth before. So it really is a question for everybody. But the thing with this filly is, or now mare, I should say, she's been very sharp in the preliminaries. You can see there, she wears that extension blinker where her right eye is completely covered and there's a small cheater cut blinker on the left. Of course, the tree's right in the way, but there it is. She used to also wear a cage bit on top of that. Now it's just a full cheek ring bit, so touch softer than that. But the point is that she's a very tough filly to control at times and is best when she can use her speed. Maybe she'll try to extend that speed, and she's been really on her toes since the word go back in the Paddock, and especially in the post parade, and Kendra Carmouche giving her that big warm up, keeping her moving, see if she can stretch that speed out to the distance in here and keep her good momentum going as she will step up to the next level of New York bred competition. The number 2, Bernie Takes Charge, is also stretching out to this distance for the first time. And while on paper it may look like she's kind of lost her form and she's not nearly as fast as her main competition, she's always a horse that I felt longer is better. She is a big, leggy, tall, a lot of scope to her, everything that says distance. And while she's been on her toes, she's kept herself kind of under wraps, not doing too much, which I certainly do appreciate because at times she can be pretty revved up in the prelims and a little bit green and hard to handle too. So Javier Castellano doing the right thing and keeping her settled because you want them to conserve energy as they try to stretch out to a 2-turn distance. I really like her in this spot. I know the distance is a question too, but she's coming out of New York bred stakes, and I think just based off her physicality, she fits. But that brings me to Cinderella's Cause. Another one that will be going this distance for the first time, but she's a horse that with previous connections and while being based up at Finger Lakes too, she would really come down to NYRA and get completely washed out. So you see that sweat on her neck, that's really very normal for her. But by her standards, she's doing quite well today. She looks tremendous, making her second start for Linda Rice and coming in off a win second place finish, I should say, behind a wire-to-wire pace setter, re-rallying for a second between horses, which I thought was pretty game. I think physically she looks like she could stack up here, and she might get the right kind of trip as well, sitting behind the other 2 horses I just mentioned, Lafitte. Greg, I'm so sorry.
No worries. Thank you, Acacia. Pick 5, pull 430 plus and growing as you look at Cinderella's Cause, who's at least finally is getting away from Kaleem Magic, who's beat up quite a few in this field.
Yeah, and the one thing I'll say about Cinderella's Cause, you just got that in my head. This is the second time for Linda, and I know that Rajiv pointed out that Cinderella's Cause hasn't run well at Saratoga, and that's definitely something to be concerned about. But I love when prominent trainers in the claiming game reclaim a horse. This horse was with Linda. She found it appropriate to come back in and claim this horse. And the way that it happened, too, it's like Linda claimed the horse for 16, lost the horse for 12.5, and then came back in for 45,000 to claim the horse. So she obviously liked what she had with Cinderella's Cause. And Linda's also good in dirt routes at Saratoga. First off the claim, dirt route Saratoga, 28%. Pretty good number.
5-2, Coast second choice on the board right now as we take a look at racing colors, but I think we're gonna talk 7. Lavon at 20-1, so the biggest price on the board. And Rajiv coming off, as we talked about in the post break, career best effort last time out was forwardly placed at a mile last time.
Yeah, I want to start the day with a banger, and this one is going to be the longest shot on the board. And this filly is trending upwards. If you look at her race 2 back, she was 17-1. She ran a big race, ran second. That was a career best for her. And in her most recent start, She was 40-1 at the allowance level. She won by 4 lengths and ran another career best. So I love to see when a horse is trending upwards, and her race isn't that fast, but it's not much slower than the opponents. And if you take into consideration the current favorite, Smoking Hot Kitty, she ran a mile in 1:37.1 at Aqueduct. Lavon ran a mile last time at Aqueduct, 1:37.1. They both won by 4 lengths. I think that the price discrepancy makes Lavon an actual player at 21-1.
You saw Equibase there get all the stats on the jockeys, trainers, horses. Follow along and get them for all the action we're showing you on the program coming up this afternoon. JK, there's the favorite. It's Smoking Hot Kitty, and obviously it looks like a mare that can control in this race. The question mark is, can she do it at a mile and an eighth?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Like I said, the one-turn mile types to me, I don't have a problem with them stretching out, especially ones that have some tactical speed. I feel like they can kind of control and relax a little bit. I am going to go out on a limb here and call my first photo of the day and say that the 6 goes off favored. I feel like that Linda Rice money is going to come at the last second. I was hoping the graphic was going to change while we were doing this, but I don't really know that for sure. I'm just hoping that I'm going to be right here.
You looked at the...
Well, there's no
potential double to look at, but just the fact that the 3 could control potentially, it's going to be close. I mean, these two are going to dominate.
I think that's a big factor in this race, though. You know, to be able to be controlling speed at a mile and an eighth, I think Smoking Hot Kitty has a tactical, dynamic edge on Cinderella's Cause.
Now, first turn comes up quick, Raj, and you know, if you have speed, you want to try and take advantage of that, don't you?
Oh, definitely. And Kendrick Carmouche is not shy about doing that, and that's who will be on Smoking Hot Kitty.
Here we go. Kick off this Thursday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
We're in the gate. Backing out number 3, Smoking Hot Kitty. She goes right back in. All set. And they're off. Lavon flies out of there. Smoking Hot Kitty is showing good early speed too. Cinderella's Cause, Saratoga's Kisses. Bernie Takes Charge moving through along the inside. Racing Colors in a tad tight, but now gets some breathing room. And another 2 back to Wait, Don't Tell Me. Around the first turn, and Smoking Hot Kitty and Lavon go on with it, with Cinderella's Cause 3 deep on the outside of Saratoga Kisses. Racing Colors 5 lengths off the lead. Wait, Don't Tell Me is next. And then it's another 3 lengths back, now 4 or 5 back to Bernie Takes Charge. The opening quarter in 24 3/5 seconds. Smoking Hot Kitty prompted by Lavon. 2 lengths back. Saratoga Kisses a joint third. Racing on the inside of Cinderella's Cause, heading toward the half-mile pole. Wait, Don't Tell Me. Racing Colors are next. And then being pulled up and out of it as Bernie Takes Charge. 48-4. Getting closer to the half-mile pole. Smoking Hot Kitty has been there throughout. Lavon a half length away second. Saratoga Kisses in third on the inside of Cinderella's Cause. Smoking Hot Kitty now takes off. Opens up a length and a half around the far turn. Lavon counters once again as they pass the 3/8 pole. Another 2.5, Cinderella's Cause, Saratoga Kisses, Racing Colors, 10 lengths off Smoking Hot Kitty, who comes to the quarter pole in control. 6 panels in 1, 12-4. They're at the top of the stretch, and Smoking Hot Kitty has widened. Cinderella's Cause moves into second. Lavon wandering while weakening. Saratoga Colors, Racing Colors moving through on the outside of Saratoga Kisses. It's all Smoking Hot Kitty in control, and an easy coast-to-coast W, geared down by Kendrick Carmouche to win by almost 6 lengths. Cinderella's Cause, tight photo for third, very close between Saratoga Kisses and Racing Colors.
Smoking Hot Kitty wound up just barely going off the favorite in here. Got a little pressure from that long shot. Lavon put that one away and then rolls to victory.
Yeah, Rajiv got some pressure there, but I thought Kendrick did it the easy way. And I'll tell you what, Rajiv, as an ex-rider, I think you'll appreciate Kendrick was styling in the lane. He was he looked under his shoulder, put the crop away, started giving some shoulder taps. He was posing for the pictures, it felt like.
And it's a real nice feeling when you come off the turn and you're a few lengths clear and you still haven't gone for it all yet. You're not pedal to the metal. And Kendrick, you can tell that he was always confident. Took a look over his shoulder, and right here, coming towards the last 16, he knew he had it. He's well clear and wrapped up. And this is fun. When you're a jockey out there and you're 5, 6, 7 lengths in front, it all smiles.
He's got a big chance to do this again in the very next race in a sprint. He's going to be on speed from the rail in race number 2. By the way, 2-horse pulled up in here. Bernie takes charge, but at this point, yeah, mile and 1/8 does not seem like an issue, Raj.
And Smoking Hot Kitty has just found what she loved. Ever since they started routing her on the dirt, she's actually undefeated 4 for 4 at a mile or over on the dirt. Today she extended it to a mile and an 1/8. But you could tell she's still full of run coming towards the finish.
Raj, I got to get your opinion on this. I've always asked Mig, and he gave me an answer. I want to hear yours as the next rider. He feels like that in a 1-turn mile, they're not able to slow down going into that first turn, like in a 2-turn mile, and that actually could be more of a stamina test because you're running for the entire backstretch. Do you share that sentiment? Do you feel like a 1-turn mile races are pretty big stamina tests?
A 1-turn mile is more demanding on a horse because of the faster pace. And we could see when it was such a great start for everyone. Lavon actually caught a flyer from the outside and showed good speed. My pick, I love the spot that she was in by Romero, put her in such a perfect spot. Just unable to match strides with Smoking Hot Kitty. But just to go back on the point that you were touching, you know, a 1-turn mile is a lot of times more demanded because you have to run fast for a long way, you know, down the backstretch. Whereas when you go 2 turns, even though it's a longer distance, the pace is way more moderate, actually way slower. And in fact, Smoking Hot Kitty had to run 46 for a half last time going a flat mile, 1 turn, and today she ran a half in 48 and 4. Way slower dynamics, and that relaxation that you get at a longer race, it makes it an easier run.
This card seems like, and a great start, but it seems like it's tailor-made for Kendrick. Gate to wire here. The next race we talked about, the ability to potentially go gate to wire again from the inside on She's Always Rosie. And then race 7, he's on Night Effect, who's a very quick horse as well. He's going to cut back in distance and wants to be forward.
There's nothing wrong when Kendrick's in the winner's circle, and it increases our odds of getting a Kendrick interview. So whether it's now or whether it's later, it's always a good thing.
Always makes the show better. Fans starting to pack in for a beautiful Thursday afternoon at the summer place to be as we kick off our Thursday action from Saratoga. Smoking Hot Kitty in the opener.
American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Enjoy Saratoga's first premium giveaway, a drink tumbler on Friday, July 19th, free with paid admission while supplies last. Plus, celebrate the 10-year anniversary with players from the Union College Hockey Championship team. Visit Naira.com for tickets. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we work our way to the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks this Saturday with Torpedo Anna. You can play all the action in a pick 4 that comes up next with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. It's Smoking Hot Kitty in the opener. Gate to wire, hustled out of the gate under Kendrick Carmouche, and not an issue handling this mile and 8 distance for the first time, JK.
No, and look, did it very easily. I love when a horse can find the front end in these mile and an eighth races, because I've always felt like if she's going fast and she's tired, the others behind can probably get sucked along, and they're tired too when they turn for home.
Always good to be on the board, and Kendrick is for the first time here at the meet. Let's go to Acacia.
And always a pleasure to catch up with Kendrick in the winner's circle. And Kendrick, you just said it, never had a kitten's joy that likes the dirt so much, but Smoking Hot Kitty got really relaxed on the front end today.
Yeah, I mean, Horatio done so good with this filly off knowing what surfaces to put her on and see what she's doing best. And I rode her a couple of times this winter, and she was a little fussy in the gates, and she started getting better, and now she's a little bit better. They had to back her out today just because she needed to restand, but wow, she just breaks so sharp, and she just want to do everything so easy. It's easy for me to do my job on Kitty.
And he's played around with the equipment as well. She wears that extension blinker covering her outside eye, but it seems like now she's much more professional on the track.
Yeah, she's very professional. I think the other jogs that was riding him, they wanted different bits on him. He had a Houghton on this horse. I'm a Houghton fan because, you know, it helps him get in or out, but it also depends on your hands, what you're doing out there. And I thought if I could have get a ring bit on her and less metal and less tension, I could have make her get a little bit better with Horatio training her. And you see where we at today. I mean, we like 3 for 4, and we're in the winner's circle at Saratoga.
Love to see it. And you also have been doing good around town as well, just recently making your famous gumbo for the. Can you talk a little bit about why that's so important, as all of us, of course, owe a debt of gratitude to these horses that make our lives so fun?
You know, I was born in this sport, and I think racehorses is a big part of my family. It's a big part of a lot of people around the racetrack. You know, giving back is one thing that we should do for retired Thoroughbreds and any racehorse. You know, they make our career, and you know, it's best for us to give them the most comfortable life that they deserve after they done riding. And just love these animals. They do so much for us. You know, they make us happy. They make you want to come to work to see each and last one of them, and that's the joy of our sport. You know, we can wake up each day and anything can change with these horses.
So well said. Congratulations on the win here. Here's to many more.
Thank you, Louisiana, baby.
There you go, Greg.
In the house, making that gumbo. 4th year in a row he's done that, and it's supposed to be a pretty mean gumbo. I've not tried it personally, but it's all for a great cause. Again, supporting that Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and that Second Chances program that offer life for these retired racehorses to do good afterwards and help incarcerated individuals rehabilitate themselves. Good for Kendrick to get on the board and get that first win.
Yeah, getting the so-called monkey up your bag, you know, just getting that all out of there, getting the kinks out, and it's always good to get the first win. You can't win many if you don't win the first one.
This next race coming up, we're going to see a repeat of what we just saw at a shorter distance.
You know, I don't know. There might be a segment coming up where I tell you why we're not going to see that.
Uh-oh.
That's called TV, Wolfie.
Here we go.
That's TV.
You just schooled me. Even money. She's always Rosie. Kendrick was on board for Linda Rice, first off the claim, and went gate to wire in a race that, if she can repeat that, everyone is going to be running for second in here. But I don't know. Maybe some of us want to try and beat her.
Maybe. You just showed me how to do it, too, huh? Look at you.
We'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. 6 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance. We're going to take a timeout. Best 3-year-old filly, no question, in the land right now for Kenny McPeak. That's Torpedo Anna looking for a 3rd straight. Grade 1 will have a preview of the Coaching Club American Oaks. Can anyone give her a test? We'll be back.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Del Blanc Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Back with you on Saratoga Live, and the Coaching Club of American Oaks began back in 1917, fastest ever. It's tricky. Back in 2011 was tough to get the equipment on for Kieran McLaughlin. Once they did, she sped to a fast one. Todd Pletcher, a shadow among that group, a dual champion. Johnny V, Mike Smith, they've won 5 each. Mike Smith back-to-back years, including with Songbird. Most wins by an owner. Calumet Farm, including the great Devon Adele, was 4th that year in the Travers as well against the boys. Coaching Club American Oaks winners to win the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Monomoy Girl, first of 2 Distaff victories in her career. And winners crowned Eclipse champion 3-year-old filly Ness, the last to do it. She'd add the Alabama after that Coaching Club American Oaks win. It is a special race with a lot of history, as you saw right there in this year's edition. We have maybe a very special 3-year-old filly lining up in Torpedo Anna, Kentucky Oaks winner, I should say. Back that up with the Acorn here at that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. It's our ABR race of the week. She's 1-2 on the morning line in this 5 3-year-old filly group that will line up. Let's meet the field who will try and beat her. We start with Candied for Todd Pletcher, coming off a big performance in the Ladies' Secret in Monmouth.
I don't think this is how you do TV. I'm going to tell you now that I'm going to pick Candied. I was supposed to wait till tomorrow, wasn't I?
Okay.
I like Candied. she was a grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, and depending on what speed figures you look at, she's not that much slower than Torpedo Anna.
Barbertina may be a little bit slower.
Yeah, well, the good news is she's trending upwards. Her most recent race is her lifetime best. That was a win at the Churchill Allowance. The bad news is it's nowhere close to what's needed to be competitive in this race.
She's the leader of this division by a long ways. 3 consecutive graded stakes wins.
They can carve her name in that little trophy for 3-year-old champion. I'm not arguing that. And she's been outstanding. I just don't think she's exceptional yet. I just think she's very, 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 very good.
Here's Leslie's Road. She was a grade 1 winner of the Ashland for Todd Pletcher.
This filly is has major implications on this race. She has a great post sitting outside of Torpedo Anna, and she's the most likely one that could challenge her early.
And there's only one filly in the land who's beat Torpedo Anna, and it's this one here, Intricate. She's 8-1.
You know, she's one of the horses that really makes me appreciate some of these summer 3-year-old races where horses might have been a little bit behind the 8 ball, weren't quite good enough for the Kentucky Oaks or the Kentucky Derby, but then they get to show up in the Coaching Club American Oaks and try to run to their best in races like this.
So this was off that Oaks winning performance. She was 4-5, grade 1 Acorn here at Saratoga, the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and again, she was dominant, Rajiv.
And when we say dominant, man, she was just really dominant because she didn't have things her own way. She was pressed by 2-year-old champion, just FYI, early in the race. She absorbed that pressure. It really set up for a horse that could come and capitalize from that battle.
She lost a shoe.
She lost the shoe. And instead of being softened up and regressing in the stretch, she actually rebroke like she got shot out of a cannon.
So our week 2 stake schedule, what's to come? That Cap Calloway is where we're going to see the big Torpedo, Curlin, The audition for the Travers with Unmatched Wisdom, undefeated for Chad Brown, and then Torpedo Anna and the Coaching Club American Oaks 1-2 favorite, Lake George as well. And Sunday it's the Grade 2 Shuvi. What a week we have coming up on Saratoga Live. It's going to be fantastic. We're going to take a timeout. Race 2, start of the early pick 4, and that will be the mount of Kendrick Carmouche. He'll look to go gate to wire again, just as he did in the opener. But he's only got to go 6 furlongs this time around, and that's exactly what he did on this filly when she broke her maiden on June 30th.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Back in our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. Second race starts the early pick 4. 6 furlong sprint, 50,000 starter allowance. And the speed from the rail we talked about. The Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard as he looks for the early double. Part of a 4-5 favored entry. She's Always Rosie. Linda Rice, one of her many Kentucky claims, brought here to New York, and it worked out very well. There she is. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And with the favorite entry, Linda Rice certainly does have a little bit of cushion with a horse that went wire to wire last time and one that has the ability to come from a little bit off of it. But as far as the one She's Always Rosie, as Kendrick looks to sweep the early double here, was able to control things and got very comfortable in the front end. Just wanted to note, too, it says in the short comment that she had a shoe repair in the paddock last time, and she did, but she was really pretty much unfazed by it. And today, she's very much unfazed by everything. Very relaxed in the paddock, as is normal for She's Always Rosie. She looks great, well muscled off the back of that win, and see what she can do stepping up to face winners for the first time. Now, a couple other horses that could make things interesting, namely the 7 Princess Becca, because she also used speed to win last time out. Now, she won for New York bred maiden 30, so certainly not as high a level as She's Always Rosie did. But this is a horse that obviously took a big step forward from first to second start in her first race as a 3-year-old. She's sharp in here. I've only ever seen her in her debut, but looking at her now, she's definitely grown and filled out. She's very well developed too. She's been very professional throughout. And it seemed like Louis Rivera Jr., who rode her last time too, was intent on getting the lead, hustling her from an outside post. See what he does with her in here, given the presence of a horse to the rail with She's Always Rosie, who is so quick early. One that will appreciate a little bit of pace up front is the 2, Roman Goddess. I know that she's not a winning type, but my complaint with her often is that she just doesn't really carry great conditioning, great weight, great muscle mass. She looks spectacular today. Her coat looks tremendous. Her weight looks great. They do have that breastplate on her, typically for horses that are a little bit more narrow withered to help keep the tack in place going across their chest. And obviously, with Irad Ortiz climbing aboard, you take note, and we'll see what the Cantor Mosses can do with this one. She looks like she's thriving right now. Can she take a little bit of a step forward and maybe get the right trip at 5-1, Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. JKT's the segment we have coming up. Beat the favorite, bet the favorite. The favorite's that speedster, part of an entry. The other half of the entry, no slouch either, but obviously they're betting the 1. What are you going to do here, JK?
Well, anytime there's an entry where both of them make a little bit of sense, the public's going to overreact. They can't get enough buy one, get one free. I'm going to try to beat the entry here, the 1 and the 1A, and I'm going to do it with doubles. I'm going to take the 2-7 in here, the 2 for the Cantor Mosses, who I thought was extremely live, and then the 7, some tactical speed towards the outside. I'm going to play that in doubles into the 3, Quiescent. Whew, I panicked that I wasn't going to pronounce that right, but I did it.
The speed of that turf sprint coming up in race number 3. And she is quick. So JK going to try and beat this 4-5 favorite in this double play here in race number 2 as they come onto the track. And here's a look at She's Always Rosie, who will try and control from the outset just as she did last start.
Yeah, just, look, I get it. Has a lot of reasons why she's the favorite in here. I just thought she was facing maidens last time. Now she has to face horses that have won multiple races.
Stablemate, big improvement last time out as well in a win for Linda Rice.
Yeah, ran well against non-winners of 3. A little bit of a tougher spot here, but got no problem with it.
Irad Ortiz Jr. for the Cantor Machi Barn on Roman Goddess.
Very consistent filly who seems to always run a good race, but settles for a lot of minor awards with 9 third-place finishes.
Got some upside here with Stop Giggling, who gets back to a fast track for the first time in a while.
Hasn't run since March, but gets back to a fast track and did have a bobble at the break last time that took away some of her customer early speed.
33-1. This is Dolce Serra with Jamie Torres.
Just seems entirely too slow for this group.
Preakness winning rider aboard a big long shot there. Will Be Famous, this one with some speed, but doesn't seem to have, well, we'll see, the kind of speed the 1 has.
Right, a speed and fade type who does her best run if she's able to get clear, which it doesn't seem like she'll be able to do that easily today.
Princess Becca just dominated a New York-bred 30 maiden claiming group last start.
Yeah, I think this one is one that makes a lot of sense. She's drawn towards the outside. She has been running against maiden 30s, but she did it well, and she did it on the clock well.
And 6-pack Senorita Flavian Pratt, leading rider at the meet, on board for Rudy Rodriguez.
This one draws a favorable post on the outside after a modest 4th-place finish last time as the big favorite at this level.
5 minutes to post here in the second. Starts at pick 4, so there is Pratt. Anytime it's not Irad Ortiz Jr. atop the standings here at Saratoga, it's a little bit of a surprise. Pratt, Rajiv, obviously one of the great riders in this sport, and he had a great hot start here, including a 3-win Friday.
Such a welcome addition to the East Coast and to New York racing. Flavian Pratt, who has really honed his skills on the California circuit. This guy is so good. He's such a well-rounded rider. He's good at everything. You can put him on any kind of horse, and you don't have to give him instructions. And I think one of his best assets is he's able to adapt to any kind of scenario because he's so rounded as a jockey.
So there's a look at Kendrick, his patented warm-up on She's Always Rosie. I make sure she's ready to roll by the time the gates open. Let's go back to that maiden breaking performance. Linda Rice claims this one off of Bill Morey for $30,000 at Keeneland and jumps up into a maiden special, Belmont at Aqueduct, and goes gate to wire for the win, JK.
Yeah, look, I mean, anytime you go gate to wire, it shows that you've got some tactical speed. You can make your own trip. I love horses that like that. But you have to ask yourself, are they going to get that same trip here today, or are they going to get pressure? And that's my biggest concern.
Let me add this to this. What I love about this first time for Linda Rice, she claims for 30,000. She doesn't put it back in a claiming race. She puts her back in a main special where she knows she can't be reclaimed. That showed some confidence that they like what they saw, and she jumped 20 buyer point figures in its impressive win after having a shoe repair in the paddock. So they really like what they see from this horse, and she showed it first time they raced her.
Potentially, though, JK, some danger in there, so some other speeds, and this could be one of them. What do you think in terms of her ability to get the front by herself?
Well, I mean, she definitely can. I would think that the 7 Princess Becca will at least be a little bit tactical away from there. I don't think she's nearly as fast. The big thing on why I feel confident, or at least I feel like it's a great opportunity to play against this entry, this horse, is because it's in an entry. Entries are always overbet because people get excited about the fact that they get 2 for the price of 1. They get
Bogo.
2 horses. And when those things happen, it creates value in every other horse. Do I think that she's got no shot in here? Absolutely not. Do I think that she's the most likely winner? Probably. But I just think that there's value in other horses because of the entry.
Well, the best chance to beat her actually might be the stablemate, the 1A, First Class Cat, with more on the other half of the entry. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Greg. Like I touched on back in the paddock, they have complementary running styles, which is often a positive with an entry for the connections, because you have one that's going to go to the front and you have one that's likely going to come from a bit off of it. And First Class Cat is the one that does tend to come from off the pace. Did get squeezed back at the start last time, but she was off the pace, and she typically is a little bit further back. And she did have 4 horses on the front end to kind of run at late to get that win for a non-winners of 3 condition. So she's stepping up in class in here today. But like I said, she can be the one picking up the pieces late if her stablemate is pressured early. I love a buy one, get one free sale. But with entries, it is a little tricky and sometimes best to look for an alternative. The 8 6-pack Senorita, I wanted to mention her because while she is coming off of a rather disappointing effort as the favorite, she's a horse that's a bit tricky sometimes. Oftentimes early in her career, did not participate in the post parade. She in the past has kind of dropped her rider behind the starting gate. She's just been naughty before her races. She's acting so well today as she starts throwing her head around, but before that, she was really doing everything right. Very quiet. She did post parade with the rest of the field. Flavien Prat kept her with the pony for a little while before taking her away to give her a nice little warm-up out on the track. She just really is minding her manners this afternoon, which I appreciate. She has to prove that she can turn things around after that disappointing race last time out, but she just looks like she's doing well coming into this, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 9-2 with the meet's leading rider, Flavien Prat, and no question, JK, she did disappoint as the favorite last start.
No, she did, but it doesn't hurt at all to have Flavien Prat, especially the way that he's riding. It's just in with the confidence in which he's riding with, right? Like I think that I look at it like a shooter in basketball. You know, when you take that first one, the first one goes through. The second and third one just seem a little bit easier, right, Raj? I'm sure you could speak to that. When you win a race or you're winning races, making those decisions, those split-second decisions, just come a little bit easier for you.
You hit the nail on the head, JK. That's exactly what it feels like. You get into that rhythm, you hit the first one, it's easy. Sometimes it's the opposite way. When you miss the first shot that you think you're going to make, then you start losing a little bit of confidence. And, like the Queen's MG, I love this kind of angle. A horse runs in a specific kind of race condition as the favorite, runs a no-show, comes back in that same level, and gets a bit overlooked, and you get a better price on them.
Queen's MG, who was in the Schuylerville 44-1 upset winner, actually had been the favorite in the Storia before that, really didn't run much that day. Had a little bit of trouble, minor bumping in that race, and then completely forgotten. Dylan Davis rides her to victory in a shocking upset on opening day. See what happens here. 3-5 now on this entry as we get another look there at Flavian Pratt and six-pack Senorita. She really did look to be on her toes, and Acacia loved the way she was warming up as well.
That's always a plus. It's when there's horses that I like, and Maggie or Acacia make physical comments that support my paper comment or paper ideas or opinions. It's always the kind of the repeat button on the Naira Bets app.
Keep your eyes out of the gate early on the one. She's always Rosie. She blasted out of there first time with Linda Rice. Broke her maiden gate to wire, led every step of the way. Can she do that again with potentially some other speed in this race? Entries 3 to 5. Kendrick Carmouche on the one, looking for the early double on this Thursday card. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Greg, last couple going in. Princess Becca takes up her spot. Six-pack Senorita to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very even start. She's Always Rosie now emerges with a clear-cut lead. Being pushed along is Princess Becca for early speed, and First Class Cat is up and in the mix too. Moving up in between horses. Stop Giggling in the pink silks down on the inside and a tad tight, but moving right into contention. And they're followed by Will Be Famous in fifth as they pass the half-mile pole. It's another two back to Roman Goddess, six-pack Senorita. The opening quarter went in 22 3/5 seconds. 3 lengths back to Dolce Sarah, who trails. Midway on the far turn, She's Always Rosie narrowly in front, pressed by Princess Becca, who's right up alongside. Will Be Famous in the black and red is outside of that pair with a quarter of a mile to go. She's Always Rosie holding on to the lead, in fact, widening, coming toward the 8th pole. There's a seam for Stop Giggling, who takes up the chase very nicely. Big strides in second, a furlong left to go. Stop Giggling right up to She's Always Rosie. She's Always Rosie, Stop Giggling. Stop Giggling on the outside, or She's Always Rosie, Stop Giggling. And Ricardo Santana Jr. doing the best work late to score by a length. She's Always Rosie second. Then it was Roman Goddess from well out of it into third in front of First Class Act.
Stop Giggling, 13 to 1 upset over the 3 to 5 favored entry. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Bruce Levine.
That was an outstanding ride by Ricardo on a racetrack yesterday where being on the inside was definitely it wasn't a bad place to be, that's for sure. Sat right in behind Raj. I would imagine as a rider, you're licking your chops in this moment.
Absolutely. This is the most ideal trip is riding a horse for me. A three-pronged duel in front of you, and you're sitting on the rail saving all the ground, and then it opens up. That was the only thing for Ricardo coming off the turn is, when is he going to find a room? And it just pretty much split when the 7 faded away, Princess Becca, and just a perfectly timed ride. Catching the softened up She's Always Rosie in the shadow of the wire.
We talked about this filly getting back on a fast track for the first time. She'd shown some promise, including winning the debut. First couple of starts on fast tracks. 13 to 1 upset here.
And look, to the point I was attempting to make earlier, wrong horses on trying to beat the favorite. But this is a horse that should not have been 13 to 1. Should have been shorter than that. But because there was an entry, the price drifted up.
I think if you would have added one more horse to your double in this leg, you probably would have went with Stop Giggling.
Yeah, I was trying to be judicious in the budget, but yeah, you're right. I mean, especially it's just a lesson. I think when you're trying to beat the 3 to 5 favorite, you can cast a wider net than you might in a normal scenario because a lot of horses in here offer value, and
opens
and
up
that's
big
what it
value.
is. Yep.
Got a quick look there at winning trainer Bruce Levine. Second winner of the meet from that barn. There he is. And this one off the bench, hadn't raced since early March, still relatively lightly raced, and able to get by this pace that, for the favorite, what do you think went wrong? Kendrick broke sharp, was in front. What happened here late, Raj?
Well, they stuck to their game plan. They stuck to their guns. They wanted to get the lead. She won wire to wire, and they did it at all costs. And ultimately, it's what did her in the last strides. It was a bit fast, but, that was their plan, and they went with it.
I don't try to get too results-oriented. I think it could be a mistake in this game. You have to try to have your things you believe in, your processes, and stick to them. The one ran perfectly fine. The 4 just got a perfect trip and beat her. In a different situation, if the 4 and Ricardo Santana get stopped, no one's asking the question what went wrong with the 1. Nothing went wrong. There's the 4 just ran a tad bit better off of a perfect trip.
In front at this point, had things the way they wanted them. But here comes Stop Giggling. Comes in fresh, getting back to a fast track again for the first time in 3 starts, and able to roll on by. She's Always Rosie was facing winners for the first time. And a 13-1 upset, and as JK said, probably too big a price here with that entry on this winner, the 4. For Bruce Levine, Flying P Stable, and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Down to the wire, Verstappen. Here's the finish, ancient roll.
War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Shield Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
She's the brave, wins the Preakness.
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Thanks for being with us on our Thursday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching the premier meet in the country, Saratoga Live. And we're underway in the pick 4. It's a 13-1 upset. Stop Giggling. Bruce Levine, Ricardo Santana Jr., and man standing by with Acacia.
That's right, Jay Provenzano, Flying P Stable. Jay, I was just talking to you. You and I spoke on opening day, and you said you were hoping it didn't take to the last week, and so far been a strong start for Flying P Stable up at the meet.
Yeah, it has. Thank God we try to put them where they, where they can run or whatever. But in this case, this horse is a little special. I named her after my wife because after she has 2 cocktails, she giggles, and I'm constantly telling her to stop giggling. And we're like, that would be a great name for a horse. And so she's back at the condo right now. I think I'm going to start leaving her there because the other day we won, she went back before that race and wasn't there when Ricky went on the horse. And then we were in Kentucky. We had a bunch of winners in Kentucky, and she missed that winner because he keeps asking, where's Mom? And I'm like, no, we're just going to leave her where she is. But, it's her horse. And Bruce really loved her today. We've been talking for like the last week or so. 2 fillies were working really good. One we sent to Monmouth, and she went, and he said, this one's really doing good. So caught Ricky this morning. We talked, and I said, look, Ricky, don't look at the last form. It was, wet. And, he gave her a perfect ride. We had a little side bet for a Gucci bag. He's got a Gucci bag coming his way, but it is what it is.
So next time we see Ricardo Santana walking in, we know what it's from. But like you said, perfect ride, being able to save the ground, and coming in off a layoff as well. How encouraging to see her perform like that.
To me, it's everything because I thought she had all the ability in the world. She won first time out, and she won like a good thing. Her second race on the fast track was still a good race. And then I don't know if we put 2 more races pretty close together or if it was the off track, but then we gave her some time. You know, we put her away, let her come into her own, and like I said, her training up until the last couple weeks was just okay, and then she came back, and he said, remember how she was before she ran? She's better now. So Bruce did a good job. Dave over at Willowbrook had her for a while, you know, and they do a great job up there at Willowbrook, him and his wife. And, you know, it's just exciting to get her back, especially here, you know.
And a nice win, and spoken like a true horse player as well. Found what was working, and we're going to keep the status quo.
That's it. Donna, stay home. I love you.
Sorry, Donna.
Thank you.
I don't know if that angle's going to fly in a lot of families, keeping mom home from the racetrack.
Jay might be sleeping on the couch tonight after that statement.
But it's working right now for him. Stop Giggling comes in fresh, gets the upset win, 13-1. And it sounded like they knew she was going to run this big one today. So 28.80 early on in this car, JK. A little surprise.
Yeah, something tells me that Jay probably hit that a little bit, so the Gucci bag for Ricardo is going to be paid for with the winnings from this race.
I would think so.
Yeah.
We got a wide open race coming up next. Sprinting on the lawn, first time on the turf here on this Thursday afternoon. In our next race, $40,000 winners at 2-spot. We'll get to that in a moment. We're going to take a look ahead to our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, though, and this race is going to be on the turf as well. It kicks off the late pick 5. It's a difficult one to try and separate. A lot of first-time starters, very little form to go off of, and the morning line reflects that.
Yeah, I mean, these races are borderline impossible. I mean, my eyes obviously started with the 10 Brindy, the No Nay Never, that E5 and Bridlewood have, that I thought was very interesting, but it just doesn't feel like the smartest idea to take 7-2 in a wide open spot like this.
Well, let's wait and hear from Maggie Wolfendale and see if it does seem a little smarter after this 2-year-old report.
All right, Miguel, who is this chestnut filly?
This is another chestnut filly. This is Brindy. Brindy is a No Nay Never filly. She runs on Thursday. Drew the post 10-10, unfortunately, with Irad Ortiz. Makes her debut. She's quick out of the gates. It helps she can bail us out a little bit. But she's okay. She's been with us from the beginning here. Came from Bridlewood Farm. She's from a new partnership. I think it's the first year they're doing it, where it's Madaket, Bridlewood, Mr. Dub, as well as E5 Racing, Mr. Bob Alberts.
Nice.
She came over from Europe, and this is probably the first run, I think, of the new partnership. All the pressure.
Right. Talk a little bit about that. I mean, do you feel extra pressure, or is you just hope for the best?
No, there's no pressure. When they're good horses, they just take care of everything else. You run them when they're right. If you run them when they're not right, they embarrass you, so just get it right, and then good things happen.
And so she's going to go 5.5, right?
5.5 on the grass, and it'll be her debut under Irad Ortiz. She's very good mentally, very sound, straightforward to train. Probably one of the easiest to train, to be honest with you.
Tough race to try and separate. Starting that late pick 5, I would say you want some coverage, probably including Brindy, who's 7-2 for the debut for Clement, and a stablemate next door who has a race under her belt.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't have any problem with those two Christophe Clements. I suppose a 7 Good Conduct for John Gunther, homebred for John Gunther. It's probably not justify who John Gunther bred,
yeah.
But still, he's obviously got a good operation of their breeding horses.
Let me add that I have 2 hot takes in this race. I like Moongate, the one with the experience, and I also like the number 3 Gathered for Grand Motion. I don't think Grand Motion is going to send a 2-year-old all the way from Fairhill to run at Saratoga if he doesn't think it's a real runner.
Tough race to separate to kick off that late pick 5. Good luck. That's coming up a little later on. Our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day still to come. We already saw him get his picture taken in the opener. And we know he makes a mean gumbo as well. He's doing that for a great cause to support the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. We'll have more and hear from Kendrick on how that night went when we come back.
Introducing a stallion.
as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. It's happened earlier for a great cause, as we told you about, with Kendrick Carmouche making his gumbo to benefit the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation and that Second Chances program, with horses going to help incarcerated individuals help rehabilitate themselves when they get out. Terrific program that's celebrating, I believe, 40 plus years. And Kendrick's been doing this for several years now and had the whole family helping out.
Anyone who ends all of their interviews with Louisiana in the house, I'd imagine that the gumbo is probably pretty good.
Can we please get some of that gumbo on set one of these days?
I mean, they have our mouths watering all day. I mean, I'm getting gumbo stir crazy right now.
We're going to have to taste it at some point. But again, Kendrick, good for him, doing a great job supporting this foundation. There's so many now that have popped up across the country, but Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation we know quite well, and they do a terrific job.
Yeah, I like it so much because of, like you mentioned a little bit earlier, is not only is it for the horses, it's also for the humans involved too, with people that are incarcerated kind of having a second chance at understanding a better order for their lives. And I think that these big animals and feeling responsibility of taking care of them at these facilities that the TRF has kind of shows them a new way of life and gives them some accountability and helps in their recovery from whatever situation got them where they were.
Let's hear from Kendrick on the big night.
They've been putting on this retirement foundation for racehorses, and you know, I thought I should step up and be a part of it because I love cooking. I love doing what's best for the racehorses. Over the years, since I've been coming here, I've met a lot of good friends. I still come here to Prince of Presa and sit with some of these people because I love them. They come see me at the racetrack. They cheer me on. It's a family now, you know. My kids came here for the last 4 years to help to make them better humans in life too, you know. That's part of it, you know. And I love life. Life is good. I love giving back.
Well, Acacia, if you want to give, you can go to TRFINC, TRFinc.com, and some pretty good horses have been part of this program. The great Quick Call, who's a horse for course here at Saratoga, was sort of the poster horse for the Second Chances program for a long, long time.
It's such a wonderful program, Greg. You mentioned some of the top racehorses that have had the opportunity to find their second career in those Second Chances programs. And it's really said in the name. It's a second chance for both horse and humans. I've had the opportunity to visit several times to the TRF Second Chances facility down at Lowell Correctional in Ocala, Florida, where it's a women's facility, and now they have a youth program there as well. And actually keeping in touch with some of the women that are graduates of that program and seeing them go on to work for Top Outfits, 2-year-old consigners in Ocala, and using the skills that they were taught in that program to have a career after they move on to their next chapter is just amazing to see. So I can't speak highly enough about the Second Chances programs and what they do for the horses and for the people involved. Also several events coming up this summer, including on Wednesday, July 29th, the Casamigos event, which also supports the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund at the Adelphi Hotel. So be sure to check out how you can participate and support so many wonderful aftercare organizations out there doing a lot of great work to make sure, as Kendrick said earlier, that these horses have a great career after they're done racing.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Race 3. We're going to get on the lawn for the first time on this Thursday card. 5.5 furlong sprint. All for sale for $40,000 in this claiming race for horses who only have one win on the resume. And this 8-horse on our screen right now, whose only turf sprint was actually an interesting effort at Kentucky Downs for Joe Sharp.
And Joe Sharp does an outstanding job as well. And I always give horses that he has a little bit of an upgrade. I will say this about Kentucky Downs. If you've never seen it before, it's a different configuration around there. It's your uphill, downhill. It looks, you go left for a second, go right for a second. You think you're at the wire, not at the wire. Sometimes I like to treat Kentucky Downs like Vegas. You know, like what happens in Kentucky Downs stays at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah.
So I don't get carried away with it.
Well, what I like about that effort was, she was only her second lifetime start, so it was very inexperienced at the time. It was a 12-horse field. It was a big field. She managed to finish third and also posted her lifetime best. So this might be her optimal distance, sprinting on the turf.
Approaching the 10-minute mark to post for this third coming up. The favorite right now, the 9, Tipsy Runner for our colleague Tom Amos. Let's go back to Acacia.
And looking at Tipsy Runner here in the paddock, she is very sharp. Obviously, my first time seeing her, as it's her first time on the NYRA circuit, but we often talk about Tom's horses using their speed and having a lot of speed. Now, she's been coming from very far off of it in her turf sprints lately, but she has been running against significantly tougher competition than what she's going to face today. Just 2 starts back, had to face Twirling Queen, who we saw win up here for Jose D'Angelo just the other day in the Mumsell overnight, and last time out, just so much tougher Allowance Company. So a significant drop in class for Tipsy Runner, who looks terrific, as Tom's horses always do, and is definitely on her toes. And I expect with the class relief to be a little bit more forward. I'm a bit intrigued by the 1 Bella Voce, who's trying the turf for the first time. Anthony Ferraro shipping in. I often pay attention to his horses. Sometimes they can fire at big prices, as we saw opening week up here at the spot. And there is pedigree for this one to handle the turf. I like Liam's maps on the grass, and the Dam, her only win was on the turf, and there's only one other foal, a 2-year-old who's 1 for 1 sprinting on the dirt, but the second generation is all turf and synthetic, and this one looks like she should be able to handle the grass. She's very petite, there's not much of her, but once they got the tack on, she kind of blew up a little bit, and she said, oh wow, I know what's coming, I know it's game time, and she got much more on her toes. Very intriguing with the surface switch. The number 2 Super's Lucky Lady is also taking a big drop in class after facing Allowance Company and off of a layoff last time out as well. She looks like she's definitely strengthened up from that last race. That was 6 months in between starts. She's acting well here, she's forward. She also broke slowly in that last effort and then kind of rushed up to be part of the pace that did end up falling apart a bit. So I think that she's going to be able to have a stronger performance today. Second off the bench and the class relief, and she's definitely touting herself here in the paddock, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thanks. We'll get to the post parade coming up in a moment. Tough really to have anyone as short as 5-2 in here, especially a filly. Look, it's a class dropper for Tom Amoss, JK, but a filly who comes from so far out of it in a turf sprint.
Yeah, it's there's a couple things at the racetrack I'm allergic to. That's definitely one of them, is closers and turf sprints. It's just so many things can go wrong, Rajiv, in that short amount of time, going 5.5. I just feel like horses that are forward in turf sprints have huge edges.
Yeah, she's up against it from the post position standpoint and her running style, because what is a favorable trip for her here? I mean, she's going to have, Tyler Gaffney is going to have his work cut out and not getting strung out too wide going into that turn, not losing too much ground, and then have to navigate through traffic. You know, there's, like you said, there's a lot that can go wrong for her here.
There's only really two things that can happen, it feels like. Well, there's three things. One, she can save ground, get lucky, find a hole on the inside, and that's a perfect trip for her, ideal situation. But I don't want to take 5-2 on a situation like that for a horse that doesn't stand out, right? You know, if you have one of the best turf sprinters in the world or something like that, then sure, you can try to get cute and have that situation. The other two scenarios are she saves ground on the turn and then has to go wide to close, or she just wide all the way around there, and I just don't think she's good enough to overcome those scenarios.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with a filly trying the grass for the first time, and there is some pedigree here.
Yeah, we talked about earlier. Anthony Ferraro already has a win in the meet. She ran extremely well last time. Mama was on the turf, siblings on the synthetic, grandma on the turf, and a little scat daddy in there.
Super's lucky lady, Christophe Clement, face a little easier here.
This is my best bet of the day for the Rob Falcone barn. She, second off the layoff, cuts back in distance.
Maybe the quickest in this group, Quiescent for Orlando Nota.
You nailed it, the quickest. The speed of the speed just has to find a way to transfer that two-back dirt race to the turf.
26-1 shot here at a really intriguing turf sprint back in October, but last start did not look great.
It really needs to turn it around, but does take a slight drop in class today.
25-1, this is Call Me Penny with Jamie Torres.
Yeah, this horse, it just doesn't seem like quite fast enough. Kind of an in-betweener, too, from a style standpoint.
Maybe the horse to beat off form, but a long time away for Boss of All for Linda Rice.
Hasn't run since June of 2023, but Linda Rice always tough coming off the layoff.
Eric Cancel, he's on board this 23-1 shot, My Cara Mia Mine.
Yeah, this kind of feels like the slower version of the favorite, the 9. I'll pick the 9 over this one.
And this is the filly we talked about, had that productive Kentucky Downs sprint back in September.
Yeah, interesting to see her get back to sprinting on the turf, something she hasn't got a chance to do since she made a good run finishing third at Kentucky Downs.
The favorite drops in class. There's no question, JK. She's faced by far the best company of anyone in here.
Yeah, she's a huge drop, and I have no problems there. I just don't love this style at a short price.
And 26-1 outside Valentine Gift, Javier Castellano rides.
The form doesn't look bad, but another one who didn't get any justice with the post position draw. She's stuck out there, and she doesn't have much speed as well. Early.
5 minutes to post in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint coming up. A little extra incentive to come out on Friday. Here, week 2, this beautiful tumbler could be yours. Take advantage. Our first in our giveaway series. Be giving away the baseball jersey August 2nd, the baseball cap August 16th. What makes a baseball cap a trucker hat?
I think it's like mesh in the back.
Okay.
Mesh in the back. And look, you come get the tumbler tomorrow, and then you can also see the potential Travers winner and Unmatched Wisdom run in the Curlin. I'm getting a little ahead of myself.
Undefeated for Chad Brown.
I will say this. I do think, as of right now, we'll see what Fierceness does in the Haskell. I think we see the Travers winner, the DraftKings Travers winner this weekend running, whether it's in the Haskell or here in the Curlin.
Well, let's take a look at Unmatched Wisdom. 2 for 2. He has shown big talent in those 2 starts, including last time out at 1 mile and 1/8, and he was back on the work tab. Rajiv, how'd he look?
Well, there's no telling that this horse is loaded with ability. He's done nothing wrong in his 2 lifetime starts, very impressive wins. He looks great on the track. You know, everything you'd want to see from a horse touting himself, just striding around here so easily. And look at him walk there. He's a horse with a calm, composed demeanor. You know, that's something to be said. That's what you call a horse that is has heart. They're modest around the barn, quiet, tranquil, and when they get on the track, they just purse up and transform into a racehorse.
It's the 4 to 5 morning line favorite in that Curlin on Friday. Naira bets Haskell with some big names set to line up in that one. Dornick, Belmont Stakes winner, Mindframe. What else we got in there?
Fierceness is there,
yeah.
but
I
feel like
Tuscan
that's an
Sky.
insurance policy. If Mindframe runs, I feel like, haven't heard, just feel like they'll scratch and run in the Jim Dandy with Fierceness. That's just that's what I would do, but I'm not a billionaire, so don't ask me.
Wait and see what happens on Saturday. We look forward to all that action. 2 key races, and of course then the Jim Dandy the following week that's going to determine who we're going to see, who's going to be favorite in, and I guess I should throw in the Coaching Club American Oaks for that matter as well, in that DraftKings Travers on August 24th. 2 minutes to post back here in the third. Let's go back to Acacia.
Let's take a look at the number 8 Spiritual Lady. As you mentioned, Greg, did have that turf sprint at Kentucky Downs in which she ran pretty well. And this is a horse who is coming in off of some decent dirt efforts as well, but does look like a turf horse. So I can certainly see it. I have no problems with her just from a physical perspective getting back on the grass. In the immediate family on the bottom side, there's not a ton of turf pedigree, but Nyquist can certainly go either way, and she has kind of that proverbial flatter turf foot on her as well. And pretty quiet, reserved warm-up out on the track, but a horse that does have some tactical speed, which I appreciate, and see if she can run back to obviously the turf sprint much better than going long, and she looks like a turf sprinter. The number 3 Quiescent, a horse that we know her way of going. She's going to the front. She has that early speed and was able to win going wire to wire for an off the turf race 2 starts back, but I've always felt that she does move more like a turf horse, and she's a bit of a tricky type because last time out against Tougher, hustled to the front end, and she stuck around kind of as long as she could, which I did appreciate, and she was very sharp coming into the paddock, and after the warm-up, Lane Leslie has gotten to her to settle pretty nicely out on the track. Her coats come in well versus what I saw from her back in April, and she looks like she is doing well right now. The thing with her is, can she sustain the speed? And she's going to the front, and she's going to open up by a couple of lengths. Speed of the speed. I don't know if there's anybody that can really run with her. Wondering what the one Bella Voce will do as far as the surface switch does go. See if Quiescent can take them every step of the way, Greg.
Well, JK, she doesn't have to last 6 furlongs, which she weakened at last time out. She's got to last 5.5 today.
I think that I understand it's a half furlong, and Rajiv, I'm curious to see what you feel about this. I feel like it's a drastic difference, though, because I feel like the 5.5 races have a lot more speed horses in them, some more 5 furlong types, some more speedy types. So I even feel like the 5.5 really does play significantly different than the 6 downstate.
Oh, I completely agree. This half a furlong is a big difference in these sprint races. And, when you think about races that are determined by, decided by narrow margins, a lot of these turf sprints are decided by narrow margins. A half a furlong becomes a big margin. And when you're going 6 furlongs with a speed horse that can barely last a 6, you have to kind of ration it out a bit as a jockey. But when you're going 5.5, sometimes you just let them rip and they're able to hang on. And I think that's one of the biggest differences between 5.5 and 6 furlongs.
And Jake, she just might find the right field this time. I mean, she is no question the fastest in here. Rajiv's cousin might try and make life difficult. I don't know if that one's quick enough. We have dirt speed with the one. We don't know if she has turf speed. And then that long shot, Call Me Penny. Can any of them keep close to this horse, though?
It depends. I mean, it's all about rider intent. I mean, I think a lot of times when these riders, they look in the form as well and see that there's a lot of speed in there. So sometimes they'll hesitate. But I've always found when there's speed on the rail, that horse is almost guaranteed to go because there's no jockey that's going to sit in that room with a speed horse on the rail and say, oh, you know what, let me take back and eat dirt or eat grass for half a mile.
Those silks right there, we saw him win the Kentucky Oaks. We saw him win the Grade 1 Ballerina here at Saratoga. Rajiv, if you're Tyler Gaffleone on Tipsy Runner, comes from so far out of it, how do you try and work out a trip in this race?
Well, I can't break passive. I have to break aggressive to ensure that I'm at least going to establish some forward position or some forward momentum. And be very mindful of navigating over towards the rail, trying to find gaps where the race spread out to be able to duck in, because I don't want to get to that turn and be in no man's land, which is 3 to 4 wide or further out.
Some big races against seemingly a lot better company, including Twirling Queen, who won the Coronation Cup here earlier in the meet at Saratoga. Big drop in class for Tipsy Runner for Tom Amoss. Here's the third. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
They're in the gate. A little bit of movement in there. And they're off. Quiescent is going straight to the front, joined by Boss of All with sharp early foot. And then it's Super's Lucky Lady along the rail in third. They're followed by Spiritual Lady. Valentine Gift is fifth, but only 3 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Bella Voce. They're followed by Mim on the inside of Tipsy Runner. Then it's a break of 3 to Call Me Penny, who is second to last into the far turn, leaving My Cara Mia Mine at the back. 21-3 for the opening quarter mile, and it's still Quiescent and Boss of All dueling on the front end. Those two raced right together, joined by Valentine Gift in the purple colors third. Just in behind them, it's Super's Lucky Lady. Tipsy Runner is trying to get involved. Red Cap swinging to the far outside for the drive. They're in the final furlong. Boss of All, Super's Lucky Lady, center of the race course. Tipsy Runner continues to make solid headway inside the 8th pole. Boss of All, 2-length lead. Tipsy Runner coming. Tipsy Runner with momentum on the outside of Boss of All. It's going to be close. It's going to go to Tipsy Runner. Boss of All was second, Super's Lucky Lady third, photo for fourth.
She'd been facing the best, big drop in class, and Tipsy Runner gets the money here for trainer Tom Amoss, owner Joel Politti with Tyler Gaffleone.
A perfectly executed ride by Tyler. You know, he broke well enough where he was able to not drop too far off the pace, sat in about mid-pack. And you can tell coming off the turn when he angled out that he felt like he had a lot of horse, because he was just getting her going in gear. Very confident ride and a well-timed ride. You know, I think a very good trip for all the horses in this race. I love seeing a race like this where every jockey rode the way they're supposed to, and every horse got a good trip, and just the best horse won.
Yeah, absolutely. I looked on the backside, and Tyler was closer than I thought he would be. Stayed connected, and that's what you should do when you have the best horse. Be more aggressive, and that's exactly what Tyler was there.
Well, at this point, Boss of All, coming off a long layoff, takes command in front, and might be a lot tougher second off the bench here for Linda Rice. Comes up a little bit short here. Here comes the big class drop for Tipsy Runner and Tyler Gaffleone.
You can tell by Tyler's body language, even though it was a neck to a half a length margin, he had the race wrapped up. He had, you know, Boss of All measured. He was just kind of cruising along.
There's Tom Amoss. Well done. Second winner at the meet for Tom, who is hopping on the set later today, right? Or does he only work Fridays and weekends?
I think he's on a little bit later, I think.
Is he?
I don't know, maybe.
And holidays.
9.62 finish. And those silks, again, as we've mentioned, Grade 1 winners in the past here at Saratoga. I still think that ballerina, one of the great performances we've seen in probably one of them in the last 10 years or so. Broke bad from the rail, rushed up, and able to hold off some very good horses in that win.
I've told this story to Tom Amoss on my podcast for the first time. Before we were friends, I made a wager that she would, with a friend, that she would never win another Grade 1. So silently, after becoming friends with Tom, I was rooting against Serengeti Empress forever, then became friends and had to feel bad every time she won a Grade 1 or ran in a Grade 1 and got beat. She finally got one in that ballerina. I came clean, though. He knows that.
What was your lesson learned from that wager?
Nothing. It was actually a pretty good bet until that day, because she took so much pressure. She ran outstanding.
That was an incredible performance
in the ballerina that year, Serengeti Empress.
She was special. Career-defining win for Tom Amoss, who's in the top 20 in the history of the sport for most wins all time. And that's one that certainly stands out with that Kentucky Oaks winner, and then adding that Grade 1 ballerina. Tipsy Runner for Tom Amoss with Tyler Gaffleone the win, as fans enjoy Week 2 action here at Coaching Club American Oaks. Saturday still to come. We'll be back with more Saratoga Live right after this.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on Saratoga Live, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today and also watch our program. Tipsy Runner will not be going back to the Tom Amoss barn. They've had a falling out. No, she got claimed. But on the way out, gets a win for Joel Politti with Tyler Gaffley on aboard. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be here with Joel and the whole family celebrating Tipsy Runner's win. And Joel, you just told me a little bit of a special name here for Tipsy Runner.
Yeah, we pick names based on all kinds of fun things, and Tipsy Runner is named after one of my 4 daughters, Leah.
I said there's got to be a good story there. But as far as her getting the win today, just the drop in class, and Tyler really had her in the perfect spot to pounce when called on.
Yeah, she's definitely a closer. We've had her in races where there really was a fairly paceless race or lone speed, and she never got to do it. And we ran her in some tougher races at Churchill, and it was just a little much for her. I think we found her a good spot. Unfortunately, we lost her, which I kind of expected based on things, how they are. But I mean, you know, she was placed at the right level. She won the race. I think it was all pretty appropriate, yeah.
The name of the game, right? But we were just reminiscing on the show about your silks and some of the great horses that have worn them, namely Serengeti Emperor. So it's such a big win here at the spa. And your face just lit up when I mentioned her name.
Yeah, I mean, Serengeti, we've had a lot of horses. She was kind of the genesis of us really, stepping into the game with both feet.
And do you have any update on how she's doing?
She's doing great. She has a Curlin weanling standing by, or is actually weaned now, who's every bit as beautiful as the first colt, who is about to make his first start for WinStar. And she's in Fulton Knot this time again.
So exciting. We cannot wait to see her babies on the track. But congratulations for the win here.
Thank you.
Something to look forward to, Greg.
So Tipsy Runner with the win, and coming from the back of the pack against this group, not a problem. You can win coming from very far out of it. You know, it's not an ideal trip. Worked out this time.
Yeah, especially if you have the best horse, and Tipsy Runner proved to be the best. And Tyler did a great job as well, staying connected to this field, and smart placement by our colleague, Tom Amoss.
Hello, surprise, surprise. We're going to move on to race 4 in a moment, and it's our early feature on this card, Cab Calloway division of this New York Stallion Series. Of course, we talked about a lot at the top of the show. Pretty talented runner, the Big Torpedo, who there were questions about him cutting back to 6 furlongs last time out because might be better a little bit longer, getting back to a mile today, but he answered all the questions, had to wait a little bit for room. It didn't matter last start.
No, he was very impressive. He showed a lot of guts down there, Rajiv, to kind of go through that spot on the rail.
Yeah, I mean, and he's a deserving favorite in this race. Like, everything seems, like going in line for him. And but it's an interesting race because I know they think that he's better longer, which he might be, but there's some pace in here, and he might get into a little bit of a speed duel. If there's any chink in his armor, that could be it.
I mean, they should be playing the song over the loudspeaker leading up to this race every year, shouldn't they?
Oh.
Heidi, 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 hey. Cab Calloway division of this New York Stallion Series. You've seen the Blues Brothers, right?
Yeah, I've seen them all. You're Andying me now, yelling at me about movies I haven't seen.
I mean, one of the greats here. What a performer. And he loved the horses, too. He spent a lot of time at the racetrack. Mick says he has a picture with them. He'd be in that jocks room, meeting the stars of the track. And now this race named in his honor coming up, where certainly the storyline is the Big Torpedo here, but there's some very interesting runners underneath that you can make cases for.
I picked Fidele Cayute as my top pick, and the reason is I think he didn't really like sprinting last time. He kept chasing, sprinting. He ran much better at Monmouth. We were actually over there covering that race at Monmouth in the race before. He ran a bang-up race chasing against Open Company in a fast pace. I think he's the kind of horse that's going to appreciate the stretch back out in distance. And I just, I think that the Big Torpedo is going to be close to 2 to 5 at post time. So I was just trying to look for some alternative.
Well, 4 to 5 right now. We'll have more on this field coming up in a moment. Let's look back to yesterday's Statue of Liberty division of the New York Stallion Series. And the ladies lining up in here. And My Shady Lady, a little green down the stretch, but she was very good.
Sure was. And look, she ended up working out a great trip. She was a little bit far back. The pace was out there in front of her, but at the end of the day, she actually won pretty easy when it was all said and done.
And what I love about Javier Castellano, this Hall of Fame jockey, he's not a generic jockey. He just doesn't follow a script. He rides the way he feels like it comes up. And if you could see when he came off the turn, he kind of floated her a bit wide off the turn and then made her switch leads and drifted back in. And that's something that it's, he's riding the horse to the way he feels like he'll get the best out of her. And she responded when he did that.
Impressive performance to get that win. And that Statue of Liberty division. We'll see what happens coming up here in the Cab Calloway as the boys get their turn. And again, not just all about the Big Torpedo. It certainly is Shady Boy Stable, by the way, winning silks from yesterday. Deserving favorite in this spot, but there's quite a few that, not just the one Raj mentioned as well. Cable Ready is not that far away from Grade 2 company hitting the board against some good ones. BD Saints is a 2-year-old for Mike Maker, showed some talent.
Yeah, I mean, I think this, Cable Ready, I think is interesting. We had talked about 2 starts ago was just like a length away from Legend of Time. Legend of Time would be 1 to 100 in this race.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't want to get carried away. I mean, turf racing, they kind of finished together like that. It was a slow-paced race. But I definitely think it's something to take into consideration.
And 3 back, he won against older horses. It wasn't like just a 3-year-old race or a restricted race. He ran against older horses, which is usually tougher than what he faces today. It's just his last race was such a clunker. So I'm glad it was such a clunker because it's easier to dismiss a race that a horse runs so poorly off form than it is just marginally below.
Semi-bold statement from this guy right here saying we're probably going to see the DraftKings Travers winner this weekend. We got the Curlin, and we have the Naira Betts Haskell as well at Monmouth Park. And this is a loaded group that's going to line up. How about Timberlake showing up in here? Dornick, your Belmont Stakes winner. Mindframe, who might have been maybe just a race short. Asked a lot of him early on in his career. Ran terrific in the Belmont, got a little leg weary.
Yeah, look, Dornick is a horse that showed a lot of talent as a 2-year-old. Was kind of had a nondescript 3-year-old season until this performance where he showed up and actually turned into what I think a lot of us all thought he would. And then Mindframe, my choice, Rajiv, right here, Irad goes left-handed, and he decides to take a right-handed turn.
Yeah, and the real Dornoch showed up for the Belmont, and Mindframe, you know, considering this was only Mindframe's third start, you could expect these kind of tendencies. A horse drifting, inexperienced runner. For him to come this close to winning this kind of race in only his third start goes to show the level of talent that he has. But at the end of the day, I've heard this question a lot. If he would have stayed straight, would he have won? And the answer is, it would have been really close, but it wouldn't be for sure that he would have won.
J.K. Dornoch showed that kind of fight as a 2-year-old.
He sure
in
did.
the Remsen. And he dug in again. I know the track was playing a little forward that day. May have helped him, but we know he's a fighter.
Yeah, the problem with Dornoch is that he confused me with who he was, right? He ran so well in the Remsen against Sierra Leone. The Fountain of Youth was a procession. No one else was in there. The Bluegrass, they tried to raid him. That didn't work. And then in the Derby, he didn't run particularly well. I just kind of was over him. I just thought, he never really trained on. And he stuffed me in a locker in the Belmont Stakes.
Still, I mean, incredible in defeat what Mindframe was able to accomplish. To run in the Belmont in the third start of your career, as Raj was talking about, and put in that kind of performance, there is still a ton of upside for this horse.
Yeah, he definitely has a ton of upside. And what you like to see is that was the toughest race he's faced, right? Grade 1, a big race, a big ass in his third start. And you want to see how he comes back out of the race. Well, this workout right here was uber impressive. He's on the outside, and they were in an absolute throttle here. He's doing this as easy as can be. Doesn't seem phased. He's not ducking in or out. He's just cool, calculated, composed. This is a horse that is going to be something to reckon with in this 3-year-old division.
That was an aggressive direction there. Look, he could really run a big one going forward, but we see a lot of these horses second half of the year start to take steps forward. We saw it in the 3-year-old field. We see it a lot. I mean, Ness took that step forward over Secret Oath. Who do you expect to take that leap forward?
Well, I mean, I think on paper it feels like it's going to be Mindframe, right? He's late to the party to a certain extent, right? That was only his third start in the Belmont Stakes. So just based on that, he's supposed to continue to get better while a lot of these other horses are in their 6th, 7th, 8th start of their career.
Will JK be right? Are we going to see the Travers winner this weekend or potentially in the jam? Did some of that decision for you reside in where Fierceness winds up?
No, it's just a very cheeky thing to say, right? Because if you think about who I'm covered by, I got Dornoch,
yeah.
I got Fierceness if he runs, I got Mindframe, I got Unmatched Wisdom.
You don't have Torpedo Anna.
Well, no, I do, because she's running this weekend.
Oh, you do? Oh, you do, you sneaky one.
Sneaky man.
He has the entire field covered.
Odds-on favorite, the Big Torpedo for the Tom Morley barn, trying to make it back-to-back stakes wins in the Cap Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series when we come back on our Thursday coverage of Saratoga Live.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Stallion Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Back with you, and right there, a 3-year-old by one of McMahon Thoroughbred stallions. Central Banker has been so good. 6-1 on this horse. John Velasquez will ride for trainer Barkley Tagg. Still a maiden, one of a couple of maidens in this group with a tough task ahead. Let's go to Acacia.
That's right.
I'll try and get back to Acacia in a moment as we get a look at Cable Ready. This one, again, against Open Company, was in the Grade 2 Pennine Ridge against Legend of Time, who JK correctly said would be an awfully short price in this spot. And what went wrong last time out, though, against New York Breds? A lot.
Yeah, I mean, everything, I suppose.
Well, JK, I watched the race. I looked at the replay. This bobbling pinch at the start, it was minor considering that he got beat 23 lengths. So, I wouldn't look into that. There's got to be something more that happened.
9-1 right now. Let's get back to Acacia.
Take 2 here in the paddock, Greg, and was saying I really do like the Big Torpedo, but looking at a couple of others, starting off with Cable Ready, as Rashif mentioned, a very disappointing effort last time out, especially given how well he ran in the Pennine Ridge 2 starts back. But once he switched to turf, he definitely became a totally different horse. And on the bottom side, Cable, his dam, was a horse who was multiple graded stakes placed going long. So distance certainly should not be any problem. Turf is not any problem. I don't know what to make of that. My only guess is that when he was totally taken out of his comfort zone with being further off the pace than he ever had been before, some horses just don't re-rally after that. He looks terrific coming in here, and I love that they're keeping him on the grass. I definitely think that that is his preferred surface. The number 4, Fidelite Coyote, who is a horse who came out of that New York Stallion Series behind the Big Torpedo while sprinting last time out, gets to stretch back out in distance. And while he is a rather sharp individual, he's shown that going a little bit longer is what he prefers, and I think that he will like getting a chance to stretch out again today. But a horse that is very sharp, settled after the tack was on, but I think he's better when he's able to be aggressively handled early on, and I think that's what we'll see from my Brad Ortiz with him today. The number 1, 645, switched to the turf last time out, just a maiden race where he was second. This is a massive horse. He's tall, he's lanky, he's leggy. I worry a little bit about the rail draw for him with so much size, but he is sharp, he's on his toes, and he's definitely a turf horse. See if he can build off of that effort second off the layoff, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Coming down Champions Way. Post parade coming up for this Cam Calloway division of our New York Stallion Series, and there is your favorite. The Big Torpedo just leaving our screen, and seems like a mission impossible for everyone else going against him, the form he's been in. As we'll kick things off with 645, Rob Atras, a maiden, but that turf debut, pretty good effort first time out on the grass.
Yeah, this horse ran extremely well last time. It gets the inside draw, tactical speed, Manny Franco.
Courtly Banker, here's the son of Central Banker for Barkley Tagg.
This maiden showed speed last time, stretches back out to a mile.
Silk's a funny side in Saratoga stable. Here's Solo Empire. Oh, I believe.
I went out of order on you there.
All right. There's 645 from the rail. Robert LaPenta Silks. 13-1. Here's the 3 Solo Empire for Jimmy Ferraro.
Yeah, took some money last time and ran well, but that was for maiden 40.
Lane Luzzy rides big price. Biggest on the board. Here's Feed Like Coyote, Juan Avila, Rad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, this is the one that I picked, stretching back out to a mile on the grass.
She rolled by the favorite in the gallop out when they met last time out. And here's the big favorite, the Big Torpedo.
Yeah, the last 2 races should win this race, but you got to decide if you want to take the 4 to 5.
Cable ready. Linda Dixon trains. Horse who was 4th in that Grade 2 Pennine Ridge.
Those 2 prior races on the grass would make him a factor here. Just what happened the last time.
And BD Saints for Mike Maker starting to heat up a little bit at the meet. He had a good 2-year-old race on the grass to break his maiden.
Yeah, finally getting back to the grass. This horse has some nice races for Linda, though, on the grass.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for this Cab Callaway division coming up as fans starting to pack things in here at this historic racetrack. Parents, ignite your child's passion for horse racing with Naira Star. This free program offers kids 5 through 12 exclusive track experiences, education, and collectibles. Create lasting memories at the races. Learn more at naira.com/star. Students of Thoroughbreds and Racing. New program this year. Looking forward to that and hopefully creating that next generation of fans. No place better to do it than right here at Saratoga. You're going to put your bankroll on the line here, huh?
Oh, yeah. You know, a little bankroll bet here. This is why I do not like boxing. I just feel like when you do an exacta box, you're basically trying to tell me or whoever else you're trying to tell that you feel the same way about the 2 horses you're using or the 3 horses, that you think they all have the same chance of winning. I'm going to bet this with some weight to it. I'm going to bet a $250 exacta, 5-6. So if it comes 5-6, I'll have it 250 times. And then I'm going to flip it. And I'm going to go the other way, and I'm going to do a $50 exacta, 6-5. That way, it probably comes out to a similar-ish payout either way that it comes, because the 6 obviously beating the 5 would be a big value injection there. But I'm going to play it that way. $250, 5-6, $50, 6-5.
So right now, 5-6, $18 for a dollar.
Okay.
6-5, $31 for a dollar.
Okay, so it's a little bit. I would probably need a little less, but I like the 5 more in terms of like more likely to win. But I still want to make sure I have a ticket with the 6 on it. I think the 6 is value here. This horse runs that race that he ran against Legend of Time. He could be tough in here.
With more on the odds-on favorite, let's go back to Acacia.
The Big Torpedo, a horse that actually started out on the turf, and then he's looking through him. He was 2.5 to 1 in the Gander running on dirt, and then getting back to his preferred surface. You can see it. He ran so well in the Woodhaven going the mile, and then in these New York Stallion Series races, you have to take the opportunities when they arise. So the race last time was sprinting, and I think just on his class, he was able to win that. I remember when after the wire, Eric Cancel brought him back to the winner's circle, and he didn't want to pull up. He was still full of run after the wire in that 6-furlong sprint. I like him stretching back out. He was very professional back in the paddock. He looks tremendous for Tom Worley. He's definitely a worthy favorite and one that has really found his home on the grass. The number 2, Courtly Banker, stretches back out for Barkley Tag, and he showed speed 2 starts back in his lone distance race. And while he is a little bit more of a compact type, he's very powerful. There's a lot of strength to him. Typically a build of one that's more suited to a sprinter. Races have been stronger as far as his figure is concerned. Very reserved warm-up, though. Interesting, especially for a horse that did show speed when going long 2 starts back. John Velasquez kept him with the pony. They went out first in the post parade, but he didn't do anything wrong. He was very well behaved, even though he's on his toes, not doing too much in the preliminaries. So I am curious what tactics we'll see from Courtly Banker today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, we'll see what we get from this horse, one of the 2 maidens. And, you know, both the maidens, you're not normally going to say that in a stakes race with an accomplished, potential star on the Big Torpedo, but they both have, some reasons to like them here.
Well, I will say this about these New York Stallion races, whether it's on the boy side, the girl side, the dirt, or the grass. I always feel like you're getting horses taking chances because it's such great opportunities financially for these owners to have a talented New York bred. You'll see sprinters stretching out. You'll see stretch outs cutting back. You'll see grass horses running on the dirt. You'll see dirt horses running on the grass. You'll see maidens running in spot. It's just, there's such great opportunities. I think these trainers and owners take a lot of different chances with these horses.
And the horses that are maidens in here, they're not far from being winners. Like Courtney Banker, he has a 2nd and 2/3 from 3 starts, and 645, his only turf race was 2nd by a length off a long layoff. So it's not too far a stretch in this level of competition, these restricted state-bred races.
Going back to the 4, who was 4th behind the Big Torpedo last time, and that was going 6 furlongs.
Yeah,
This was wide all the way around the racetrack, and for those that do watch the gallops out, and the Big Torpedo could have been pulled up in the race after the wire. He won the race. But, I mean, this horse went even wide. He went like 15 wide and galloped past the favorite.
A lot of Irad, almost all of his post-race interviews, Irad Ortiz, he talks about how he watched the replay of his horse's last race. So I'm expecting that he saw that replay with Fidelidad Cayute. And one of the things that I took notice from that replay was when he was down on the inside, chasing, he wasn't really happy. He had his ears pinned, he had his head up. It didn't quite level off until he got to the outside. And I think that's one of the things to look for today. I believe Irad is going to save ground early because you need to save ground at some point in these turf races. But when he unleashes his run, he's going to want to tip this horse out. And I think he's going to really level off once he gets in the clear.
Well, JK, Eric Cancel had the Big Torpedo a lot more forward, cutting back in distance last time out. Where do you expect to see him today?
Yeah, I mean, I would think from this position, Eric will get his position moving forward. He's on the best horse. We saw it with Tyler Gaffalione in the last race on Tipsy Runner. When you have the best horse on paper or in your mind or in fact, you don't want to try to get too cute. Just ride the horse like you're on the best horse. Pop away from there, get position. You dictate what's going to happen to other people. You're on the best horse. Don't get dictated to.
Yeah, and Eric Cancel is one of the smaller jockeys in stature, actually. He, small and petite guy, and he's not really with that body size. And a big horse like this, if the horse wants to go, he's not going to be able to restrain him.
1-2 favorite. A win at 6 furlongs, cutting back in distance last start. Now we'll stretch back out to a mile where it looked like the Big Torpedo was going to beat Open Company in the Woodhaven back in late April. Came up just short, nailed at the wire by Good Lord Laurie, who's a pretty good horse in his own right. We'll see if he can go back-to-back here for the Tom Morley barn as probably the shortest price horse we're going to see on this card all day.
Yeah, I can't believe the 6 is 12-1. I thought the horse would be. I thought people would see the clever run that the horse ran against Legend of Time and be a lot shorter, but see what happens here.
It's just you don't know what version of the horse, and the ones that are betting him is hoping for that version that we know that could do this.
Can the Big Torpedo do it again at a short price? Odds on with Eric Cancel. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati.
BD Saints will be the last one to load. Going in. We have a very fractious runner in 6:45, and then Courtney Banker started right afterward. Both have settled down. Assistant starters closing the front of the gates. They're off in the Cab Callaway division of the New York Stallion Series, and the Big Torpedo wastes no time going straight to the front. Courtney Banker came away in good order, and BD Saints moves up on the outside. Fidelite Cayute is fourth in the early stages, 3.5 or so off the lead. Down at the rails, 6:45 was in just a tad tight, but is now nicely set 5 lengths off the pace. It's another 3 to the 2 trailers, Cable Ready and Solo Empire at the back. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. They make their way onto the backstretch behind the favorite, the Big Torpedo, carving out the fractions with BD Saints a length back second. It's 2 more to Courtney Banker and Fidelite Cayute right together as a team. Another couple back to 6:45 coming to the half-mile pole. Then comes Cable Ready at the back of the field with Solo Empire. 46-4 for the Big Torpedo, well within himself into the far turn. And it's the Big Torpedo by 2 lengths. BD Saints all out second. Courtly Banker inches up. Fita Like Coyote is in fourth. Pushed along, not responding at this stage. 6:45 has 7 lengths to make up. They all have work to do as the Big Torpedo has been all alone on the front end. Courtly Banker is trying to make a race of it and is doing so in second. They're a furlong out, the Big Torpedo. Courtly Banker took a shot but is now 4 lengths behind once again. And then a battle for third, BD Saints, Fita Like Coyote. The Big Torpedo shot them down. He is all alone. Wins it by 5 in the Cab Calloway division of the New York Stallion Series. Courtly Banker was second. Fita Like Coyote and BD Saints.
The Big Torpedo, absolutely dominant from the outset. And Rajiv, Eric Cancel rode this horse like JK said. You're on the best horse, take it to him early.
Yeah, he didn't get cute. He just went out there and let his horse do his thing, be a good passenger early. And the Big Torpedo is just too much for these. He's a really nice horse. Looks so powerful out there on the front end.
Absolutely. I thought he was very impressive today. And, you know, the fractions were honest. It wasn't like he crawled out there on the front end, which you know, I think Eric deserves a lot of credit for. You know, it's not like Eric is in this situation all the time where he's on a 1-2 shot and he knows how to handle it. Like Irad knows how to handle it, right? He deals with it all the time. And for Eric to go out there and have ice water in his veins, break, go quick on the front end, go 110, 6 furlongs, and open up like that with a 1-2 shot, good for him.
Very confident ride.
Well done, Eric Cancel. He certainly was on the best in here, and we'll see what's next. Maybe it's back to open company after this performance from the Big Torpedo. Back-to-back stakes wins in this New York Stallion Series as he takes the Cab Calloway easy.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the Hopeful.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal, those already with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live here at the premier meet in the country on this Thursday afternoon and early stakes action. We just saw a dominant performance from the Big Torpedo in the Cab Calloway division of this New York Stallion Series. Greg Wolf, Jonathan Kinchin, and Rajiv Mirage with you, and we just witnessed a big-time performance here.
Absolutely. There's nothing more that I love, Rajiv, than a turf horse that goes out on the front and it advances his position, and that's exactly what we just saw with the Big Torpedo.
Yeah, aptly named the Big Torpedo because he is a big torpedo, right? It broke fast, and you know, it's so cool to watch, like you said, turf horses that can go to the front and just keep on, you know, clicking away. He actually ran fast fractions. He didn't just stroll around there. He took it to them early, and he took it to them all the way and pulled away at the end.
Eric Cancel felt he was on the best horse. Public bet him like he was the best horse, and he rode him like he was the best horse, and he responded in a major way with this performance. Obviously, you know, we talk about these purses and some of these races in this New York bred program, and you know, races like this in the New York Stallion Series, there's some big money. But this horse, does he have ability to get his picture taken against open company in some big races?
Especially with that weapon of speed, right? I mean, I think that a lot of times he can make his own trip, which is nice. From a figure standpoint, he is in the conversation of being able to run in some of those open company races, that's for sure.
Our Facing Tipton Winner Circle lead and brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings August 5th and 6th. Where will you be? The Big Torpedo, Tom Morley, in that light blue jacket. He has a good one here. He's done a nice job with him as well. Second win, a couple of runner-up finishes, never been worse than second on the turf. He's a pretty good dirt horse, too. I mean, they got all kinds of options with the Big Torpedo. But this was impressive. Courtly Banker, Be Like Coyote, wind up second and third, but a long way back in second and third.
Yeah, there's a lot of separation in this race. There was a lot of separation in this race, and usually you don't find that in turf races. Usually, you know, the race is pretty bunched up and stuff, but that goes to show the kind of race that he just ran. The Big Torpedo really distinguished himself from New York breds, and I bet his competition, the New York bred guys, are being like, go try some open company. Leave us this New York bred money.
And JK talked about it with Eric Cancel. Doesn't find himself on a 1-2 favorite in a stakes race all that often. You remember for you, one of those moments where you felt that big time pressure for the first time?
I didn't usually feel that pressure. I just had a way that I taught myself into it. I just always thought about executing. That's all I did. If I think about the moment too much, I felt like that would make me get pressured. So all I thought about was, you know, I have a job to do and just go do it.
He's from Jamaica.
Yeah, well, no, I wouldn't have been nervous at 1-2 on Groupie Doll either, but you know.
Just execute. Yeah, I was not nervous. Just execute, you know.
Let's go to Acacia for more.
And I'm joined by some very happy owners here in the winner's circle. We've got Vinny Fusaro, Tommy Albrecht, and Jimmy Klein joining us. And Vinny, we'll start with you. The Big Torpedo lived up to his name today.
Yeah, he sure did, and you know, it's a dream come true. This happens to be my first win at Saratoga, and it couldn't come any better. And I have to give all the credit to Tom Morley. You know, what a job he did with this horse. And you know, we have a great team, Tom Morley and my two great partners, and Ed Oracle also. Connor Foley picked this horse out for us, and it's a dream come true. It really is.
And he's been so much fun, Tommy. Since he switched to the turf as well, it seems he's really found his home on the grass.
Well, Tom told me when he broke his maiden by 10 lengths that he's a turf horse. And I said, well, if he's a turf horse, we're going to have a lot of fun. And Tom had him square rooted right away. He has big feet, and, you know, he's got a bit of an angle pastern. So, you know, it looked like he could turf, but you never think they're going to go on like this. I mean, you hope they do, but it's a dream come true.
Living the dream for sure. And Jimmy, as I mentioned, really just finding his form now. And in these New York Stallion Series races, with New York breds and horses by New York Stallions, you have such great opportunities to run for.
Yeah, and that's part of our business plan. I'm very lucky to found two seasoned horsemen in Mr. Fusaro and Mr. Albrecht.
Well, enjoy it, guys. A very special horse you have in your hands.
Thank you much,
Thanks
Alicia.
for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg?
Got to be a lot of fun when you have a horse with this kind of ability, win a stakes race at the premier meet there is in this sport here at Saratoga. Everybody wants to be in that winner's circle here at Saratoga.
Yeah, it's winning a race that has a name attached to it. It's not just like a claiming or allowance race, especially at Saratoga, is always going to be exciting like that. You can hear it in their voices.
And when you have a horse that wins like this, you're thinking about what more wins can you have and where you go next, because this is a fun horse to own. I'm sure these guys are having a blast.
Start dreaming even bigger dreams now after that performance and the resume this horse is starting to put together. Pick 6 is coming up next on this Thursday card. It's a $50,000 claiming race to kick off the sequence at 7/8 of a mile. It's a difficult race, although right now Brad Cox first off the claim with Iridescent is the 2-1 favorite, JK.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say this now. You don't see Brad Cox claiming very many horses anymore. In the last year, he's claimed 11 horses. 8 of them have won in their next start.
It's a tough trainer to try and claim off of. David Jacobson. Form can come and go.
Most people that are claiming off of David Jacobson don't have 2 Eclipse Awards on their mantle at home.
What about it's a Brad Cox reclaim as well, right?
Absolutely, even more things to like.
So you're not worried here?
I mean, I'm always worried, but I feel very confident this horse is going to run well.
See what happens. It's going to kick off the pick 6. We will be back. We're going to take a timeout. Not just the Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday. Grade 3, Lake George. And this horse, oversubscribed, 3-year-old filly for Chad Brown. Wild Applause dominant win as the favorite last start, making her great at stakes debut on Saturday. We'll have a preview next.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
I think a huge amount of it is the fans. And I always equate the fact that when you walk your horse into the paddock here for the first time, and it is a tradition that I try and do, which is to walk the whole way through with my first runner, because it's a little bit like going into the Coliseum, you know, it gives you that, the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. You understand how privileged you are to be here, to be competing at this meet, and you hope it goes well and you win some races.
See him in the winner's circle? It looks very familiar. Trainer of the Big Torpedo, Tom Morley, sharing what he loves about this special racetrack. We all have our stories about why we love it here so much. Hard not to fall in love with Saratoga if you're able to visit here.
It's my favorite place in the world. I spent a lot of time here over the last couple of years, and like then left and came back, and it's just magical. This racetrack, the town, there's nothing more that I like than when you walk into a restaurant or you walk into a gas station, people are asking you who you like in the 7th. That's my type of town.
Yeah, I share those sentiments. I have the same feeling. Saratoga not only is a summer place to be, but it's definitely the place that I want to be anytime I can be there. It's a destination place for the summer, for sure.
And we all talk about the racetrack, which is an incredibly special place in its own right, but this town, so much more than just the racetrack. It really, the entire town is a special place to be. The quote says it so great. I mean, you come in here and it's like you go back 100 years in time. There's not a lot of towns like this in this country anymore.
No, it's outstanding. You got the park, you've got the restaurants, the downtown, a couple of parks, Congress Park, the State Park. You got SPAC, you got the lake, you got Lake George 30 minutes away. It really doesn't stop.
Nice transition. Speaking of the Lake George, we have that coming up on our Saturday program as well. Grade 3, mile on the turf for 3-year-old fillies, and oversubscribed for Chad Brown, trying to keep this incredible streak going he's had in this race.
Yeah, Rajiv, definitely the best horse in the race. I just feel like he's going to be a little bit overbet because people are going to hear us talk for the next couple of days about how Chad's won 97 of these in a row, and now he's going for his 98th. And I just feel like oversubscribed is going to be overbet. Definitely a likely winner, but I think some other options.
Yeah, I think a very likely winner. I'm going to stick to my guns and pick her and lean heavily on her because even though it's a big, wide open race, people are going to be thinking that, you know, I think she might float up a little bit in the price because it's such a wide open race.
Take a look at the field that's going to line up. So oversubscribed 5-2 on the morning line. Obviously, Chad Brown has dominated this race, and she looked dominant last time out, winning that Wild Applause.
She did. She was outstanding. She got a real fast pace to run into. And Rajiv, I've always felt like horses, when the pace is extremely fast like that, sometimes can get lost a little bit. Oversubscribed didn't.
Yeah, sometimes they get discouraged, and sometimes it happens like this where it's such a suitable scenario where there's a big fast pace and the pace collapses, and she just inherits the win. But what I like about her is, yes, she polished off and she won this race. Her first race, she overcame a completely slow pace in front of her and still won. So I think she can overcome some adversity. She's a polished. One thing I would have liked to see her do is switch her leads a bit better late. She just stayed on the left lead. However, she kept running through it.
She's going to take a lot of money in here. Simply, first off the barn, the success Chad's had in this race, how she ran last time out. Joe Rosario, by the way, on board there for Chad Brown. There's some other interesting fillies, though, in this race.
It's funny with oversubscribed, and it's obviously just travel and things like that. You never see a horse this good. It's the favorite in a race like this be on her 4th rider, which I think is unique. Sweet Rebecca is one for Tyler Gaffalione. I'm going to give another shot. If you look at Sweet Rebecca, watch that race when she ran in the Wonder again. She was slipping at the top of right on this turn. She lost her footing a little bit, and I feel like that really discouraged her quite a bit.
And also, this was a kind of race where she was perched wide in a pretty fast pace all the way. She was stuck 3 to 4 wide the entire way around. And sometimes with these turf horses that shows an explosive turn of foot, they don't sustain it when they're stuck on the outside. They kind of flatten out. I have a feeling they're going to revert back to the tactics that she used to win her first 2 races, which is being covered up and making one sharp run to the finish.
Can he keep things rolling? He did in the Diana. 8 wins the last 9 years, and this is what he's done in the Lake George, some serious damage.
I said 97 in a row. I was off a little bit. Skipped a couple years in 17 and 18. The only it's more dominant than his Diana performance, which is outstanding as well.
Thing about it is 5 years in a row. The last 5 years.
And again, the filly to beat in the race this year, but a filly oversubscribed who's going to have to try and work out a trip in this race.
Yeah, but like Rajiv said, her race 2 back, she proved that she can overcome adversity. And I think they'll probably run a little bit here. It's a nice big full field. It's going to be a fun race. I mean, there's not a lot of horses in here that I don't think don't have a chance. So I think it's definitely going to be a lot of fun betting race.
Gallibrand beat the boys in a stakes race here last summer for Bill Mott. She'll show back up. It's part of our program on the first Saturday from Saratoga on Big Fox. That includes that $500,000 Coaching Club American Oaks Grade 1, one of the big prizes in this 3-year-old filly division that goes towards cementing a championship, and Torpedo Anna is going to try and do just that. A win likely does cement a championship season for the best 3-year-old filly in the land. She's the 1-2 favorite in that race. Part of that Fox Saturday coverage coming up this weekend. We're going to take a timeout. Speaking of the coaching club, American Oaks, this was a tremendous story. Not expected with this pedigree, but boy did she outrun that. The great Princess of Silmar. Her story when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire to wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire to wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, Fox Sports 2 regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. That's a legend right there. The great Secretariat. Triple Crown winner had some big moments at this racetrack as we get set for the start of the Pick 6 here coming up. 7 furlongs in this $50,000 claiming race ahead. That's your favorite. Iridescent, Brad Cox, Reclaim, as Rajiv mentioned. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start there. As you guys talked about the stats with Brad Cox off the claim, 8 for 11 in the past year. 2 of those were also reclaims, as this one is. You think about Fighting Back, who won at the Belmont at the Big A meet, was a reclaim for Brad Cox off of Linda Rice, another barn that's not easy to claim off of. And he picks this one up off of David Jacobson, but did have the horse previously. I always take note when trainers reclaim horses, particularly as Brad Cox has been doing it here. And when he last raced Iridescent, it was off of a quick turnaround. His weight didn't look that good. He got very hot in the paddock. He looks tremendous today. He's put all that muscle mass and conditioning back on. He's touting himself beautifully. I'm just blown away by the difference and the way that he comes in here after being given a little bit of time since his last race as well. The number 6, Tommy Two Stocks, takes a drop in class after facing so much tougher last time out. It's a horse I actually saw down in South Florida, and so knowing that getting hot is very normal for him. Was hosed off when he first came in here and very sharp, and they had to finish saddling him on the walk. But now that they've gotten the tack on him, he's settled down a bit more, and definitely love the cut back in distance for him. He's a little bit more compact, short, really well rounded, quartered.
Trying to get you back to Acacia. Apologize for those technical difficulties. Getting set for our post-parade coming up. It's a competitive race to start off this Pick 6. Still the favorite, Iridescent, Reclaim for Brad Cox. Horse has been in against some pretty tough company.
Yeah, he sure has. He's definitely been against some tough company. But, you know, it's the thing I like about this situation is that Brad lost the horse for 50 and then came back in and claimed the horse. And Brad's not out here claiming horses anymore. Like I mentioned, he's got 2 Eclipse Awards on his mantle at home. And, you know, he's claimed in the last year, he's had horses that have run back that he's claimed. I'm not sure how many he's actually claimed. He's got 11 that have run back. In the 4 years prior to that, he's got like 378. He just doesn't do it anymore. He used claiming to get to the position now where he's got a bunch of 500, 600, 700 million dollar horses running around his barn. It's not his thing that he does anymore.
Let's start off with Stingy in our post-break. Tyler Gaffleone for Joe Sharp.
Yeah, this horse is fine. I mean, it has a little bit of tactical speed from the inside. Tyler obviously riding extremely well today with that win a little bit earlier in the card.
David Jacobson claims off of Steve Asmussen. He puts a maiden in this spot against winners.
This one turning back a bit in distance. The only horse in this race that hasn't finished first in the races yet.
Squints, some sharp form for Kelly Breen out of town.
Yeah, strong rider change to Joel Rosario. Has some tactical speed, ran well last time.
Mike Maker with the Louisiana bred, son of a ship.
Yeah, another one that had a sloppy racetrack last time at Evangeline Downs. Maybe a dry track helps here.
Powerful maiden score at Gulfstream for Tommy Two Socks.
That maiden win was at today's distance at 7 furlongs. Last time out, had some trouble going a mile.
The favorite, iridescent Manny Franco.
Yeah, I've let you know why I think this Brad Cox runner's going to run well. It's also exciting to see Manny Franco on this horse. Maybe he'll be on Cart Top this week.
Ooh, nice tease. Maybe he will. You're not sure?
I don't know yet.
Yep. 9-1. Jamie Torres on Sweet Saudi J.
Yeah, a few changes here with this one. Changes trainer to Eduardo Caramori and also takes the blinkers off.
Pick 6 pool. Approaching $100,000. It starts in this race coming up. There is not a race in this sequence. I felt. Did you feel where you could single?
No, I thought it was tough. The closest thing I could come up with was probably this horse. No, there's horses I like. I tell you what, I think Camera's interesting in the 9th. A horse that was last summer was like one of those fastest horse in the world types and never really materialized last summer, but then has kind of turned it around a little bit and finally might have found a new home on the grass.
That's a loaded race.
Yeah.
That is going to be a fun one on the grass for those 3-year-old fillies. So favorite here, the 7-2-1, Iridescent, started his career with this barn, with Brad Cox. It actually went first time out at Ellis. Got claimed away and now back in the barn as we take a look at the 5 son of a ship, Mike Maker. A couple of wins here at the meet. Arad Ortiz Jr. has been a little quiet today so far on the 5.
It's a little quiet, but that's the Irad likes to sneak up on you. He's in the tall grass waiting for everyone to get comfortable. Next thing you know, he'll be up by 7 wins by Sunday.
He wins in bunches. What was his like? I mean, when you were in the jocks room with him, how intense is he behind the scenes?
Yeah, he's tough. He's one of those ferocious riders that every time he came out, he has that passion where he just wants to get everything, win everything. He's vicious.
I'll tell you what, before we watch this replay, I saw Irad in the basketball game. He was furious in the middle of the game. Those guys are so competitive.
Wants to win every single time he gets on a horse. His drive is unbelievable. This is Squints for Kelly Breen. Rosario's going to have this mount. And this was at Laurel Park last time out in a runner-up finish.
I mean, Squints, like you see, he's down on the inside, and he's one of those horses that has speed, but he grinds away. Also in that race was Sweet Saudi J. They were separated by just a neck and a head. So I think between Squints and Sweet Saudi J, they both come in close form. You know, one of the things that the X factor for this race for me personally was the 7 furlongs. You know, a lot of these horses have never run at 7 furlongs, and many of them have done their best running at 6 furlongs showing speed. And I feel like that extra 1/8 of a mile is going to take a big toll on some of these. And it's kind of the reason why I lean towards Tommy Two Socks. A horse that is lightly raced, only has 4 starts, is only raced at 7 furlongs, was a very impressive maiden victory. 2 starts back. His most recent race, he didn't duplicate that race, but he encountered some severe trouble in that race after having an awkward break, getting off slowly, got shuffled back. His race was taken out completely at the start. I feel like he's a horse that is just uber suited to the 7 furlongs distance.
Let's go to Acacia.
I would certainly agree with Rod as far as Tommy Two Stacks is concerned. And the 7 furlongs is a little bit of a distance for talk about next that I asked for him, and that's the 3 Squints. He's one of those kind of quintessential sprinter builds. He's compact. He is very short coupled. Just the way that he's built, it just strikes you that shorter is better. I know that he broke his maiden at the 7/8 and has won at 6.5 before, but that was early as a 2-year-old. Now, lately, too, he's been using his speed, and he was very game in defeat to finish second last time out at Laurel. But as they stretch him out in distance a little bit here, like I said, I do wonder if it's really best for him, and can he start to turn things around? And certainly his best efforts early on when they had high hopes for him were in Florida bred company, even though there's a lot of horses dropping. He has some salty competition to deal with in here. As we'll take a look at the number 5 for Mike Maker, son of a ship, who drops in from Louisiana bred company. So sometimes with these state bred races, how do you read them? But he is coming in out of a Louisiana bred stake and off of a layoff last time as well. Just back in the paddock, he was immediately the first horse that caught my eye. Dappled from head to toe, absolutely looks like much more of a sprinter type of build. I think the 7 furlongs is perfect. He's incredibly fit. He had a big warm-up from Irad Ortiz as well, circling, constantly moving out on track, and especially for horses cutting back, you know that they're going to have that foundation, and the 7 furlongs a little bit of a quirky distance. And love to hear from Raj as well about the best tactics if you have a horse that you're wondering can stretch out a little bit into these kind of elongated sprints.
What are your thoughts, Raj?
Yeah, Keisha. One of the things is, you know, when you have a horse that you might be questioning the added distance, you have to kind of be a bit conservative. You can't be overly aggressive. You have to try to save something in the tank. And sometimes, you know, if they can't get the distance, they just can't get the distance. But you have to be very cautious and not use the accelerator too early, because then you know they'll gas out fast.
3-2. I know you like the 7, JK, but at what point is this price getting a little too short?
I mean, I told you the stat right already. 8 for 11 with first-time claims in his barn. But think about this. That's a tremendous stat. 73%. You don't see 73% stats on anything for trainers typically. But it's not only just that he claimed this horse. He knows this horse. So it's not like it's a claim and then let's figure it out. It's a claim and I know what I'm going to do because I've been doing it with this horse. I just think that this horse is going to run well, and I have got no problem at all. Excited to have Manny in this situation. If you want to win a trivia question at your local bar, I think you could probably ask somebody sitting next to you who's won the most races at NYRA in 2023. I think a lot of people might guess Irad or something of that nature, and it's not. It's Manny Franco.
And 22 and 20, I believe, and 21. And Manny's really just gotten better and better, Rajiv, year after year, gotten big opportunities. We've talked about riding for barns like Chad Brown, delivering in those situations. He's really starting to become elite.
Yeah, he's really stamped himself as New York's year-round go-to rider, and he wins a bulk of those races in Aqueduct and stuff, but he does, when he gets the opportunities, he knows how to deliver the victory.
So there's your favorite center of your screen as we get a look at this crowd on hand. Terrific crowd as always here at Saratoga. 6-5 favorite, Iridescent, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, first start since early May. With that pick 6 pool up and over $140,000. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started in the pick 6.
Okay, Greg, we're waiting on the aforementioned Iridescent coming up right there. And Sweet Sadi J completes the lineup. They're in the gate. And they're off. Stingy stumbled shortly after the gate opened. Sweet Sadi J gets a clear-cut lead. Squints coming through along the inside. Son of a Ship is in between horses. Iridescent in the mix early. Those four vying for command, with Tommy Two Socks close up in fifth, followed by Stingy, and then it's a big gap, no early speed whatsoever from Crusading. It's Son of a Ship and Iridescent who go on with it. The opening quarter went in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Squints moving through along the inside. Tommy Two Socks is in fourth, just 2 lengths off the lead. On the outside, Sweet Sadi J fifth. 3 wide around that turn, moving up to claim third. Another 2 back to Stingy, who's 3 in front of Crusading. The battle continues on the front end. Iridescent getting the upper hand now on Son of a Ship through a half in 45 and 2/5 seconds. Iridescent opens up 2 lengths now. On the far outside, Stingy. Sweet Sadi J just in front of that rival as the field turns for home. Iridescent, continued progress for Stingy. On the far outside, Squints angles out for a final try, but it's Iridescent digging in. Stingy just keeps on coming in the center, and on the outside, Squints, a 16th to go. Squints is really coming now. Here comes Squints after Iridescent. Iridescent Squints, Iridescent Squints. Photo finish between those two. Iridescent and an oncoming Squints. Behind them, Stingy third.
Did Iridescent hang on, or did Squints come and nail him at the wire?
I just don't feel like the 3 got by until they were past the wire, but that's also me probably. Oh my goodness.
Looked like he may have.
It looked like he may have.
That is a tough beat if you got Iridescent.
Wow.
You know what? I don't want to call it. It's still too close.
I'm so glad.
The cameraman is saying it's Iridescent.
I'm so glad I didn't give my bad stat on Squints, because then I would have made everyone mad at me. So, wow.
3 horse posted as your unofficial winner. Joel Rosario times this to perfection to get by the 6-5 favorite.
And not to be taken lightly, that statement you made about timing it to perfection. This is a horse that would chase the pace last time and faded, and Joel made a conscious decision to take him off the pace. You know, trying to get from 6 furlongs to 7 furlongs with a horse that, really doesn't want to go that far. You have to be conservative. You have to really make your run at the exact right time, and you cannot time a run any better than Joel just timed this run on Squints. Pretty remarkable right there.
Showing on the outside here in the 3, Joel. Yeah, just by a whisker. Nose down at the right time to get by you. Look, big effort and defeat for Iridescent. Well, what an effort from Squints, who, this horse usually is much more forward.
Joel, you could see me being in that position. Joel is almost like, I got you. He kind of stopped using the crop and was just well measured. I mean, that was too close to comfort for me, but he's the one out there.
Did you usually know in these tight finishes if you won?
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell for the most part if you won, but I don't know. That was a little bit close. That was closer than I'd be comfortable with.
Wow. Here comes Squints, not even in your picture yet. There he is.
And he tried to chase the pace with Squints. This horse would have flattened out. He made that conscious decision to sit off the pace and actually let Iridescent got into a dogfight early. Iridescent ran one powerful race because he absorbed all the pressure from the outside and he got chased. He ran a remarkable race. You're like too good to lose, but Squints just timed it right.
9-2 start to this pick 6, and Joel Rosario, one of the coolest, calmest in the business, just at the right time here to get this victory.
Yeah, look, I said right after that I'm so lucky that I didn't get to say the bad stat about Squints, because I would have get stuffed in a locker again here. This horse had been short prices in his last 3 starts. I guess maybe Joel Rosario is that good.
Well, it was a couple summers ago. He was winning everything. He was chasing all-time stakes record in a single season. unfortunately got injured a little bit, didn't quite get to that number, but he had just had an Eclipse Award winning year, and he was sensational, but he's always pretty darn good, isn't he?
You know, we get asked this question a lot, and how much of it is the horse and how much of it is the jockey? And, you know, you can't really put a value on that because it's situational. In this situation, Joel Rosario made the difference. Undoubtedly, he's the one that actually made the difference between winning and losing.
I know we're going to sign off here. You said you never felt pressure. Is there a guy who's calmer in the room or on a horse than Joel?
Nah, Joel, he's calm everywhere. You can just see him walking around. He just smiles. Very relaxed. He might be part Jamaican.
Could be. Easy does it for Joel, just up on Squints to start this pick six. That's it for the three of us. Next crew taking over after a timeout. A lot more to come, including the late pick five as our Thursday coverage from historic Saratoga continues right after this.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, welcome back. Saratoga Live continues on Fox Sports 2. Couldn't ask for a better day of thoroughbred racing. At the Spa, Thursday program continues. Great to have you with us here on Saratoga Live. Exciting second half of the program coming your way. You're just in time for the late pick five, in case you're just joining us. The feature is behind us, the Cab Callaway. We will recap today's races brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day is next. Race 6, good 2-year-old filly. Maiden Affair starts the late pick 5, challenging sequence, big fields. All get started in 23 minutes. Main track is fast. Turf courses are firm. Temperature around 80 degrees. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Major League All-Star, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey, Richie Migliori, Andy Serling, New York Racing Association analyst. Gentlemen, what are we most excited about today? What are you looking forward to most?
I'm actually looking forward to just covering these late races because I think we have an incredibly competitive series of races, culminating in the second to last race, the 9th race, which is essentially a non-winners of one race for fillies. Mares on the turf. I mean, is it 3-year-old straights or maybe olders? Non-winners of one. This is a crazy competitive race, and I think we're going to have some fun discussions and some very competitive races.
Yeah, and especially, and I have to give you credit, the videos that you sent out really kind of painted the picture. You've got to look at trips and turf races, and it's so important to go back and watch replays. And the replays you sent, I have to say, were extremely helpful.
I'm disappointed.
It's always fun to have newcomers. I mean, this is tough to start the pick 5. If you're joining in on the pick 5 here, you got about 9 first-time or 8 first-time starters. You got to start your way through and see if they're better than some of the horses that have started already.
Yeah, we'll be leaning on Maggie very shortly. That 2-year-old Paddock report coming your way. But in case you missed it a little bit earlier, the New York Stallion Series continuing. Cab Calloway division, man, big torpedo from his spectacular bid victory at Aqueduct to what he did today at Saratoga. Statement race.
He said, "Heidi, Heidi, ho" to this field. And I like the fact that Eric Cancel was aggressive and center in the front, Richie. When you ride the best horse, ride him like the best horse.
I agree with you. And Eric rode him with supreme confidence. He's just better than this group. A nice run from the maiden, Courtly Banker. But the big torpedo, to put this kind of separation, Paul, that easily, he's a really nice player.
I think each start he keeps getting more professional. If you look at him, he's just, as you say, straight and strong, but he's just doing everything right. He's not bobbing and weaving. He's doing everything that's being asked. He got to the front end so easily, and then he's the big torpedo for a reason. The big old boy can finish, and this is a key race to finish this race in a mile on the turf.
We've already seen one New York bred win a stake here, and we're going to see more New York breds win open stakes here. This is the kind of horse, maybe, Tom Morley seems to think, maybe he thinks wait towards the end of the meet, a race like the Saranac. This is a very, very good horse.
Winning by that wide a margin, Richie, like in that race, hammering quality competition, and now doing so in sprint races, and now at a middle distance of the mile and showing some versatility.
Well, he possesses good speed. He's not a horse that needs the lead by any means, but when you're on the best horse, like Eric Cancel was in this situation, let them run. Let everybody else get tired chasing you. You're just the best horse. Don't get cute. Don't be fancy. Eric rode a really good race the other day and was disqualified. And then maybe that sounds, counterintuitive, right? He got disqualified. But he actually rode a great race until the point of contact. He rode another good race today, and I think, confidence is key, particularly with a guy like Eric who doesn't get all the prime mounts all the time.
As a result of that DQ, yeah, that one had to feel that much sweeter for Eric Cancel, the big torpedo, most impressive in the Thursday feature here at Saratoga. We turn the page, as promised, with 2-year-old Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift Farm, home of 5-time champion General Sire, into mischief. There's the field. Maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies. Where's the money going on the 10? Brindy for trainer Christophe Clement, right on cue. When we come back, world-class trainer Christophe Clement running a pair of fillies in this upcoming 6th race. And tomorrow, no evidence by Spendthrift stallion Vacoma in the opener. You'll meet him next on Saratoga Live.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
955, 200, 200 down, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site? Lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
"17 minutes out late, Pick 5. The celebration continues. Welcome back. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but ain't track anywhere anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started.
I saw Andy out there before. You looked good.
What happened to the cardboard boxes?
Well, you need the cardboard box. It just doesn't feel the same.
I'm kind of with you. Cardboard box outside of the mall.
That's impressive.
That used to be my gig back in the day. Yeah, popping and locking.
I was home having some ice cream while that was going on.
Downtown Saratoga. And, of course, when you're focused on the racing, what you need is that Naira Bets account. Sign up today at NairaBets.com. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after your first deposit at any track. Anywhere, anytime, join now at NairaBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Next, it's Saratoga. Always exciting Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Field updated odds. 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Brindy for Christophe Clement. Andy, the Clement runners look strong going in. Brindy, the first-time starter, and Moongate, who has the experience to her inside. They'll break side by side.
Yeah, and while I prefer Brindy, I think the early money might be a lot because Irad Ortiz is riding. And Richie, and Paul as well, I don't know how anybody looks at the race that Moongate was in and Abiento, the number 2, was in, where Abiento was 4 wide around the field and Moongate was sort of slipping up the rail the whole way. Why would you prefer Moongate over Abiento, who I clearly thought ran the better race?
Yeah, I would agree. You know, ground loss. The other filly was able to work out a good trip with Johnny Velasquez. Had every opportunity and then just didn't finish the deal. And Abiento was wide throughout, and they weren't that far apart.
Yeah, when you look at the pick 3s, Abiento is actually lower than the 9 and the 10, both Clement runners. But in the doubles, it kind of switches, so it's kind of a little weird in here. And then you do got Shri DeVoe in here, who has a horse in here, the 7. She's not really great with her first-time starters, but she still can get it done. And then I think Will Rain, obviously, for Gary Barber and Mark Cassidy, good connections. Usually that will show up at the window, and you'll know if that horse is live.
Christophe Clement, as we mentioned, that powerful 1-2 punch here. Brindy, the first-time starter. And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but look at this. Some of the best Clement-trained 2-year-olds, Paul, to have debuted and won at Saratoga. Impressive list.
Yeah, I'm still wondering how Pizza Bianca won that race from where she was down on the rail. Then Plum Ali was so talented, Cityman. And then Carson's Run. Listen, the summer is a very good race over at Woodbine. Usually produces very good horses. I always thought it was a tough race. And Cityman was always talented, too, as well. That's a pretty good list.
Christophe Clement. So the 2-year-old fillies coming up here. And then tomorrow, Clement to unveil another first-time starter. His name is No Evidence, subject of Maggie's 2-year-old report.
Here is No Evidence. It's a Vekoma colt. He runs, entered him this morning for Friday. Might be the only Vekoma first time on the grass, but we'll give it a go. We like him.
Is the grass, you're going there because of the bottom side of the pedigree?
Without a doubt. The mother's a winner on the grass, the stakes for on the grass. The second dam on the Yaddo was also turf. It's turf first, second, and third dam.
Got it.
I worked him several times on the dirt, hoping to make him dirt. Unfortunately, he just has an affinity for the turf. And I had a very good work the other day on the grass, so it's time to run.
Excellent.
Not the best with the gates. That's the only little fear when running 5.5.
Right.
Misbehave a few times, so we have to work on it. He comes out well, but he misbehaves sometimes inside. You have no room for hiccups when he's sprinting on the grass.
For you, would you rather him be drawn inside or outside, middle?
It doesn't matter. With
Okay.
Joel, you'll probably be at the back anyway, and just gonna make him finish.
Got it.
First thing Joel gets to decide, you know?
Yeah.
Wherever he wants to be is good for us.
So Vekoma, we've seen him just get off to a big start with his freshman crop. Talk about buying him. Like, was he a horse that,
It was a
immediately went on the
no-brainer
list?
because he was at Kinsman Farm, and we have a great relationship with Kinsman Farm. As a result, we actually saw him develop there, and that was a big edge. So the breeze is almost irrelevant. We knew him at the farm and liked him a lot, so we just decided to pursue him, regardless of how he performed that day. And it turned out he actually worked quite well that day.
So watch him at the gate. No evidence. Appreciate the time, Miguel Clement. Tomorrow's first race, another Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Number 1, Governor Sam, 8-5 morning line favorite. Outside post. No evidence, 5-2. Second choice by Spendthrift Stallion Vekoma. Off to a blazing start. This time, first start on grass. As mentioned, that's tomorrow's first race post time. 1:10 Eastern. Maggie's all over the place from the Clement stable to the paddock right behind us with eyes fixed on these 2-year-old fillies. Maggie, what are you seeing?
Yeah, this is a fun field, Lafitte, as we'll begin with number 1 on the rail for trainer Joe Sharp. That's Flirting with Time. She sold for $80,000 at the OBS April sale, as she is that one that watching the sale and looking at her here, she looks as though she might want more ground than this 5.5 furlongs. She is a bit longer and stretchier, and watching that breeze, she definitely, just covered a lot of ground, which I like, and she looks like she should here in the paddock. She's been very professional and incredibly fit, one of the more fit-looking first-time starters. According to the DRF Clocker report, she has been showing good gait speed, though, so that's a good combination, though fading late. But that's often what happens when you have turf horses working on the dirt. They will travel well until, they kind of come off the bridle and are asked, and that's when you'll see them struggling. I like her, and I think she's a generous price right now, 14-1. Like I said, she might want more ground than this, but she's done everything right so far in the prelims. Moving on to number 3, Gathered for trainer Graham Motion. And you'll find that a lot of these horses coming from Fair Hill, people don't know what to do with them because their works there are just, they're not really done by actual clockers, so there will be no buzz regarding these horses. I like what I'm seeing from her, at least when it comes to what she's doing today. She looks like a turf sprinter, being a daughter of Collected. Actually, his progeny so far have been better going longer on the turf, but the dam, she won first time out as a 2-year-old, and she's actually half to multiple stakes winning and greatest stakes place dirt router Divine Miss Gray, but I think she should be A-okay doing what she is today. She's more built downhill. She has really elevated hindquarters, which, she will kind of even herself out in her frame as she gets older. But she's acting like she has been here before and done this. She is just really calm and relaxed. Sometimes you do catch a horse off guard at first asking, but from a fitness perspective, she's incredibly well prepared, and I like what I'm seeing from her. As we'll move on to number 7, Good Conduct for Cherie DeVoe. We'll see what we get from these without paroles. He's had 5 winners from 13 juvenile starters overseas, so we don't know what they're going to do here necessarily, but a homebred by John Gunther. The dam only made 1 start, and it was on the turf. If you go back a generation, the second dam, Devil by Design's greatest stakes winner on synthetic sprinting, totally dappled, but it has a lovely frame. But the thing is Cherie DeVoe, it feels like she doesn't crank her horses up to win first time out. If they're winning first time out, they're purely doing it on talent. And this one just looks as though a start would be beneficial, really healthy, but again, more so taking the wait and see approach. Well, we heard from Miguel Clement regarding Brindy, number 10 in here. She's taking all the early money. She looks ready. She's on the muscle. She's like, let's rock and roll here in the paddock. And she's well spotted for these conditions. She looks like a turf sprinter. She's kind of bred a bit that way, to say the least. But definitely the money she's taking is meaningful, and she backs it up with what I see here in the paddock. Lafitte?
Brindy, Maggie, 5-2, 8 minutes out. Circling back to the filly you just touched on, Good Conduct, number 7, the first-time starter, co-owned and bred by John Gunther. Gunther, who bred Triple Crown winner Justify. There she is, riders up. And Good Conduct, trained by Cherie DeVoe. Richie, off to a fast start this meet. The 6 runners, the next one that does not hit the board will be the first.
Yeah, they're all running well, and she actually ran 2 horses in one race, so she couldn't win with both of those, and they were first and third.
Well, they could have dead heated. I mean, if she was any good, they'd have dead heated.
Yeah,
Come on.
Yeah, that's the rider's fault. But and honestly, listen, she does a great job. Her horses look good. They run to their looks. But I'm really happy to see Declan Carroll, former rider, his dad David Carroll, trained as her assistant up here, and he really looks like he's just settled into that role very nicely.
Part of the team. Great start, 3 wins opening week. As Maggie mentioned, doesn't normally crank up the first-time starters. Trainers that win with first-time starters, it's very often it's not a matter of who can and who can't. It's a matter of intent.
Well, absolutely. A lot of trainers almost hope their horses don't win first time because then they have another chance against maidens. They don't, have to go against winners right away. They get an opportunity to really learn and develop.
That's one of the ways the game's evolved. In the old days, all the old school trainers, they never went with first-time starters.
Charlie Whittingham.
Sometimes you had a horse that was just too good. You couldn't hold it back. It's not that they're holding it back, but they feel you give them time. Nick Zito, somebody. But I think a lot of things changed because one of the things for trainers, especially younger trainers, winning in Saratoga is the way to get more owners. And they're up here. You're on display at Saratoga. So we see more first-time stars win now because I think there's a pressure. And sometimes I wonder, is it necessarily good for the overall experience for the horse?
I remember Doug O'Neill telling me, Doug O'Neill used to be about a 3% first-out trainer, and he said, listen, it's turned into what have you done for me lately with a lot of these people, and they want return on their investment early, so he had to change his program around.
And they want to win at Del Mar. They want to win in Saratoga.
Yep.
Let's see which 2-year-old filly wins at Saratoga. You saw flirting with time. There's Abiento, the edge and experience.
Yeah, and a horse that ran really well last time. You're getting 4-1 with Dylan Davis.
Gathered. Number 3, Maggie said a pro, Eclipse Thoroughbred partner, first-time starter.
I respect anything that Graham Motion sends out the track. Not a ton of successful turf pedigree.
Will Ray, number 5, Gary Barber owned, first-time starter by War of Will.
Yeah, I mean, War Will, there's turf pedigree. He has not had a lot of success so far with firsters, but I respect anything that Mark Cassie's sending out.
2 scoops, Presque Isle Downs Shipper, 1 race on synthetic.
Timothy Ham's very good with 2-year-olds. This filly's going to really have to improve.
Number 7, aforementioned Good Conduct, lots to like, people around her winning.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot ignore how well Cherie's horses are running, and this horse has some pedigree.
Number 8, Never Really Know, first-time starter, Cassie Family Affair.
Yeah, Norm this time. He's about 13%. Ricardo Santana aboard. He caused an upset earlier in the card.
Moon Gate, first of 2 for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, I would go with the other Clement simply because I just thought Abiento ran so much better than this horse first time out, but obviously live.
We'll revisit her first race. There is a Brindy, 3-1 tepid choice.
Yeah, and you got to love, I would think, if you like this horse, that the workouts aren't that fast and this horse is getting played.
On the outside, Annie Goodbody draws in.
Gets it off the AEs, and it's a first foal from this dam. I didn't find a ton, but I could say it's a Warfront, and Warfront is a sensational turf sire, and sire in general.
Late pick 5 starts here. Tough, challenging sequence. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Post time 4 minutes. Another look at Moon Gate. John Velasquez aboard, 2 wins yesterday. Unlike most, she has that experience. Andy, her debut. Aqueduct, she runs well. Moon Gate, solid effort, finishing 3rd. Abiento 4th behind a very nice filly in Warming.
She did run fine in here, but she got a delicious trip just sitting on the rail the whole way and angling out. Whereas Abiento's number 7 and 5th right now was 4 wide, stacked up around every bit of the turn. And Abiento barely finishes behind this horse. I just think, considering how wide she was, that she ran the better race, Richie.
But I think you made the most important distinction. She was wide the entire turn. It wasn't like she got to save ground and then you angle out and you get spun a little wide in the stretch. Being wide the entire turn, she lost substantial ground.
And I'm not completely convinced that she didn't get sideswiped a tiny bit when pushed out a little bit, which could have taken a little bit of breath out of her. I'm with Andy. I thought she ran a bang-up race.
Moongate Abiento exiting what looks like a live race. Warming under consideration for the P.G. Johnson at the end of the meet. Abiento and Richie a good post this time that should make a big difference for Dylan Davis?
Well, yeah, a better post. She's going to get to save ground. And just having that experience is probably going to take him into the race the right way. Not going to have to be guided into the race. A lot of first-time starters, even if they've worked well, they've never been amongst these many horses, and they've never seen a pace like they're going to encounter in the afternoon compared to the morning. In the morning, it's always much more of a controlled exercise.
Will Rain, the first-time starter by War of Will. Andy, expectation, what do you think today?
I don't have an opinion, to be honest with you. I respect that Mark's horses have been running. Flavien Prat's a terrific rider. I would take more of a wait-and-see approach, but I'm not going to dismiss horses from a barn that clearly came here with their 2-year-olds ready to roll. Though the ones we've seen win, they've had experience behind them, and that's why I prefer Abiento, basically because of the same reasons Richie's talking about, having that experience. So I'm going to lean to horses that have run, but I'm scared of the 10. The problem with a horse like the 10 is you're just not sure if it's sort of good information money or it's I'd rather tease money, or both.
And Maggie, what are you observing pre-race, the warm-up here with Will Rain?
Is correct. I mean, Mark said it himself in that it feels like getting horses a start prior to making their debuts up here in Saratoga has been essential. So yes, I think the horse, the 2 horse of Mark's is probably a better proposition than the 5 in here, Will Rain, as she is a daughter of War of Will. We'll see how she performs in this turf sprint, which War of Will, he's had 1 winner on the turf, but that was going long. The Dam, she was a 2-year-old stakes winning dirt sprinter, so there is some sprint on the bottom side of the pedigree, and you can kind of see that with the way she's put together. Look how built downhill she is. You know, she's got these really elevated hindquarters into this big, broad shoulder, so that physical makeup screams sprinter. And she looks as though she should be A-okay on the turf here. Just wish she looked fitter. And I just thought Abiento is the one of the Cassie, too, that you want because she just looks that much more fit than her stablemate. And we'll see what we get from her, as I didn't love the workout reports either, for the fact that in hindsight, the horse that she'd been working with, She's a Gamer, she ran poorly on debut here last week for Mark. And she actually got outbroke by She's a Gamer, battled with her, and you know, finished up sides of her, but still it's not that promising. It could be apples to oranges, though, when you talk about, you know, morning to afternoon and the relative performances. Moving on to number 9, Moongate for Christophe Clement. It's funny, actually, Mark Cassie said to me, Maggie, who is the Christophe's 9 horse by? And I said Authentic. He's like, wow, she's very beautiful and very athletic, and she is. I don't have notes on her. I did not cover her first race. I thought she looked as though she got tired in the latter stages after showing some decent speed. But she's very fit today, and she is beautiful. Such a pretty and athletic filly. She knows it's game time now in her second start. I respect her and what I'm seeing today, but I couldn't get over the Grand Motion trainee. That's number 3, Gathered. You want the best mover out there? It was her, and she's just been so professional. It's remarkable how well Graham has these horses prepared, considering they've been at Fair Hill. They've never been around a racetrack and energy like this, you know, multiple times or multiple mornings. It's so quiet and tranquil there. That's why a lot of high-strung horses perform best when training at Fair Hill. But for a baby to come here and take this all in as well as she has, she got that beautiful solo warm-up from Manny Franco. I'm going to take her at a decent 7-1, guys.
Team that brought you the 2019 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf winner, Sharing, Eclipse Thoroughbred, Grand Motion, Manny Franco, Gathered at 7-1.
I'm right there with Maggie about this one. She's a half to a horse named Divine Dawn, who was a stakes-placed winner on turf. Her mother, Seattle Gray, won on debut, albeit on dirt, but it speaks of precocity. And going back to the beginning of May, the spacing of her works are identical. She has not missed a beat. That tells me more than times of works. It tells me that a horse is doing good. They're healthy. Their training's been uninterrupted.
Paul, you went with Will Rain.
Yeah, I like this horse. I understand War Will hasn't gotten off to the best. I love that Flavian's aboard. I like that the horse is getting bet here a little bit, and I have a feeling the horse is going to be the quicker of the Cassie horses. Now, that might not be the case. The 2 might break a lot better and be involved a little bit more early in the race.
You went with Abiento. Andy, what do you want to see early on?
Or in front by 6 or 7.
Okay, I'm sure they'll.
Cruising along
Yeah,
in a
we see
slow
that all the
pace.
time in turf sprints, all the time.
You asked. I
5
don't
to
care
1
about what happens. I
Abiento.
think I hope she breaks well. You always hope they break well. But I'm sort of more interested in where they are. She's about 30 yards to wire.
This late pick 5 sequence tough enough?
It is. It's
for ya?
really competitive, but there are some fun races for us to talk about and show on our show. I hope people are excited to watch them. I know I am.
I'll get started right here, right now. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Final check of the tote board reading 5-2. Brindy, the choice at post time as she steps forward. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time, race 6 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Makes the feet. Here's the daughter of Warfront, Annie Goodbody. They're in the gate. Got one restless in the middle. Couple of riders jumping off. Send it back down to Lafitte.
Jose Ortiz jumping off. Good conduct, not unexpected. All the lack of experience, the first-time starters. Richie, first day on the job for her, and Ortiz, who banged up his hand a little bit, he was trying to shake it off and looks just fine.
Yeah, he looks fine. She looks fine. Vet checked her out. Now she'll be reloaded and hopefully mind her manners.
Frank, take 2.
Here we go. And they're off. And Moongate comes out very nicely. Here's Flirting with Time, flying through along the inside to take that lead. Never Really Know, and gathered her 3rd and 4th through the opening furlong. Then comes Abiento. Brindy is moving up willingly, all the way up within 3 lengths of the pace. 2 Scoops just shuffled back a couple of spots. Racing on the outside of Will Rain, Annie Goodbody second to last, and Good Conduct is at the back of the field. Flirting with Time went the quarter in 21 and 4, pressed by Moongate, who's right off her flank in second. Another 3 back to Brindy, who's trying to move in from 3rd. Down at the rail, Never Really Know is 4th. And on the outside of them, Abiento with the white cap trying to launch a bit, as is Will Rain. Will Rain really picking it up with a furlong left to go. And Moongate is the leader. Center of the race course, here comes Will Rain. Brindy is in between them. Will Rain just trying to straighten up. Abiento going with her. Abiento hand-ridden to the front late. Will Rain on the outside, and Brindy, it's Abiento just in front of Will Rain. Abiento defeats Will Rain. Behind them, Brindy, and Good Conduct with an eye-catching late rally.
Beat goes on for trainer Mark Cassie. Abiento graduates in her 2nd career start. Will Rain, her own worst enemy in the stretch. Abiento straight. Will Rain was not. Perhaps the difference, 2, 5, 10.
And 1-2 for Mark Cassie here, and the one with experience. The experience helped, Richie.
Yeah, the experience helped. She worked out a much better trip this time. That inside post allowed her. She came wide into the stretch, but she got to save ground early. She drafted right in behind Brindy. And midway through the far turn, I was saying to you guys, those two were traveling best of all. I mean, Abiento was carrying Dylan Davis up into the race. A little bit green from the 5. Will Rain ran extremely well by War of Will, a classic winner and a Grade 1 winner on turf. That's a pretty potent combination as a sire.
Yeah, you know what? Flavian Pratt gave the 5 a perfect ride. You might think the 5 is really wide, but saved a ton of ground. Swung to the outside. Actually had the measure of the 2, and you got to give the 2 credit because the 2 was able to put that horse away. And I think when the 2 put the 5 away, the 5 switched to the wrong lead, kind of discouraged him a little bit. You know
Cost
what I mean?
her. Yeah. In the end, made no difference to Mark Cassie, and a 4th win, I believe, at the meet. And with the 2-year-olds and before the meet started, he'd said this is the best he had felt coming into these Saratoga meets, specifically with his young, developing 2-year-old prospects.
No, and as we said before, they've all had experience. There have been 4 wins, 3 2-year-olds, one of them an older horse, a maiden race. All of the wins in maiden races. You got to have maidens. You come to Saratoga, you got to be live, and Mark came here with the right horses. And I think you'll hear trainers say this all the time. Graham Moshe say to me, I thought I brought the right horses, and trainers say, and you try to bring horses you think are competitive at the most competitive meet in the country all year, and clearly so far Mark Cassie has done just that.
Andy Paul exact a 5-1 over 5-1.
That'll happen once. Haley's Comet will be coming before that happens again. Paulie, what do you think?
Yeah,
I can't believe this horse is 5-1. And it's funny. I mean, I just don't. I think this was one, you talked about replays. If you watch the replay, there is no way you bet the 9 over this horse. You might not bet either one. But there's no way you take the 9 over this horse if you watch the replay.
Well, and I think that underscores that people just see the result. They go, oh, well, that horse finished in front of that horse. But if you watch the trip, you know, how is Moongate 7-2 and Aviento 5-1? It should have been flip-flop.
I think the other thing that I want to encourage people, I understand the workout reports are great. But if a horse has never worked over the surface, I discount it. I don't care if the horse worked it. They grade him in whatever C minus. I don't care if the horse has worked a C minus on dirt. The race is on turf.
Will Rain by War of Will. Richie mentioned grade 1 winner, dirt, turf, runner-up effort. He'll improve, he'll mature, the talent is there. Once he figures it all out, he's going to be just fine.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, Will Rain was a little bit slow out of the gate, a little bit slow early, kind of figuring it out. When she finally dropped her head and got to running, she was still a bit green in the lane. Jumped leads and back and forth.
I don't think she got squeezed either. I think she just kind of just
broke a little slow.
Yeah.
One thing I would say is I wouldn't want to get carried away with horses that close into this race, because the race dynamics, all the closers, the way the race was run, all of the horses that were coming from behind benefited from a pace that kind of collapsed. So you could argue that the winner and the second horse both kind of moved into the race in the right way. Is that fair?
No, that's very fair. But the runner-up did break slow.
Probably ran the best race.
Yeah.
Tracy Farmers, Aviento, Dylan Davis in the 6 Saratoga results. When we come back, plus big weekend in the 3-year-old ranks. Dornick, Belmont winner on the Jersey Shore. What'll he do in the Haskell and Mindframe? Another shot at Dornick. Will he avenge his Belmont defeat?
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is just the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live. A gorgeous Thursday afternoon for the second week of racing up here at the spa. And speaking of the weather, well, he's been hot. The man to my left right now, that's Mark Cassie, really getting off to an auspicious start, Mark. And you said it to me opening week that you had a plan for this Saratoga meet. And wow, have you executed with success?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, we've come here many times and got our butts whipped. So
I was bound and determined, so I changed things, and it's worked so far.
And you've really, really delivered with your 2-year-olds, especially the ones that you got starts into, as we just saw with Albiento, and your other horse running second, just showing a little greenness and finishing behind his experienced stablemate.
Yeah, you know what? We were fortunate. We had some owners step up and buy a lot of young yearlings, and we have a great training center. I have a great crew in Florida, and all these guys got ready down there, and the plan was to try to get a start into them if we could. I think the filly Will Rain that was second, she ran very green. I think with the start she's going to be even tougher. So yeah, happy both of them ran well, and couldn't ask for a better outcome.
Won't be getting 5-1 next time on her, but talk a little bit about that training center. You spend a lot of your time there.
I spend about 8 months there, and so it's kind of our fair hill. It's where everything, we get them ready. We can breeze 5/8 of a mile out of the gate. We actually can have them okayed out of the gate. So everybody gets ready there, and then I send them to wherever I feel they suit best. And if there's a problem, they come home and rest, and it works very well for us.
Well, luckily you found a lot suited to the spa here. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Casse really firing on all cylinders with his team and the horses that he brought here to Saratoga, guys.
He's not messing around. There's a reason Mark Casse is in Hall of Fames, plural, in multiple countries.
And one of his biggest strengths is being a scout. He can identify talent in a young horse. To me, it's akin, Paul, to a guy being able to go to a Little League game or a high school game and say, that's the one. That one's going to be all right.
Yeah, I mean, he's very good. And Mark, leans on some beautiful owners, too, as well. I mean, Mr. Barber's a great owner, and obviously Tracy Farmer, phenomenal owner is Tracy, too. But Mark's delivered so far this meet. I don't know what his change has been. I guess it's a secret.
It's all working. Yes. It's all working for Mark Casse, a 4th win here at the meet. Race number 7 coming up next, 19 minutes out, the late pick 4. Meantime, with our sights set on the 3-year-old activity this weekend, we think back to the only Curlin winner to have gone on to win the DraftKings Travers. This was a scene a decade ago, VE Day. Watch this, VE Day, charging late, and he picks off Wicked Strong. God, I hope Rajiv isn't watching.
Yeah, he came and he nailed Wicked Strong, and it was a tougher beat for the rider of Wicked Strong, Rajiv Mirage, than the trainer of Wicked Strong, Jimmy Jerkins, because, he trains VE Day as well.
Yeah, and Jimmy is having great success now over in Saudi Arabia. They just started their new meet, and he is just
good man,
crushing it. A tremendous horseman, and he had both his horses primed for their best efforts this day. And it's a shame that one wasn't a dead heat.
That was quite a run that horse put in, and there's a couple of horses in this race. The 2 horses has a different name.
Tomorrow's Curlin, you see the field there. It's early race 3, the restriction for 3-year-olds who have not won a stakes race this year. Unmatched Wisdom, drawn inside. He is undefeated. The sky's the limit. Andy, 4 to 5 morning line choice, his latest at Aqueduct. Unmatched Wisdom, unchallenged, and strolls home.
When this horse broke his maiden, Chad Brown, who, all trainers, they get excited by their horses, but you usually temper your enthusiasm. He was very clear to me. He said, I think this could be a Travers contender. I mean, obviously a long way from a maiden win, but he got a 98 buyer, very impressive, beating older horses with a good trip and, able to control. But he's fast and he's good, and he has a real chance in this race to go on and try to do what VE Day did.
Well, interesting that this is the first time he's running against straight 3-year-olds. Both of his efforts were 3 and up, right? So he's already faced older horses, and he looks like a jockey's dream. He has natural speed, but he waits on the rider to ask him what to do, to give him direction. He doesn't get keen. And from the inside, Flavien can let him run out of there. And then if somebody goes crazy, he can lay second. But he's going to put himself in the right spot.
It's interesting. He was a 2-year-old purchase, a Cairo Prince they bought for $450,000. Didn't make it to the races until the spring of his 3-year-old year. But he's very quickly establishing himself as well worth that money.
There was an illness. He did get sick for a while. Unmatched Wisdom, and Paulie, it's a pivotal race in the Curlin because that's going to determine how aggressive the team is, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown, in terms of pushing on to the next step, which would be the DraftKings Travers.
Yeah, I think it's a pivotal point, and I think the other thing is after his debut, when he ran that 98 buyer, I think a lot of people were like, okay, let's see if he can do it on fast. And he did. I thought that was a good race last time. He's a big, long, striding son of Cairo Prince. You would think, knowing Chad, he'd be a horse for the turf because Cairo Princes actually do like the turf. I think he does get a test, though, from Timeout. I think he does. That's the one horse in here because Timeout, blinkers on, first time doing something, going distance for the first time. So
no, he went a mile and eighth last time. He went a two-turn mile and eighth last time.
It was the first time going 2 turns with blinkers. So he's going to get a little test.
He apparently worked well with Arthur's Ride.
Arthur's Ride, who is
I assume Whitney
bound, we believe, yes. So, yeah, biggest test to date on Match Wisdom tomorrow in the Curlin. On Saturday, it is Monmouth, signature day of thoroughbred racing. All eyes on the 3-year-olds on the Jersey Shore. Grade 1 Naira Betts Haskell Field drawn Monday. $1 million purse. We'll see about Fierceness. Very possible he defects and winds up in the Jim Dandy. Top 2 finishers in the Belmont Stakes here. Dornick, Mindframe, Paul. They'll meet again in the Haskell.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting how the racetrack plays down there at the Jersey Shore. I think now they do know with the shorter fields, it's going to help Dornick out because he's going to be able to go to the front end at all costs, Mig. I think he's the kind of horse that you have to be ridden kind of like if they have to go 109, you got to go 109 and deal with it. And Mindframe, if he grows at all from this effort, he's going to be tough.
Yeah, we saw Mindframe kind of ducking out from pressure. He'd never been under that kind of pressure. His first 2 races he won so easily. I think he kind of confused him. But when he went back down to Dornick found again. He's a horse that likes a fight.
There's so much focus on Mindframe wandering, shying from the crop, and that becomes the focal point, not so much on Dornick and his tenacity in deep stretch.
And I'll tell you something, he got the perfect draw. I read a crazy comment that they were, Danny Gargan, maybe I misread it, was thinking of scratching because he drew the rail. This horse has run 2 extremely good races, both of them digging down inside. This horse likes running inside. You want to be inside. This is not the Kentucky Derby breaking from post 1 and 20. This is going to be a 6-horse field breaking from post 1. If he were my horse, I'd be thrilled with drawing the rail.
Particularly inside speed at Monmouth is usually pretty darn good.
It's tough to launch from way out of it at Monmouth, put it that way, yeah.
Chase for a 3-year-old title to be decided in these races this weekend. The Haskell and Curlin. Next weekend, Jim Dandy on Fox. All roads leading to the DraftKings Travers and Pennsylvania Derby at Parks in September. And here at Saratoga, race number 7, start of the late pick 4. Another easy race for the handicapper and horse players at home, Andy.
I'm making one of my bankroll bets in this race. I'm looking forward to it, but this is an absolute war. This is the kind of race you get in Saratoga, and a lot of ways to go in here for sure.
13 minutes out. Johnny Velasquez rides Furious Anger. Holds just about every record there is to hold at Saratoga. Lots to smile about yesterday, getting that first win of the season, most wins, money earned, etc. Not done yet. Johnny V padding those stats. That's next on Saratoga Live.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Betts. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Betts. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
They say breed the best to the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside. And
but you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Vekoma, the one to catch. Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Vekoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Vekoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 7, starter allowance, 1 mile, Wilson Chute field, and updated odds. Tough race. Own the field at 3-1, 5-2 now. Dipping into your bankroll.
I am.
Are we, Andy?
I didn't have any plays on yesterday's car, which is a good thing because my opinion sucked the entire day. So I'm going to make a few win bets on today's car. I thought Principe Doro, the number 2, interested me. The last time this horse ran, it was a day that you really wanted to save ground. You wanted to be down on the inside. We call it a gold rail. He was wide the entire way around the racetrack and still ran a very creditable speed figure of 75, suggesting to me if he had had a fair trip or in a fair track, he could have run closer to the 85 Beyer speed figure, 82. He ran 3 back or even better. Those are the kind of numbers that can win this race. He has some back for him to get it done, and I think the favorite Reserve Currency or the co-favorite's a little bit vulnerable. And Own the Field, the horse I think currently might be the favorite. He's okay, but I'm not afraid of anybody, and so a decent enough price, I'm betting 50 to win on Principe Doro.
I didn't hear a thing after my opinion sucked yesterday.
Well, at least I'm man enough to admit it.
Maggie, your opinions cannot suck in terms of observation in the horses pre-race for the 7th at Saratoga.
Sometimes I think they do, Levine, but I think this is a wide open affair as there's some very good looking horses in here. We'll start with one that is a price coming in from Churchill, and it just feels like all of these horses coming in from Kentucky have to be respected, even if they look a little bit slower on paper. It feels like they are showing up. I got to admit, Furious Anger caught my eye, A, on replay, and B, here in the paddock, because my man is like Michael Jordan. Look at that tongue hang. Oh, you can't see it, but he has got his tongue hanging out of his mouth. He runs like that. I don't know. I've always had a thing for horses that run with their tongue out in the side. But he's just a good-looking horse. Looks so happy. Looks so healthy. And it's typical of Dale Romans, as I'm going to, mention the trainer for a minute. Well done, Dale. Dale's really slimmed down and looks really healthy, so I think it to be applauded, the work that Dale's done on himself. But I like his horse coming in here too. He was really tenacious last time out, battling on the front end throughout, held off the late closing favorite that day, and maybe a horse that's trending in the right direction as he does get back to just a mile around this 1.5 turns. Moving on to number 7, Reserve Currency. He's coming off the back of a blowout win in that non-3 for 25. Can be a little bit of a task when you graduate from those conditions, but Mike Maker picks him up out of that effort. Last time I saw him, he got a little hot in the paddock. He was also wearing a Houghton bit. Today, just a normal D-bit with the drop noseband, typical Mike Maker uniform on this guy who isn't hot, but still has good energy. I like what I'm seeing from him physically. If anything, I think he looks better today than what he did last time, so we'll see if he can take on a little stiffer competition. As we'll move on to his outside of number 8, Night Effect, Ignore the Turf Race. Getting back to his dirt efforts. Now, the last 2 and 3 back, they were around 2 turns, but his race going 4 back at the 1-turn mile at Aqueduct, good enough. But 2 back, Surface to Air, who beat him that day, came back in an allowance race and ran a 93 Beyer. So beaten by a horse that was in good form. This horse is so healthy. For lower profile connections, does get Kendrick Carmouche aboard, and while there does feel like there's other speed in here, you know that Kendrick at least is going to give him his best shot of being forward in this one, Lafitte.
Bump in stock. Richie, for your top selection, Night Effect at 7-1.
Yeah, I just think this horse is going to be forward. I like them turn back to the mile. And if you put a line through the 1 3/8 race last time, any one of his 2 previous efforts I think are good enough to be quite competitive here. And sometimes those races, like the mile and 3/8 on the turf, actually help you because it dirties up the form a little bit. And maybe you get a little bit more of a price than you might have.
Kendrick Carmouche looking for a second winner on the afternoon. Paul, how'd you see this one unfolding?
You know, I'm actually with Andy. I like the 2 in here. I like Prince Dioro. I think that horse, with the blinkers going on, Gustavo Rodriguez. You get Junior Alvarado aboard. I know Flavian Pratt does lead, but I think they push from the inside and then just, I think they dictate with the 2, to be honest with you. And hopefully the 8 coming out of those races is not as fast as the 2 and can back off a little bit.
Unless they're going slowly, I'm going to be concerned if the 2 is dictating. Because I worry there's a lot of pace near. I was hoping he'd sit 4th or 5th down on the inside, but we'll see.
Call to post. Race 7, 6 minutes out. Time for the late pick 4. There's Refua, claimed from Peter Walder by David Jacobson.
Yeah, he is not exactly a winning type with 14 seconds and just 1 win.
Andy and Paul going with the Ridgeling you're looking at, Principe de Oro.
Yeah, Bullet Drill coming in. I would think that was with blinkers, 2-time winner for this Ridgeling.
Number 3, Furious Anger. Johnny Velasquez takes over.
Comes in for Dale Romans, just got the win last time, additional claiming race. He's going to have to improve off of that to win here.
Then Michael Jordan, Tongue Wag, Furious Anger, then Proven Hope, trending in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but not maybe the worst long shot in here. The horse did get fractious at the gate last time. Maybe can turn around and get a piece.
Pursuit of Power, number 5, just graduated in his 7th start.
Yeah, tough to get a horse off a maiden win to win this race, but he's good enough that if you like him at 12-1, you could do worse.
On the field, number 6, Mike Maker saddled 2 winners yesterday.
Yeah, 2 winners yesterday. This one for Flying P, and this horse has gotten blinkers the last 2 starts, has improved, but 1-time winner in this field.
Reserve Currency, claimed from Ray Handel by Mike Maker.
His last race makes him maybe good enough on the surface of things, but he was on a very good rail. The rail is the place to be that day, and a very sweet trip. This is much tougher.
5-2 favorite, then Night Effect, who should be involved early.
Speed is his weapon, and Kendrick Carmouche is a great front-end rider, but I would think he's going to lay a little bit off the pace, but because if he gets in front, he might be tough with all these long-distance races in his pocket.
Lucency, Overlay, he's better than his latest.
Well, yes and no. I think if you're confident that he can run back to his races prior to his current trainer having him, then you could take him here. Yep. But the question is, how confident are you? But listen, there are things you can say positively about just about everybody in this race. That's why that's competitive.
Case in point, 2 for Charging, just 1 with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, the thing about this horse is for Old Tavern Farm, does this horse want the mile distance? Seems like the 6.5 or 7 furlongs might be a little better, but you do get Flavian aboard.
Wide open. 7th race, starter allowance, mile, Wilson Shoot. Another look at Reserve Currency. Let's revisit his latest, a mid-June Aqueduct facing similar. Reserve Currency, Richie, stalks the leaders, pounces, and draws away.
Yeah, and you know, he did this like he was the best horse. He was always sitting in the right position, just poised under Dylan Davis, and he runs away. He could get a similar trip today. I mean, I think he finds himself in another stalking spot, making his first start in the Mike Maker barn.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with that because this was an especially good trip because he got, we call it the inside-outside trip.
Sure.
It's better on turf than dirt in general, but when you have a track that's tilted towards the inside, which this track was, a track bias, where horses that raced on the inside had an advantage over horses that raced wider, he stayed on the rail for the first 3/4 of the race, and then he angled out. So he took advantage of the fact the track was playing a certain way, in my opinion. So I don't think it's the same as necessarily stalking. Now, we had a track that seemed inside yesterday. First couple of races on the dirt seemed the same way today, but then we saw race number 5 kind of fell apart. So I don't know if the track's playing that well, but I don't see him necessarily taking advantage of racing. I believe his performance last time was enhanced by the racetrack. That's my position.
I think that's a fair point, but you don't see him sitting in a similar spot today?
I'm not saying he couldn't get a decent trip, but I think he got an even better than, he got a great trip on a fair racetrack last time, and it's even better trip because I believe the track was biased. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense.
I'm not saying you're wrong that he can get a decent trip here, but I don't think he has good ones last time.
I think he's going to be laying 4th, 5th, following.
This is a lot tougher field than he was in with last time, Richie. A
lot
tougher.
I would agree with that. This is a tougher field.
Saw Rod Ortiz, a handful, trying to settle down Reserve Currency, who is the favorite. Then number 9 in Lucency. This was 2 starts back. Early May, Aqueduct, same level, Lucency. Paul, he's going to open up here, but he's not home yet.
Yeah, these are the type of races you don't really love to see when a horse opens up a little bit and then just going to get ripped at the wire and actually loses by about a full head. And the worst part about it is it's, going to be the horse on the inside. The horses that come up on the inside. I know the rail might have been good that day, but not supposed to lose this race.
What I want to say about that race, I think it's an important fact in this race. If you look at that race, it was 9 days after his prior race. He had been claimed in his prior start and claimed from a top horseman in Rick Dutrow. And I think it's what we call running back on the previous trainer's training. This is not an insult for the current trainer. It's smarts. I claim from a good trainer. The horse is in good form. I want to get this horse to run as well as he can. I want to run him fresh. The horse runs a big figure, better than the one before it. Then when the horse came back 5 weeks later, not off the last trainer's training, this horse ran a clunker. So the question is, how confident are you he can maintain that good form he had in the previous barns?
That's a good point. As we look at number 2, Principe de Oro, 5-1. Maggie, what are you observing here as the warm-up continues?
That I really liked what I saw from him as they put the blinkers on Gustavo Rodriguez, third off of the claim, now applying a pair of kind of bigger cheater cut blinkers. But Junior Alvarado immediately took him away from the pony, gave him a brisk warm-up, and just really moving well on the racetrack. So I like what I'm seeing, as Andy said, against the track last time at Aqueduct, and I think he makes a good deal of sense here as we'll move on to the other end of the starting gate with number 10. That is 2 for Charging. On form, he doesn't look quite as good as many of these, but you want a horse that's second off of a layoff. Now he's a 5-year-old. He almost is a spitting image of his sire, Will Take Charge. Huge, big, leggy. And sometimes I watch these warm-ups and think, man, which horse would I like to gallop? Maybe I should take Jorge Abreu up on the challenge that he says to me every morning if he ever sees me on a horse. I got some for you. I know which one I want to gallop now. It's 2 for Charging. Just that big kind of rocking horse, framed himself up beautifully. Again, I don't know, at least on form, he doesn't hint at being good enough to win this, but maybe he is on the tip of running his best career race. Will it be good enough here? That's the eternal question, Lafitte.
2 for Charging. Richie Wilson shoot outside box. How disadvantageous, if at all, versus horses drawn towards the inside like the guy you're looking at, Principe de Oro?
Well, I do think that it makes it a little more difficult. I think the shoot is really designed beautifully where it gives everybody a pretty fair chance, but I also think that Flavien is going to have to make more decisions than the inside runners, right? He doesn't want to get caught wide once they make that first 70-yard straightaway, and then they make that half a bend, right? So I think, ideally, I wouldn't want to be out there.
Own the field, Andy. Surprise, 2-1.
No, I mean, I think no horse should be 2-1 in this race.
Right.
I'm not surprised he's favored, but I can't imagine taking 2-1 in this race. This just seems like there are so many question marks. I did pick him second. I'm not saying I don't think he could win. I just wouldn't want 2-1 anyway.
That
It's a
competitive
tough
of a race.
To be honest with you, I thought 9-2 was a little short of my horse. I expected to get a much better price than him. I imagine he was higher in the morning line.
Final thought here, Paulie.
I do think the 2, I like the 2. I think the 7's the other horse. I think the blinkers changed that horse. That's just me.
At the gate, filing in. Time for the late pick 4 on this Thursday program from Saratoga. Frank Miramati standing by. It's post time, race 7, live on Fox Sports 2.
2 for Charging, the last one to load. Goes in. And they're off. Own the Field with the pink blinkers is vying for the early lead, immediately headed, however, by Night Effect. So it's Night Effect who goes on to take command. Lucency is a close-up third through the opening stages, 2 for Charging, racing in 4th. They are followed by Reserve Currency, 5th at this stage. Down at the rail comes Pursuit of Power. And on the outside, looking for room between rivals, is Principe de Oro. Principe de Oro is in a little bit tight as they make their way onto the back stretch. In that group as well is Refua. It's a gap of 3 back to Proven Hope, who is followed by Furious Anger. Down the backstretch, and it's Night Effect leading the way by a length. Lucency races in second with a half-mile to travel. They're followed by 2 for Charging. Own the Field along the inside is in the mix. Reserve Currency has asked for a little bit more at this stage. Racing on the inside of Refua, who's packed out 4 deep. That group followed by Principe d'Oro and Pursuit of Power. 3 lengths clear of Proven Hope, and at the back remains Furious Anger. They're coming toward the quarter pole. Lucency on the outside. Night Effect is down at the rail. These two have been prominent most of the journey. Slipping through is Pursuit of Power along the inside. And in the center of the racetrack, Reserve Currency, who's up to take the lead. Own the Field has gotten off the rail and is coming gamely in the pink blinkers. They're a furlong from the finish. Reserve Currency. Pursuit of Power is in second, followed by Own the Field in third. Reserve Currency takes over and opens up. It's Reserve Currency and Arad Ortiz to score by 3. Photo for second between Pursuit of Power and Own the Field. Then it was Night Effect in fourth.
Another win. Trainer Mike Maker, first after the claim. Reserve Currency lugging it in the stretch. In the end, straightened out for Arad Ortiz. Competitive race on paper. Won by a handsome margin in the end.
Yeah, I think he stepped up this race. He faced a tougher field. Got very strong ride from Arad Ortiz. I mean, he's a rider that demands from a horse, and he did it just right, Paul. He came down to the runner-up Pursuit of Power, who slipped through the rail, but he straightened up before he bothered him. And you could see Joel Rosario anticipating him coming all the way, but he stopped before he ever got him. Right in there. You see, like he was going to steady and come out over his heels, and then there was no reason to.
Yeah, there wasn't. And like I said, right before the race, the 5 did hold on for second there. I just think Reserve Currency in his 13th career start got blinkers, and it completely changed him. It was one of his best races he's ever run, and he came back with another W.
Yeah, and listen, so as you said, Richard, beforehand, he ended up getting that good stalking trip and taking advantage of it, and he ran. I'm not shocked he won. I'd bet against him if they ran the race again. I'm not saying he was going to win, obviously, but Principe d'Oro had significant early trouble in this race, which I think we're going to highlight.
Take a look at the head-on here. Kendrick Carmouche on Night Effect. He wanted the lead, and he was going to get there one way or the other, come hell or high water, Richie.
Yeah, keep an eye on the inside. There's starting a little bit of a jam up, right? Now, Kendrick on the outside, the red blinkers. Look at his arm. You see, when a rider throws a rein like that and they break their left arm all the way, and then, everybody towards the inside kind of got sifted in, and Junior had to steady.
Can we show that again one more time, in fact? Because as you'll see, Junior tried hard to be aggressive out, but they kind of even came in on a little at the start, and it sort of took him outside, and by the time they were heading to that turn, Junior was going to get completely and totally shut off, and it's nothing Junior's fault at all. Junior, frankly, did a very, very good job not making it worse, but that was one where the inside post really compromised him. This is not sour grapes. He was not winning this race.
Another look at the start.
Watch Richie talk about him on the inside.
No, he broke a touch slow. Now, you see, he's trying to send him.
He is.
But now, here comes the outside, and look he's running right at the inside rail there. He got forced into that gap, and he had no choice but to hit the brakes.
As soon as the 5 outbroke him, he said, I got to take back here now, or I'm going to get pinned to this rail. And then he was actually starting to make a little bit of a move, but he was getting steadied all the way down the backside.
The races are about your position coming out of the gate. And Junior tried to get position, but the post and the situation did not allow him to get a position. Once again, not sour grapes. He was not winning. But
it reminded me of when I was a kid and we'd go up to the Armory in Brooklyn and watch roller derby. He got cut off at the jam.
I thought you were like Jonathan E. in Rollerball.
Man, that
chanting. Original James Caan.
James Caan.
These guys are too young to remember that, but that was a great movie.
Mike Maker's like, I just won my 3rd race in 2 days. They're talking about what?
I saw it at the mall to drive-in.
Paradise Farms.
Another postcard coming to me.
Currency 7568. What a ride by Rosario on Pursuit of Power coming through the inside. Has to settle for second. In the end, results reaction when we come back. Plus, she's a 1 filly wrecking ball. Torpedo Anna marching towards the title. Unstoppable. This year, 2 Grade 1 victories. The Oaks, DK Acorn next stop. CCA Oaks Saturday on Fox.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
200 right there, 1,200,000 Dividend 25, dividend 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500 and a minimum 500,000. Thank you.
Dividend 450, dividend 75, 475,000.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage, respect, integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
And great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. Live coverage, Saratoga Live, tractor right over the logo. Thanks a lot. Coverage brought to you by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. Winning pilot Arad Ortiz entering the winner's circle. Then they took pictures and now standing by live with Maggie.
Here with Arad Ortiz, we're catching up on some stuff, but reserve currency, Arad, really graduating well from that non-3 life into this starter allowance, responded beautifully.
Was great, set up perfect for us, I guess. He broke so well. I have a beautiful position right behind the speed, and I was able to hit the clear by the 3 points. That kind of hurt the want to do his thing. He don't want you to get on his weight, and that's what I tried to do and work out perfect.
Yeah, he was really ready for it today. Are you ready for the Haskell coming up this Saturday? You'll be aboard Mindframe. We saw how brilliant and talented he is with his runner-up performance in the Belmont, but also showing some greenness that day. What do you expect from him in this race?
I mean, he's a nice horse since day one. But that was a great race, great effort from him. Big step up, going mile and a quarter against those kind of horses. And he showed that he has the ability, so I hope a really good race from him. He looked great on the track, and I'm sure he's not going to take him there because he's ready to go.
All right, we saw your 3 little girls in the winner's circle. They just look so happy to be here, having your family here. I think Saratoga really allows that.
It's my life, to be honest. That's my motto. They are my every single day fate, and keep going. And that's my life. And we're here, thank God, and we enjoy Saratoga. It's a lovely place to have your family and enjoy the races, and it's a great place to be. So I'm happy to be here.
All right, girl dad power all the way. Congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Arad Ortiz, he obviously dominates up here at the spa, but we'll lose him this Saturday, that big day down at Monmouth. Lafitte aboard Mindframe in the Haskell, one of the favorites.
Richie, what's the mindset? He's in the same position, deep stretch, chasing Dornick or whomever, and he wants to go to that left hand again. What's the mindset? What does he do?
I think he learned from the first time and give him an opportunity you know, to know what's coming. I think, you know, I would have done the same thing in the same position.
Yeah.
I got a chance to win the Belmont Stakes. I'm going all in. I'm going at it. But it was, you know, a young horse that never experienced that kind of pressure before.
It's like you often say to me, there are mistakes, there's bad luck, and there are bad rides. Most of the things that people perceive to be bad rides are really just bad luck. And nobody's saying that was a bad ride, but that was just one of those things.
No, it was one of those things. You know, he's a horse that won so easily in his first 2 starts. He never understood that he could be put under that kind of pressure. I think you do it a little more gradually. In hindsight, it's so easy to say that from this desk. I know if I was out there, I would have ridden him the same exact way at the 8th ball.
Of course, and that's the thing, Paul, because like the next person that wants to suggest in these races, in these 3-year-old races, that like experience does not matter. Yeah, it does. That wasn't rider error. That was a lack of experience from Mindframe.
No, it's just a horse that got green in the stretch, and if you actually think about it, I think it was Irad trying to get a little bit extra out of him. Sometimes you'll swing horses to the complete outside to try to get that extra boost to try to get by Dornick. He just didn't have enough left, so there is some greenness, but there's no doubting that horse's talent at all.
Can't wait to see them go head-to-head once again at Dornick and Mindframe. It'll happen in round 2. The Nairobets Haskell on Saturday, plus the trainer of Mindframe knows all about winning the CCA Oaks. Todd Pletcher, all-time leading trainer, 8-time winner, seeking a 9th on Saturday, running 2 fillies. Among them, Candied, Grade 1 winner, tackling the big filly on Saturday.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
A shareholder to win the Norfolk. Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Nest is in front, 3/4 in 111, and they head for home here at Saratoga with Nest the leader. Nest in front with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Secret Oath could not keep up with Nest today. It is Nest who is opening up on the field. Nest putting in a Grade 1 performance today. Nest, much the best in this coaching club. American Oaks, she won by better than 10 lengths.
Tour de Force, Nest, Coaching Club, American Oaks, same story in the Alabama en route to a 3-year-old title.
No, she was terrific up here, no doubt about it. And, you know, Richie had said something on the show last week, and he and I were talking about it afterwards, where he said he thought that Torpedo Anna was the best 3-year-old filly we've seen since Rachel Alexander. And he and I talked later, and I kind of took exception to it, but I'm not saying you're necessarily wrong. I'm going to go in the dark days and make up a list of the best 3-year-old fillies we've seen since 2009 Rachel Alexander. And I'm going to maybe at some point do something with Richie, talk about it, and compare whether it's Songbird, whether it's Nest, whether it's Royal Delta, whether it's Blind Luck. Talk about some of these tremendous fillies of the year, and how they would have stacked up against Rachel Alexander. I mean, against Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, I mean,
Believe
listen,
they would've.
I think it's such a subjective thing. It's because how horses make you feel. Certain horses kind of maybe inspire you a bit more, or capture your imagination a bit more. It's like when I watch that nice horse Next now that runs those marathon distances.
We all love him.
No, but the point is, it brings me back to a time when I was falling in love with the game. And, you know, I was watching horses like Forgo. Now, I'm not saying he's Forgo, but that he can bring me back to that place, that I can be that 10-year-old kid again.
I agree. And, I mean, you know, one of the reasons I was maybe overly critical at times of Songbird was she was able to dominate and cruise on the front end. To me, Torpedo Anna is kind of the opposite in the sense that she's dueling with ways and means in a fast half in the Kentucky Oaks and burying her, essentially embarrassing her. Then she's involved with Just FYI, last year's champion, and just humiliating her on the racetrack. She is engaged with these horses. She's not sitting a comfortable third behind fast paces. She is involved in the fast paces and burying extremely good horses. And to me, that's what demonstrates just how good Torpedo Anna is. She is very, very, very good.
You want to get that list together by Saturday? We kind of have a big show.
I could do that.
We kind of have a big show.
I could do that.
Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. Let's go by the numbers. Coaching Club American Oaks, first running 1917, named in honor of the Coaching Club of America. Who was fastest? It's tricky. She was a little nuts, but she could fly 9 furlongs, 148.15. We weren't lying about Todd Pletcher, 8-time winner, most by a trainer over a 21-year span. 5 of Pletcher's CCA Oaks victories, ridden by John Velasquez. He and Mike Smith, record holders, 5 apiece. Most wins by an owner, legendary Calumet Farm, 6 wins. Devonadale, most recent 1979 from the CCA Oaks to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Only 3 have done it. The latest, Monomoy Girl, 2018. But this is what the CCA Oaks is all about. Titles. 18 fillies have won this event and been crowned 3-year-old filly champion. Nest made it look all too easy. This year's edition, America's Best Races, Race of the Week. What else? Grade 1, Coaching Club American Oaks. Mile and an eighth, $500,000 purse. Only on Fox. Our production team, barnstorming. Once again, let's meet the field. Number 1, Candied, 5-2. There she is, Grade 1 Alcibiades winner, first of 2 for Todd Pletcher.
A lot has fairly been made of her beating older horses easily at Monmouth last time, but I think the competition gets tougher in here, and for my money, she's the underlay in this race, and one I'm going to try to beat in the exacta.
Number 2, Barbertina, $21,000 purchase, first start for George Weaver.
Yeah, black type thoroughbreds, this daughter of Catholic boy, like you said, going to start for George Weaver and going to be probably the longest shot on the board.
Weaver just missed last year with Sacred Wish. Then number 3, the Grizzly Bear, Torpedo Anna, untouchable so far this year.
There's nothing I like better than betting on races and making some money, but sometimes I'm a racing fan like my buddy the Mig, and I just like seeing a good horse run, and she is better than a good horse.
Number 4, the very expensive Leslie's Rose, a solid effort in the Acorn, I thought.
Yeah, maybe she didn't like the slop in the Kentucky Oaks. She did not run a race, but she ran a good race behind Torpedo Anna, chasing at least, and I would think her main competition.
Number 5, Intricate, only filly to have defeated Torpedo Anna.
And she had form early in the year that with a little bit of improvement as she gets older for a very good trainer in Brendan Walsh, that she could be a bit of a sort of a dark horse in this race and one that has a chance. I think this race is very interesting behind Torpedo Anna, where I even think Barbertina is a horse that might be okay. That race she comes out of where she beat a Tom Amos horse last time is a lot better than it looks. It may not still be good enough to get her second here, but it's not as slow as it might look.
I think the point is like no such thing as a sure thing in thoroughbred racing. As dominant, as brilliant as Torpedo Anna has been, Richie, what do you think is the biggest potential pitfall, the biggest obstacle between Torpedo Anna and a trip to the CCA Oaks winner's circle?
You know, it's hard for me to see her get a compromised trip because she's so naturally quick. She breaks sharp. She gets her position going forward. She doesn't need the lead. I mean, I have a hard time not seeing her make the lead here. I think she makes the lead.
They're afraid to run with her at this point, aren't they?
But I could see a scenario where the 4 Leslie's Rose goes all in under Johnny Velasquez, trying to outrun her for the lead. Because even though they're different ownerships, Todd's got Candied, who's going to be coming from off the pace. And there's a psychological edge when a trainer has 2 horses with different styles. Because if one goes, you right away you think, I don't want to go after that one and set it up for the other one to pick me up. I don't think that happens here with Torpedo Anna. I just think she's so naturally quick and talented that if she's not on the lead, she's laying second, and it doesn't matter.
I think the only thing that gets her beat, to be honest with you, and
Not
knock on wood,
Not
is
showing
that something happens at the gate. I'll be honest with you.
Torpedo Anna, she's been that good. If you let her go, you'll never see her again. You run with her, she runs you right into the ground. We'll see her in the Coaching Club American Oaks only on Fox this Saturday. We turn the page. 8th race coming up here, $30,000 claimer, non-winners to lifetime, all for sale, all one for something. Fillies and mares, Maggie's in the paddock. Maggie, how does this field look? What are you observing pre-race here in the paddock?
That we do have a tepid favorite on the board, but I think she's the right one. We'll get to her in a moment in Catskill Humor, and we'll begin with another layoff runner, actually quite a long layoff for number 1 in here, Kasuke, who is a big, good-looking filly, and she looks fairly fit to me, very healthy in her coat, but this is a filly that, for lack of a better term or lack of knowledge on my behalf, from what I can make out, has a massive hematoma on her right stifle, and it just does not look comfortable for me, and just watching her walk around here, I'm going to watch her and how she warms up. We'll see how she does. She probably comes back in the right spot here and looks ready to go, but again, I just wish that wasn't present with her as number 3, Catskill Humor. I do think that longer is better for her, as she's just switched to second choice as she stretches back out in distance. Ray Handel seemed very apt to turn her back immediately off the claim. It did result in a win in breaking her maiden in a maiden special weight, but now they're being realistic, and I actually questioned him when doing so when he turned her back first off the claim. So I like this spot for her. I think she looks probably best overall in this field too. So I think she is the right one. But yeah, you are kind of guessing with her. Is she going to be as successful with the stretch out and distance? But what I like is her demeanor today too. She's very relaxed. You don't want a horse too revved up when trying to go longer for the first time or the first time in a long time. Moving on to 1 trying the turf for the first time. That's number 5, Soka, who did run well on the synthetic for Todd Pletcher at Gulfstream Park. She's a daughter of Spitestown. Now, she is a 3-year-old taking on several older foes in here, and it kind of shows. She is a little bit more on the smaller side, and furthermore, the stretch out, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, you couldn't have a better trainer in your corner for trying to get longer distances than Todd Pletcher, but while I think she'll appreciate this surface change as she did onto the Tapeta, I just not sure about going longer, and 2, taking on some older competition. She just looks a touch overmatched, Lafitte.
At
Same horse?
8-1, Soka. Team Candied, Todd Pletcher, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, riders up. And time for Paul and Andy to mount up as well here, putting your money where your mouth is with the bankroll.
Yeah, my bankroll play is going to be the 9 horse in here, Supernet Coca. And a horse that, if you look back 2 starts ago, actually was making a decent move when oversubscribed actually got checked out of the race and actually impeded Supernet Coca. And I thought the horse was going to actually run maybe second that day or somewhere in that area. Now, the last time out, this horse had a horrendous trip, veered out. Kevin Gomez, not his finest ride, was about 8 wide down the backside. I just think that this horse is sitting in a prime position on the drop. I think if you can get a better trip today, 100 win in place on Supernet Coca.
I'm betting the same horse. I mean, I think if I knew Paulie was making a bankroll bet, I might have just passed on that. But I'm going to bet 50 to win on Supernet Coca. I have nothing to add what Paulie said.
Same logic?
Yeah, this horse has had ridiculous trips, and I think makes perfect sense in here. Just think it's a very logical horse.
I'll pick her too, then.
You pick her too?
Keep quiet, Migliori.
You're really trying to put the weight
Stick
of the
to being
world
nice to
on,
fans, will you?
On her shoulders. And this is what you guys were talking about. 2 starts back, facing tougher Aqueduct. Same distance, Supernet Coca has to alter course around, oversubscribed.
Well, this is the replay we showed why a lot of us liked oversubscribed in the Wild Applause. Because she was making a move into a very slow pace, and she had a steady out. The horse is there, and she went right into this horse, and she was actually wider, Supernet Coca. She was Supernet. She was wider than her, and she only lost by about 3/4 of a length. Oversubscribed was the favorite in the Lake George Saturday. And also important to keep in mind, forgetting about the trouble, this was an extremely slow-paced race that was dominated on the front end, so she was compromised from the standpoint of how the race was being run, the so-called race dynamics. So this was an excellent effort by her, and I agree with what Paulie said. She broke out about 3 or 4 past the start in Delaware, but after that, the rider didn't do a lot to save ground at any point during the race. She was
backstretch to 8 wide. She actually
wide
got
in the
within
turns.
about a length of the lead,
Yeah.
too. Yeah.
But now in this $30,000 claimer, see her in the post parade. Start with Kosuke, unraced since last summer at Saratoga.
She's got a lot of speed in a race that, at least in my opinion, has a lot of speed. And wow, she's getting bet. I'm against.
3-1 tepid choice. Sweet Duchess, 1 for 22, but 11 in the money finishes.
Yeah, you're right. 1 for 22. That's the one hiccup here, but it's been close the last couple of times. Seems like she might like Tapeta better.
Maggie liked what she saw. Catskill Humor, idle since late April.
Yeah, I know she ran okay going longer. I didn't think she was good enough, but the public clearly agrees, as does Maggie.
Number 4, 10-10, turf debut.
Yeah, a filly by Opportunity, a New York bred here for Dylan Davis. In for the 30. The horse is getting bet, actually, more than I thought. Not 21-1.
Soka, all kinds of new stuff for her today.
Yeah, the problem is she's a speed type stretching out that has to get a distance, and she didn't exactly draw into a race that looks like it has devoid of speed. So it's going to be tough.
Miscreant, $1,000 purchase.
Yeah, and not without a chance. This 5-year-old mare does have a couple races to go to. I can understand 9-1's about the right price.
Big scratch, Highway Harmony out. Number 8, Miss Pretender, the Pennsylvania-bred class drop following the maiden win.
Yeah, you're supposed to get the job done at 2-5, going 116 around the racetrack with Paco Lopez aboard. I'm against this horse.
Supernik Coca, Claiborne Stallion, Catholic boy.
I think we've said everything that needs to be said about this filly in here, and we're confident that she'll run well in here. Hopefully it's good enough.
Bankroll play, Paul and Andy. Then number 10, Brooklyn Dance, second start on grass.
Yeah, the one start on grass was not that good, and then got Lasix, and so maybe the Lasix will help because it did break her maiden. We'll see what happens today.
Number 13, Birchall draws in.
Don't miss this one, Drew, and at 31-1. Already has a win at 100-1, but would have to improve off that form. But you never want to miss the A's. Make sure you take a look at them.
Arkang Country.
When you win
that
at
kind of
101, the second place finisher comes back and wins. That's even more impressive.
Franking the form. Wide open race. Maybe you just lean in the human element. Luis Saez, Todd Pletcher, Richie, over the years, the damage they've done together, their grade 1 wins together. The one at Saratoga, Halliday here in that 2020 4-star Dave. It's not quite Johnny V, Todd Pletcher, but still they've been a productive combination.
Yeah, listen, Todd Pletcher, a Hall of Famer, and Luis Saez, a very talented rider. And this is a filly coming out of a sprint. Maggie talked about her from a physical perspective, looking more like a sprinter. And Luis is an aggressive rider. He's not looking to rate. He's looking to control races.
I like to see him be more aggressive because I always feel like that's what separates Luis. That's what makes Luis a really good rider is aggression. And sometimes I see him be
Have you
more
seen less
passive.
aggression
Yeah,
later? 'Cause
less
that's always
aggression.
kind of been the...
And I always feel like Luis is best when he's being aggressive. That's the Luis Saez we know and love.
But don't you think this filly coming out of the sprint's got to be on the pace?
You'd think so, but the one's got a lot of speed as well. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying, oh no, she's an engine-type horse, especially coming out of a shorter race with speed. I just worry there's a lot of speed in this race. I don't think it's going to be easy to get the lead here.
I never had good luck or much success when I rated horses coming out of sprints routing. The way I had success with them was allowing them to go to the lead and control the race. They're not going to pass horses because they don't have the same kind of foundation, the same kind of stamina.
And you would understand why a jockey's tendency would be to do that, because if he's or she is running farther than they're accustomed to, you want to nurse that speed along to help them negotiate the added distance, but it can be a mistake.
When I'm on the set with Richie and a rider rates a speed horse stretching out, the two of us are yelling in stereo.
I just don't see them, rating and finishing. Again, personal experience, I just never had any luck doing it. I'm not saying other people haven't.
Yeah.
The one in here is the speed. Okay, so do you look at some other horse in here, like the 5, never been on turf, probably should show speed. The 4 has shown speed, never been on turf though. So that's going to be the key because someone's going to have to put pressure on the 1. The bond horses usually are live, especially down here. But yeah, I think there's some other horses that will be included in here in the pace.
Mile and a 16th, inner turf course, 2 minutes out. Maggie, and then Sweet Duchess, what are you observing from her? A mare who's only 1 for 22, but those 11 other in the money finishes.
And Lafitte, she's done it against some pretty tough company. This is by far the easiest field that Sweet Duchess, I think, has faced in her entire career. I mean, you go back to one of those third place finishes. She was third, I know. She was beaten 6 1/4 lengths, which almost is like 12 lengths on the dirt. But Chili Flag, Idea Generation, look, there's just, she's just run against better horses at the end of the day. And finally, Will Walden, who's her third trainer, is able to be realistic with her. And if anything, I think she's put on some weight. She looks better in that respect. And furthermore, as you guys have hinted at, it does feel as though she's going to get some pace to at least run at here. She should be in that kind of second, third flight of horses to be able to pounce when needed. I know she's coming off of a good trip, but again, I just think against a much tougher field. Moving on to a bomb, that's number 4, 10-10. Not much turf pedigree to go on, but I'll be honest, this filly has a turf hoof, a really flat hoof to her. She is fairly sharp, so again, another horse that could be forwardly placed as well as many others in here. So I thought about taking the 3 Catskill Humor, who might be able to rate and win from off of it, but at least coming out of sprint races and fresh off of a layoff, I'm not sure if she's going to be able to do so. So I opted to go with the closer, as you guys did, with Supernet Coco. And I'll say this about the 3 Kasuke at Lafitte. I expressed some concerns about how comfortable she looked in the paddock. She did look better warming up, but again, I'm not sure if I take her at a short price off that long of a layoff just based upon what I see from her today.
Maggie Kasuke. Yeah, Andy, how surprised that she is the 3-1 tepid favorite here, not having raced since last summer?
I'm surprised. I don't know the morning line. It's interesting, she drops down considerably. She's a New York bred that still has her non-winners of 1 condition. She's a filly. It really feels like they're begging somebody to claim her, and I'd guess that Linda Rice is in, as well as some others in there for her, and I don't like that. I think there's going to be plenty of pace in here. She's my 4th choice. I picked the race 9-2-5-1, so I'm not going to be shocked if she wins, but I don't know, guys. I don't really like her.
Well, especially coming off an extended layoff, I think it's harder for horses that have speed to be as fit as they need to be coming off the layoff because they run hard more of the race.
Big field, mile and a 16th in a turf course. Richie, take us through the early stages of these races, and it always feels like that cavalry charge and the riders jockeying for position going into the first turn.
Yeah, it's always a crush into the first turn, and you've got to be, clear about what you want to do leaving the gate. You can't. I think riders get themselves in trouble when they go, well, I'm going to break and I'm going to lay 4th. You come out like that, you're laying 9th, right? You've got to come out forward, let it sort out, and then you find that position.
Getting your position going forward.
I think the 5 is going to somehow land on the front end in here. We'll see. Going to be chasing the 1 at least.
Soka routing for the first time. Turf for the first time. Louis Saez aboard at 6-1, 7-2. Kasuke inside the favorite, Sweet Duchess, and Maggie's top selection, looking for that elusive second career victory, 1 for 22. Coming in, it is post time for this 8th race, live from Saratoga. Frank Miramati with the load and call.
Thanks the feet. Here's top 10, 10-10 actually. Brooklyn Dance comes up. Soka. Bertril to the outside. One more. Bertril's in. All set. And they're off. Smooth start. Kosuke, as expected, very quick. Catskill Humor alongside, and so too Soka. Outside of them, Brooklyn Dance is 4th with 10-10 in the yellow colors. Racing 4 lengths off the lead. Sweet Duchess moves through along the inside to be right off the pacemakers. They're followed by Miss Pretender. Brooklyn Dance, who broke on top, or broke well at least, is now 6 or 7 lengths off the lead, rounding the first turn. Bertril is next. It's another 3 to the 2 trailers, Miscreant and Serpent Coca at the back of the field. 24-2 for Kosuke, who leads the way by 2 over Catskill Humor as they make their way onto that Saratoga backstretch. Sweet Duchess Racing on the inside of Soka, then 10-10, followed by Miss Pretender, who's 8 lengths off the lead. Bertrill is 2 behind her. Then Brooklyn Dance. Miscreant is still toward the back of the field, couple lengths back to Surprenant Coca. Kosuke left alone under Javier Castellano, maintains an advantage into the far turn. Catskill Huber is in second. Down on the inside, it's Sweet Duchess in the pink silks third. Soka pushed along now fourth, 5 lengths off the lead, followed by Miss Pretender and Bertrill. Another 2 lengths back, Miscreant trying to make some headway, as is Surprenant Coco from well out of it, top of the stretch. They still have to catch Kosuke. Here's Sweet Duchess now looming in second. Sweet Duchess within a half length, right up to Kosuke, and right on even terms now. Tyler Gaffleone gets after Sweet Duchess. Kosuke not done, battling bravely. Sweet Duchess, Kosuke. Sweet Duchess has her now, and Sweet Duchess takes care of business. Kosuke was second. Surprenant Coca from well out of it third, then Miss Pretender.
That winning knockout punch that she had lacked in 21 of 22 starts prior, not the case today. Sweet Duchess surges past Kosuke in this 8th at Saratoga.
It took an absolutely picture-perfect trip for her to run down Kosuke. She sat the coveted pocket trip, saved all of that ground, tipped out into the stretch, and then it took her the length of the stretch to get by a dead game Kosuke. This was a nice ride by both the winner and the runner-up, and they were very game. And honestly, guys, the 9 Surprenant Coca, thank you. Way too much to do. She was in Washington County, and the rest of the field was in Saratoga County.
If you compare, and to be fair, having the 2 post worked to the advantage of the 2 much more than the 9 post for Florent Giroux. And Flo's a friend, but the 2 doesn't have a lot more speed than the 9, and yet she was 8 lengths in front of her on the backstretch. Flo just sat back there like they were going around again. You can't be 12 lengths behind coming to the quarter pole and expect to win a race here. You can't do it, and you're not going to do it.
Maggie's top selection, 5-1, and Paul, knowing who she is, 1 for 22 coming in. I thought she was going to hang again.
Yeah, you know, these type of horses, it was a good job by Tyler. It's tough to get these type of horses to try to win, and she got the right trip. She got the job done. Yeah, 1 for 22, and she was able to get it done. Kosuke, I thought, ran a good race, really good race to battle, and the layoff just got to her in the last, 10 yards or so?
She fought, battled bravely in those hot pink colors. Co-owner Gary Barber, Tyler Gaffleone aboard. He touched on War of Will early in the broadcast. Saw those colors in the Preakness Winner's Circle a few years back. Sweet Duchess, 2-1, 9-8. Results reaction when we come back as our coverage continues from Saratoga Race Course. When we return, Chad Brown last Saturday, that 9th win in a prestigious, historic Diana. Almost as much success in the Lake George. 7 wins and counting, running 2 fillies, maybe 3 in this year's edition. Stay tuned.
Always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
8 down, 2 left. You're watching Saratoga Live. Thursday coverage, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Tyler Gaffleone aboard Sweet Duchess in the 8th. Tyler standing by live with Maggie in the winner's circle.
Here with Tyler Gaffleone, guiding Sweet Duchess to victory today. Tyler, we saw you break and just get such a good position. Obviously, having inside draw helped, but you had her well into the race from the start.
You know, like you said, the inside post definitely helped us. The speed didn't really get out there and go too quick, so we were able to get into a really nice spot, and she got really comfortable there, settled really well, and when I asked on her, she finished the job.
Now, she got class relief today, which obviously helped, but she had been 1 for 22 prior. Little bit of hang in her. How do you kind of attack a race knowing that one might not give you, an explosive kick?
You know, like I said, she was traveling really well, but I saw the horse in front. Javier was still sitting, so I didn't want to let him get too brave up there. Made sure that we could challenge him off the turn, and like I said, I really dug in.
We were just discussing trainer Will Walden going out on his own just a couple years ago. Someone that has had struggles in his life, but he's doing so well now. And as you said, great horseman as well.
He really is. You know, we've had a great relationship. We've gotten lucky here the past few months, but it's a pleasure riding for him. I think he does a great job, and I mean, it shows.
It really does. His horses look phenomenal. You're riding well too. Second winner on the card. Congrats.
Thanks so much.
All right, Tyler Gaffleone guiding Sweet Duchess to the winner's circle today, guys.
Will Walden winning trainer, as I mentioned. Tyler Gaffleone, Sweet Duchess, $13. Maggie zeroing in on this one. Kasuke, solid in comeback, brave in defeat. Super Koka, far back, rallied late. Good enough to complete the trifecta. We march forward. Race 9, good race. Wide open. Allowance optional claimer, 3-year-old fillies. Andy, some very, very good fillies in this field. Like, where do you start?
There are so many contenders in here. We could probably spend about an hour and a half sifting through the horses in this race.
You have 24
and not
minutes.
just contenders, but also good contenders. There are going to be a lot of good horses that don't win this race. It's a very, very strong field, strong barns in here, big pedigrees. This is what Saratoga is about, horses coming from lots of different places and coming together to meet in races like this. There are stake horses in this field.
Stakes quality,
we'll
not a
find
stakes
out
race,
who they
stakes
are
quality.
eventually. It'll take a little while.
3-year-old fillies on turf in this upcoming 9th race. 3-year-old fillies on Saturday in the Lake George Grade 3 on the undercard of the CCA Oaks. Here's the field. Big field here as well. Mile inner turf course, $175,000 purse. Number 2, oversubscribed. 5-2 morning line favorite. Let's revisit the wild applause last month. Aqueduct, she's favored, Paul. Oversubscribed, far behind the leaders until Pratt cuts her loose.
Yeah, and she really exploded in this effort. You know, her only really lone bad start is when she had a bad beginning, but this race was over in a hurry right here. I mean, this horse is just gobbling up ground like 3 to everybody else's 1. Actually wins the race by 3 3/4. Pretty impressive.
You know, we'd shown the trouble she had the time before that. She's impressive winning her maiden first time out. She's good, but she did get a very fast pace to close into, which helped enhance her figure. I thought Todd Fletcher has a horse outside of her trying the grass for the first time that could be in a position to lead this field on a merry chase.
That's the 3-horse Monoma Gold, whose full sister Overcharged was 5 for 5 on turf, 15 for 18 lifetime. I mean, there's turf pedigree, and this filly's already shown she can run.
Right, and she needs to show, and she's shown she can run longer. She was good last time in the Jersey Girl, and she has that pedigree.
Oversubscribed, the right trainer in her corner. Chad Brown in the Lake George, Richie. It's not quite the Diana domination, but we're getting there.
That's not a great one either.
I think he won a Diana before he won this one, so he's won in the last. This will be the 10th running. He's looking to win the 8th of the last 10. And 4 for Klarovich if he gets it home with
just really an incredible resume.
Looking to pad his stats, oversubscribed. Expensive filly, just the 3 career starts. Purchase at Tattersalls. Like, how much upside, how much potential, how good can she be?
Well, I guess that's what these races are going to answer, right? We'll see if she's good enough. She's got to win here. Can she win? Surge Capacity won this race. She won the matriarch against older horses at the end of the year. Grade 1.
Chad Brown was at 16 combined. Diana and Lake George and counting. As we mentioned, looking to pad those stats on Saturday. Another contender trained by Chad Brown, a Sweet Rebecca. This is the wonder again. Sweet Rebecca favored doesn't fire. Brown still wins with Suggestipal, and Viv Vuv, solid effort running third.
I thought it was a really good effort by a lot of these horses in here. Now, they were bunched up. Now, what do you want to take out of a kind of race like this? When horses are bunched up, you usually tell yourself, okay, is this really that strong of a race? But Suggesta got the job done. I don't know what to do with this race, to be honest with you. I've been going back and forth in here. I actually think Sweet Rebecca might run a little bit better.
She'll run better. How much better?
Yeah.
Well, I just, you know, a little before where the film started, she really lost her footing. She slipped, bobbled, and sometimes horses just lose their confidence. And when she came up, she went from being on the bridle to off the bridle. Now, obviously, she wasn't injured. I just think she lost her confidence. And that was, you know, a departure from her first two races where she really traveled and kicked. I think losing her footing really affected her.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's going to be a bigger price than oversubscribed. I think it'll be close between them. She's got a big following. She had a very impressive debut. She had a very good trip to win her next start, but won pretty fastly. She's a better horse than her last race.
Absolutely.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
A strong presence, as expected. Chad Brown with a deep, competitive edition of this Lake George on the undercard of the Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks. We'll have it live for you on Fox. Horses in the paddock for this 9th race, a stakes caliber. Allowance, $110,000 purse, 3-year-old fillies there. They'll be entering the paddock momentarily. 19 minutes out till the 9th of 10 from the Spa.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
At Three Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse, is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the Storage Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper, Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. Three Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Monmouth Park's main event is Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th. Watch and wager as the country's top 3-year-olds converge on the Jersey Shore to enhance their championship credentials. Play our $500,000 guaranteed late pick 4 and $300,000 late pick 5 on a card that includes 6 stakes. First post 12 noon. It's all Naira Bets Haskell Day, Saturday, July 20th at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Untouched by the passage of time, Clare Court is nestled in the southern corner of Saratoga Racecourse. Constructed by August Belmont II around 1901, Clare Court, originally known as the Surcingle, was built as a private training center. Named after former track superintendent Thomas Clare, Clare Court was first recognized by its new name in the Saratogian after his death in 1940. Equipped with its own training track, the area's barns stabled such equine greats as Man o' War, Equipoise, Citation, and Whirlaway. Known for its beauty and privacy, Clare Court is also the final resting place for 4 horses that were near and dear to the Saratoga faithful: 4-Star Dave, Quick Call, A Phenomenon, and Morjane. 4-Star Dave, or the Sultan of Saratoga, won at least one race at the Spa for 8 consecutive seasons. In 1996, The Daryl's Joy Stakes, which the gelding won twice, was renamed in his honor. The race is now a Grade 1. Quick Call won 9 of 17 starts at Saratoga, including the Forego twice. Morjane and A Phenomenon were multiple graded stakes winners on the New York racing circuit. Morjane won the 1986 Daryl's Joy and 1985 Kelso Handicap. A Phenomenon won the Jim Dandy Stakes and the Vosburg in 1983. The backstretch is a side of the track many people never see, but a trip to Clare Court provides a unique perspective of America's most historic sports venue.
So many layers to what Clare Court represents, the stories, the horses, the legends, a significant part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Fillies in the Paddock. And This Week in History, brought to you by Three Chimneys. This Week in History, not that long ago, 2019. Speaking of top-ranked 3-year-old fillies, Guarana. Andy in the CCA Oaks. She was an exciting filly.
She was a very, very nice horse. She won the Acorn by a city block, Richie, in her second start for Chad Brown.
Yeah, she was a serious talent. And Jose Ortiz gave her such a nice ride this day. You know, when a horse got a big, just a perfect, impeccable kind of stride, get out of their way. And that's what he did, allowed her to use her stride.
Remember Chad Brown telling me she reminded him of Ghost Zapper, Guarana.
Interesting.
High praise.
Yeah, because he was assistant to Bobby Frankel, or working for Bobby Frankel at the time of Ghost Zapper. And to be around those kind of horses, I think it gives you a great foundation for when you start training horses and you start getting good ones, because you can discern who is going to be good and how to make them the best they can be.
One of the things Chad Brown has said to me about Ghost Zapper, which is sort of well known, he said people will never really know how credible it was that Bobby Frankel kept him sound, because obviously a great talent, but he was not the soundest of horses, and what an amazing, amazing racehorse he was.
Talk about a horse who could run fast early and finish strong. Grade 1 winner, 7/8 of a mile and a classic distance, 1.25 miles.
Was it 6.5 furlongs for the Vosburg
Might have been
when he
six-
won it?
might have
I
been
think
6.5.
6.5. I mean, if you want to go back and see an exciting race, go to YouTube and find the Vosburg from 2003. I don't think he's in the picture as the field's getting ready to turn for home, and he wins by 6.5. He was a racehorse.
Superstar. Superstar. Guarana, This Week in History. Three Chimneys, 2019 CCA Oaks winner. 3-year-old fillies here. Terrific race. 13 minutes out. And trainer Brad Cox with Florent Giroux teaming up once again with mixologist, who is 3-1 the co-favorite. Monomoy Girl. They know all about taking down the CCA Oaks. Richie, Monomoy Girl, and the competition, Midnight Bijou eventual champion, and the eventual Alabama winner, Eskimo Kisses as well.
Yeah, a pretty strong addition to the coaching club, American Oaks. And Monomoy Girl liked to fight, Paul. When she would feel the presence of other horses, she would bear down. The way she sticks her head out and forward and pin her ears like, no, you don't want none of this.
She always used to do that. You always thought she was high-headed, but she was kind of just reaching for more when she always found more. And it was kind of weird. Like, yeah, you always wonder, why is she so high-headed? No, she's reaching. You can see she pins her ears up. She was some kind of talent.
You know, I like how we're showing these horses, Guarana, Monomoy Girls, because we were talking about the horse of the past since Rachel, compared to Torpedo Anna. These are pretty amazingly good horses, Guarana, these two. A friend of mine mentioned Untappable, a horse we hadn't thought of, and how good she was as a 3-year-old filly. There were a lot of Elate. There were a lot of very, very good 3-year-old fillies, and, you know, that's, you know, why, and Torpedo Anna, I'm not saying you can throw her hat in the ring with any of them, but these were good horses, very good horses.
Brad Cox, Florent Giroux over the years, their biggest wins, their Grade 1 wins. I remember, Richie, you would talk about, we saw it in that replay with Monomoy Girl when she would give her competition that evil eye.
Look them in the eye and go, really? You want to try this? You're not getting by me. I'm the herd leader. I'm the top mare here. One thing that's indisputable, though, is how fortunate we are that summer after summer we get privileged to watch the best of the best compete here.
And that's why the fans keep coming back to Saratoga.
I think one thing's indisputable. When you win the Kentucky Oaks by 20-some-odd lengths, Rachel's still the queen right now.
She was in a different stratosphere.
Yeah.
She did things that other horses no. I remember Tim Ice, the trainer of Summer Bird, just sort of laughing to me about losing to her in the Haskell, saying, and he was the 3-year-old champion.
Yeah.
He said, I had no chance against her.
Get to do it all over again on Saturday. Grade 1 Coaching Club, American Oaks, Maggie, and 3-year-old fillies here as well as we look here. So the horses in the paddock. What are you noticing?
Yeah, we'll start with a horse dropping out of Graded Stakes Company, Lafitte, and that's number 5, Grayosh in here, who physically, I can't get past her. She's gorgeous. She's so well put together, and a big 3-year-old filly too. Now she's been a bit obstreperous to get the tack on, but with the security of Miguel Gutierrez and his pony, she has settled down quite nicely. They made up the tack, so therefore, just kind of put it all on in one go, and you don't have to waste time with, setting it. And now she's handled herself quite nicely to get it on. So physically, she's a bit of a standout in this field. This is a group of 3-year-old fillies, but she almost looks older than what they do. And I think when you're dealing with younger horses, that does tend to count for quite a bit. As we'll check in with number 7, Wrigleyville. She's taking some money. She got the job done at second asking for Jack Sisterson after controlling through very tepid fractions at Monmouth. So I feel like this is definitely a step up for her. And looking at her here, the one thing I will say compared to what I saw from her at Monmouth last time is that she's put on some conditioning and some weight. So that's a good thing. She's gotten stronger, but it does feel like she's meeting a much tougher field here and isn't going to get a walk in the park like she did to break her maiden. Moving on to Camera, who is taking a lot of money as of now, battling for favoritism. This is one of those weird horses that I wrote 3 back when she ran at Aqueduct and breaking her maiden. I said, weirdly has a turf hoof, because I wasn't expecting with that pedigree to necessarily be meant for this surface. But now, 3 and 4 starts later, it looks as though she is, as she does add a pair of short cup cheater blinkers, and she is very well the fastest horse in this field. But that outside post, Lafitte, that could give her some troubles, along with Frankie Dettori.
Frankie having to navigate things from the outside. Camera, always highly regarded, hadn't panned out. And then her turf debut, Paul, right here, Belmont Stakes Day, same level. Camera, stubborn on the lead with Frankie, only to be collared late.
And she was lugging out a tiny bit on the turn, but then he got her straightened out. You can see her ears are up right now, and she's responding a little bit. Now she switched off to her wrong lead, still trying to battle Mig, but she just got run by.
Well, she was the last woman standing in a bar brawl, right? She took on everybody else around her and then was picked off late.
What she did was she finally showed where she's best, because she had been a big disappointment on the dirt. The problem is, as Maggie was talking about, it's got an outside post, and it's not going to be easy to clear. She's got to go fast to clear in here. And with all due respect to the field she just ran against, this is a much tougher field. So she's going to have to run even better today. I'm not going to say she can't win, but I would never take a short price on her here.
So how aggressive is Frankie from the outside with Camera, Richie?
Well, I think he's going to be very aggressive. He rode her last time, and she showed good speed from post 8, even though she was number 1. But he has the 10, Take Me to the Beach, with some speed right inside of him, the 7, Wrigleyville, with some speed.
Do you find when you're in a far outside post, a 2-turn race like this, and the horse right inside of you has speed, it makes it that much more difficult?
Well, absolutely, because that's that buffer. She's got the block on you. You're almost dependent on her going forward and dropping over. Right? Otherwise, she's hanging you out
and
there.
Then you got 1 or 2 others inside, the 3, the 8. There's other horses with speed in this race. Yeah. The 8 scratched, actually. That helps her in here.
Yeah.
But you mentioned the 7, the 4. Any one of them goes, right? Now you're 3 wide at best. Yeah. And now you got to go fast to get to the front.
Not slow either.
No, that's what we're talking about. And so that's tough.
You know how you deal with it? I don't see very well out of my left eye when I merge on the parkway. I'm coming over. You take back.
No, I know what you did. You blamed the starting gate crew after the race when you broke a little slow. Wasn't my fault. They were holding me.
Gate crew is my best friend.
They're the best. Those guys, I will defend them forever.
Rocky 2 with Mick. Tell me when you see my. Tell me when you see my finger.
He'll hurt you.
You see
permanent.
Nothing. It would have caved in the side of your face. 6 minutes out. Excellent 9th race. These 3-year-old fillies, $110,000 purse. Arado Ortiz, game face On Saturday, he'll be at Monmouth Park. Can't wait to see what Mindframe does in the Haskell following that second place finish in the Belmont Stakes. Tomorrow, the Curlin right here. And first things first, this 9th race of Post Parade will start with Proctor Street at 15-1. Debut winner at Horseshoe Indy. There's Tyler Gaffleone looking to go back-to-back.
From a dam who swept the stakes here, the Lake George and the Lake Placid. One of maybe Brendan Walsh's first big horse. She's got a lot of pedigree. She needs to run better, though, than what she beat at Indiana. Horseshoe, coming up the rail the entire way. She's in a salty field.
Centuria, Irish filly, graduated at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, this one for Aviel Castellano in Blue Devil Racing. Del Roman sighting. I think this horse got a little bit of a look.
Destiny Star unraced since defeated as the favorite in the Honey Rider at Gulfstream.
Overmatched or not, Luis Saez has got to get back to being aggressive again. He's struggling at the start of the meet. He's rating horses like the 5 in the last race. Man, what his bread and butter is aggressive riding.
Expatriate, things did not work out in the Hilltop Preakness weekend.
Yeah, but you got a trainer like Chad Brown that knows how to make adjustments. You're getting 11-1 on Irad and Chad.
Grayosh, Chad Brown runners will break side by side.
I like this filly. I think she's tough in here. She's my top choice. Thought she ran well to break her maiden, and last time just was uncomfortable the whole way, even though Manny Frank gave her a good ride.
Dancing Dean, Joel Rosario.
Beat Olders last time, Older fillies. Does get Lasix for the first time, and, obviously not without a chance.
Wrigleyville, that name, she'll always have a following.
Yeah, and she beat a horse, came back to improve her buyer figure by a couple points next time, albeit in defeat. She's got a lot of potential, and she's got a huge pedigree.
Significant defection, Sugar High, Mixologist, deep closing debut winner at Churchill.
Yeah, I mean, Mixologist, another one that was very good. I mean, she ran down a horse, Deep Satin, that came back, was impressive here over the weekend.
Take Me to the Beach, number 10, 2 lifetime wins, both on synthetic.
Yeah, you know what? This filly's only really run one bad race. It was in the Presque Isle debutante, but needs to step up here at 28-1.
Eclipse, Thoroughbred Partners, Camera towards the outside. Frankie Dettori, Todd Pletcher teaming up.
She's the one I'll try to beat in this race that's taking money for all the reasons we talked about. She's meeting tougher than last time. She's got a hard road, potentially the front end. And I think she ran very, very well. I'm not knocking her last race, but, man, this is a tough race. I can't wait for this race. I've been excited about this race since we drew it last Friday, I want to say.
Only have to wait 4 more minutes. Race 9, you're looking at Dancing Dean, 7-1. This was her maiden win. Aqueduct last month, she's 10-1. Dancing Dean, Andy, you're going to see last early but motoring late.
Maybe this is what I like to refer to, Richie, as last time was the time. You missed her at 10-1 in that race, running by maidens, and she got a very good ride from Junior. But, I mean, she improved remarkably from her 3 or 2-year-old form, and I don't think she's impossible to take another step forward and get it done here.
No, this is who I like, and I agree with you. It would have been, the 10-1 last time was the time, but the way she finished, jumped back to her left lead, jumped back to her right lead. She didn't get a lot of help on the front end. It was not a fast pace. She drops her head and finishes and runs down these horses. I thought the way she progressed, every start's been better than the last. Maybe she's got another little move forward in her, and I like her. That's my top selection.
I thought it was a good race. She gets Lasix too. She gets Rosario. Now, Junior was supposed to be on the 8, who scratched the other Bill Mott runner. And I'm wondering if that one was going to be somewhat of the speed for the 6. But I like that last effort. She was still a little bit green. She's going to have to improve a little bit more.
Yeah, this is, I mean, you go through there layer upon layer upon layer in this race of horses that they're good barns, big pedigrees, talented races. This is a barn burner.
A filly wins this race. Where might we see the fillies that run well here next?
Lake Placid. The winner's probably going to point to Lake Placid, wouldn't you say, Richie?
I would have to think so. I mean, this is a pretty loaded group.
Including Mixologist. There she is. This is her debut. Early June, Churchill, mile distance, Mixologist. Andy attacking late, and as you mentioned, beats a really good filly in Deep Satin.
We saw Deep Satin run very well over the weekend to win a maiden race here, impressively for Cherie DeVoe. And this is, one of my knocks at Deep Satin was she got beaten from behind. I hate it when closers get beaten from behind. But as we saw Saturday, she got beaten from behind by a good racehorse in here. And it's interesting, you see the Ellen J. Foxwood Silks in there, got Glenn Hill inside of them. There's just so much going on in this race. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to pick the winner. I picked the 5, but I'm just looking forward to seeing the race.
Maggie with more on Mixologist.
Yeah, mixologist, you know, she's interesting because you watch that replay and you see that Florent Giroux kind of, once he got there, he was able to wrap up on her as she won at the mile. So hinting at the fact that the more distance this filly gets to cover, maybe the better she becomes as she does get just an extra half a furlong today. What I also like that since coming up here for Brad Cox, they have trained her with, you know, kind of purpose in the fact that she's only trained on the Oklahoma turf course in preparations for this start back. And furthermore, she was a utter professional back in the paddock. She got on her toes when she hit the track, but I think that's a really good sign. I respect this filly, and for me, I feel like she's the shorter priced one that I feel more comfortable with as opposed to Camera, even though Camera does have a bit more experience. I did go with number 5, Gray Ocean here. She's the other gray filly that just, I could not get over how well she's turned out here for Chad Brown, and I think she even had some trouble last time out in that Wonder again, be beaten by Sagesta, who I do respect. But let's take a look at a long shot, a horse that I'll be rooting for in my heart that I can't necessarily like here, but that's number 1, Proctor Street. Loved Proctor's Ledge for Brendan Walsh. Now, one of her brothers is Curbstone, who my husband trains, who's one of the barn favorites. He by Street Sense. So Proctor Street is very closely related to him. Ironically, despite him breaking his maiden on the turf, he's turned out to be a much better dirt horse. I still think she has some developing to do, some, you know, physical maturing, better than what she faced at Indiana Grand, albeit she did beat an even money favorite for Love and Honor that day. I'm going to watch her, root for her, you know, kind of, you know, silently in my heart, but I do think this is a very tough field for her to come back in, guys.
Proctor Street discussing that pedigree. Proctor's Ledge, the 2017 Lake George winner. Tyler Gaffleone looking to go back-to-back here. Final thoughts, Andy, as they've reached the starting gate.
Well, I think that right away you want to watch how much they're running early. You know, is Camera able to clear? How quickly are they going? That sets the table for the other. The break is important as it always is, but I think you want to pay attention right away to Richie. How does the pace come together early?
Yeah, I think how they get into the first turn and who gets the right trip into that first turn is critical.
Final thought, Paul?
No, I think you guys hit the nail on the head. The 3 is the key to this race, whether Louis wants to be aggressive or not. If he gets aggressive and some of the other horses get aggressive, then this can turn into whether or not, you know, Frankie Dettori's got to make a decision on Camera.
On the outside, number 11, Frankie on Camera. Filing into the gate, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th. On a firm turf course, the outer, Frank Mirmati with the call, race 9 live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2.
Camera will be the last one to load. Where's the La Penta Silks this afternoon? They're in the gate. Very restless there is Dancing Dean. And they're off. Destiny Star out alertly. Here comes Camera on the far outside and Take Me to the Beach. Those two move right together, and Expatriate is up and on the pace too. Just in behind them comes Mixologist. Mixologist is only 3 or 4 lengths off the lead, coming right in now to save some ground around that first turn. Then comes Wrigleyville. Wrigleyville is in mid-pack, has 6 lengths to make up. It's another couple of lengths back to Grayosh, who's on the outside of Proctor Street. The 2 trailers are Centuria and Dancing Dean at the back. Just under 23 seconds for the opening quarter. Take Me to the Beach, sprinting along, leads by a length and a half. Camera wisely backs off that in second. And then it's another length and a half back to Mixologist, who's in hand, moving up, inching up now, only within 3 lengths of the lead. Then Destiny Star along the inside as they come to the half-mile pole. Outside of her, Wrigleyville. Wrigleyville takes fourth and is making a move on the outside as the new leader is Camera. Camera goes right by Take Me to the Beach as Mixologist now moves into second. They're followed by Wrigleyville, fourth, 4 lengths off the lead midway on the far turn. Down at the rail comes Destiny Star through a half in 48 and 2/5 seconds. Grayosh is starting to pass some horses. On the far outside, Centuria there too. They're at the top of the stretch and it's wide open. It's Wrigleyville on the outside. In the center of the course, also coming is Proctor Street. Proctor Street from well out of it, and Grayosh. Grayosh takes the lead. Proctor Street is coming swiftly on the outside. Grayosh, Proctor Street on the outside, and Grayosh. These two come for the wire together. Photo finish. Too close to call. Those noses bobbing up and down. Proctor Street and Grayosh in an exciting ninth at Saratoga.
What a finish. Fireworks in the stretch of the ninth at Saratoga. Heads bobbing. Proctor Street long shot outside Grayosh with Flavian Pratt on the inside.
I'll tell you what, these two guys put on a display on how to ride. It's between the bobs here. In real time, I thought the one got it, and he did.
He did.
17-1. And listen, you know, Andy, you had mentioned this earlier. Brendan Walsh, when he ships his horses here, they're usually very, very live. This horse got a great trip at 17-1.
I shouldn't mention that because he's stabled here.
Yeah.
Listen, they both ran very well in here. They were moving up front. We saw the first quarter, 22.99. Florent Giroux too far back in the last race, perhaps too close to the 9 in this race early as they were moving up front. Grayosh got shuffled back a little bit. I think Flavian's probably saying to himself, I don't know, maybe I moved a little too soon, a little wide. They both ran very well. There's a hard luck loser in the race and good performances by both.
And it is Proctor Street, 17-1. What was the key, Richie, here as Tyler Gaffleon goes back-to-back on the Thursday program at Saratoga?
I think the key that it was a contested enough pace, and the two horses that got cleaner runs on the outside finished 1-2. And Tyler Gaffleon, strong finish on Proctor Street, who got to save ground before tipping out. Just, you know, ran down Grayosh. I don't know, Andy. I didn't see a whole lot of excuse for it. I thought she had an opportunity.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I think that Flavian's probably saying right now, maybe you're going to second guess yourself a little bit. I think I'm not. I think he just got beat by a horse.
The shorter the margin of defeat, the more second guessing you're going to do.
Can we go back to the beginning if we can? Because I want to give. There you see the winning owner.
There were a lot of trips in here, though. This is a race you got to go back and watch 8 or 10 times to get a real feel
Patricia
for it.
Mosley.
Owner Breeder.
Yeah, Owner Breeder. And the 1 ran a giant race, and the 5 did. I'll tell you what, the 3 went down to her almost her nose, and I thought ran a tremendous third, so take nothing away from her. But 17-1 on Brendan Walsh and Tyler Gaffleon. Wow.
We told you it was going to be a good one, and it was a good one. And maybe this filly, Brendan Walsh, is thinking, you know what? I'm going to try to have her duplicate what her dam did and win the Lake Placid. And this is a good horse. I mean, there are a lot of good horses that lost this race, and we saw a good horse winning it. No shame for Grayosh running second here. I got to tell you, this race, it was great going in, and it lived up to it. It was just a thrilling race. I mean, I came on the wrong side. I like Grayosh, but this is what racing's about, man. Races like this, competitive races, good racing, good ride. I mean, this is Saratoga, man. This is what makes it so great up here.
And I think the other part about this is you said it was such a competitive field. Inside horses had the advantage. It's tough to win from the outside, especially in tough fields like this.
3 wins on the afternoon. Tyler Gaffleon. Richie, how much sweeter are those wins that come down to heads bobbing, thrilling turf stretch drive, specifically here at Saratoga?
Oh, my goodness. You'd always rather win by a nose and a thrilling finish like that than win by 3 or 4, where, you know, listen, anybody could have won on them. When you win by a nose, you feel like you contributed to it. It's big.
They're great when you win, and, man, do they suck when you lose.
Yeah, right?
They smart. When you're on the wrong end of them, that hurts.
Does it make a difference who you beat in terms of the rider? Like Flavian Pratt was on the losing side of that photo. Does it make a difference?
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, listen, it's always great. It doesn't matter who you're beating. But when you beat an accomplished rider who you know you've got to be on your game to beat.
Who replaced you in the Belmont Stakes?
Oh, that's even better.
Big afternoon. Lots to smile about. Tyler Gaffleon won with Carl Spackler last week in the Kelso. 3 wins today. Results when we come back. Plus, how good was she? Princess of Silmar. What a story. The Pennsylvania-bred filly, underrated from the beginning. Understandable how she came to be, what she did on the track, especially here at Saratoga.
And they're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornick, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornick. Dornick in an absolute thriller. Dornick and Mindframe. It will be Dornick. Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on FS2 at Saratoga Live. And we are brought to you in part by NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. A thrilling 9th race here with 3-year-old fillies, hopefully prepping for the Lake George, Lake Placid, and go figure, it went to a daughter of a dual winner of those races. And owner and breeder Trish Mosley. And Trish, what a nice little filly Proctor's Ledge has produced.
I guess so, and they're only one.
Oh my gosh, that's right.
Yeah, they're only one.
Oh, how special is this?
Exactly, exactly. You know, she died in March, I think. Yeah.
It's Proctor, but cross.
I've always loved Street Sense, Marla. But I've just always loved him, so it was a no-brainer for me.
Now, of course, you'll have to get with trainer Brendan Walsh, but are you going to go down the same road as her dam with the Lake George and Lake Placid? Well, if she's anything, a resemblance of her mother at all, she'll be a very nice one for you, and so special that she's made it here like her dam. Trish, congratulations.
Well, thank you so much. And congratulations to Brendan and Tyler. He gave her a great ride.
Absolutely. The last move was the winning one. Tyler with 3 on the day, but certainly a special win here with Proctor Street, guys.
Maggie, if you're still with us, we're looking at results. We were having technical difficulties. What did she say about the Lake Placid? Okay, so we will relay that information. We are experiencing technical difficulties. Where do you start with this story? Prospector's Ledge, she passed away, the mother, and the one full Prospector's Ledge, Proctor Street, the winner here in this 9th race, returning $36 and maybe onto the Lake Placid. We await.
I think we're all fans up here, right?
Yeah,
I mean, how do you not root for her under those circumstances? Yeah. And also, she's right. Tyler gave this horse an absolutely phenomenal
Yeah, if you go back
ride.
and you watch it,
wow,
he followed Flavian.
No, he stayed on the rail when Flavian
Yeah,
went
but-
wide,
yeah,
and then he angled
yeah,
out.
he angled out, but if you
He
look
did
at it,
everything right
he
to win
knew
this
Flavian
race.
was kind of his target,
He rode
so
brilliantly.
he made the last move, like you said, and that's kind of been the deal. You make that last move.
But getting to save the ground early and then
Yeah,
being able to
100%.
chip out and get your run without having to steady or stop your momentum. The Mosley family is a pretty remarkable racing family over the years.
cool.
Obviously, running Suffolk Downs for
as
long as I could remember. And one of my highlights, winning the Mosley Stakes there. Last stake I ever won at Suffolk in my career, in 2009. So
really, who was the horse? Do you remember?
Afrashad.
Wow, I like that.
So what she
It was
said
one of the
was,
rabbits against commentator.
she said that she wasn't expecting that kind of performance necessarily today, so kind of a surprise, Proctor Street, and that she would huddle up with Brendan Walsh and figure out what's next. Based on that performance, the fillies she just beat, we'd love to see her in the Lake Placid.
Yeah, I'd love to see her there, and she's good. She'd have to get better probably to it. But I gotta tell you something, this was not your standard non-winners of one. This was a high quality non-winners of one. This is a very nice filly going 2 races, and Brendan's a terrific trainer too. He'll do well with her.
And you saw the pick 5 follow along. The worst you can do is a Hey Toby is 4,400, and you always want to be alive to somebody like the 9. Just so you could just say 678,000. By the way, yeah, 1 ticket for the pick 6s.
One
the
and the
3, the 8, and the 10 all hit. The rest are carryovers.
10th race.
You ever get a whole pool in a pick 6?
One time.
One time. That's all it takes.
Travers 1993.
10th race, $30,000 maiden claimer here. Who graduates, Andy?
I'm hoping it's Albedo, the 4. I've had a thing for Albedo. I believe it or not, this is one of my
Chasing.
pets, which is pretty good because in 5 races the horse has finished a combined 30. Runs 7.5 every time. But I got a thing, first time out, gets Lasix, I'm betting Albedo.
18 minutes out, 10th and final from Saratoga with 2 days until the Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks. It's hard to get to this week and not discuss Princess of Sylmar, the Pennsylvania bred filly who reached great heights, including a win in the Kentucky Oaks, the CCA Oaks, and the Alabama. And her story of how she came to be, where chance really was a part of it. That's not to suggest she was ever lucky. She was loaded with talented. Princess of Sylmar was really, really good. But you can understand after learning how she came to be, how some would assume it was luck or perhaps even fate.
Princess of Sylmar.
We call the house that Princess built. Every day we walk in, it all comes back every single day. Storm Dixie's first race was here at Saratoga, and that was the only race she ever won. 1 for 10. We got her appraised for about $20,000. I said, Todd, I think we're gonna breed her. We have nothing to lose. We're not breeders, we're not commercial breeders. What else are we gonna do? The markets are low. And so we decided to breed her. We found the ideal candidate for her was to go to Grand Slam. I'm in the office back in New Jersey, and I get a call, 8 o'clock in the morning, Ed, we have a problem. Grand Slam got kicked the night before, has no interest in your mare, none. I go, well, what do I do? They said, well, we've got this young one, Majestic Warrior, don't worry, he'll be good. I said, but he's a freshman sire, there's no numbers. I said, how long do I have to decide? I gotta call my partners. You got about 10 minutes. I said, well, why don't we just do it? She's born on Sylmar Farm, and then it came time to name her. We couldn't come up with a name. Why don't we name her Princess Sylmar? So Ronnie Houghton says to Betsy Houghton, how can you name her that? My God, what if she's not good? She went up to Todd in June of 2012 as a 2-year-old. I said, Todd, she's a PA bred, let's teach her to win. That's what they said in the Seabiscuit movie. What did I know? The first horse I ever bred, let's teach her to win.
There's 70 yards to go, and Princess of Sylmar has won it handily.
We brought her up to New York, and we went in an allowance race in December. She won by 7 lengths. And before I got out of the parking lot, I started getting the offers. It was unbelievable. Then we went on, we won the Busanda, and she won that by another 5 lengths. The offer for her at the time was $500,000. I just didn't even think about it. And then Todd called back the next day and said, now they want to offer you $600,000 for her. And I said, Todd, it sounds like a pretty good deal. And Todd said, if she can stay healthy and she goes on to win a big race, and I think she can, will you be able to live with that the rest of your life? And I said, forget it, we're never going to sell her. Close hatches beat us in the Gazelle. Princess came in, I think lost by about 3 lengths. I said, well, I don't think we should look at Kentucky Oaks. Todd said, no, we'll ship her. You know, a horse like this, that's what you do. You go to Kentucky, we'll ship her, and we'll see what we think. So now we're down in the paddock, it's race time. She's 38-1. And I go, Todd, do we really belong here? Todd goes, Ed, there's gonna be speed. She comes from behind. We'll be okay.
Princess of Silmar and Mike Smith with a huge upset chance on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Princess of Silmar has pulled off a shocker in the Kentucky Oaks.
The adrenaline rush is so high that we couldn't remember how we got from the stands to the winner's circle. The only thing I can remember is at 38-1, when you win a race like that, there aren't a lot of people cheering except for your group. Our target race was always the Alabama. That's the race I wanted. That's the one that I thought was really the best race of all fillies, going the 1.25 miles. I mean, that's big time stuff.
And they're off in the Alabama.
They're out the half pole, and Tom says, well, Princess has yet to do any running yet. And then coming around the turn, Tom Durkin goes, you know, here she goes, picked them off, 1, 2, 3. And the place exploded.
They're coming down to the line. Princess of Silmar ran like a champion this afternoon.
It was incredible. I tell people, you get a glimpse of perfection. You know, my whole dream since I was 8 was to saddle a horse at Saratoga. And then to go on and do this, it makes you humble. I remember my son Randy saying, Dad, she's number 1. She's number 1 in the world. My God, how'd that happen?
Emotional. Ed Stanko, the memories, Princess of Silmar. How she came to be that story, if it was a script, it would be, you'd say that there's too much here. This isn't believable.
Yeah, I mean, it shows anybody has a chance to get to the highest heights in this game.
Good horse can come from anywhere, right? And here she was. You know, they didn't get to the stallion they wanted to get to, so it was almost like divine intervention. And she was very, very good.
She beat Royal Delta after winning that Alabama in the Bell Dame. People forget that.
It's why I'm always hesitant when we see, like I torpedo Anna. You see a filly win a Kentucky Oaks. If she wins a CCA Oaks, she also won the Acorn in Alabama. And we're going to crown a filly a champion. Princess of Silmar, Oaks, CCA Oaks, Alabama, not voted champion at the end of the year.
I actually believe she deserved it. And no knock on Beholder. She was a great, great filly. And ultimately proved to be even greater than that as time went on. But she missed a lot of races. Now, Beholder probably did run the best race, Kentucky Oaks, but she lost the race to this horse.
Yeah.
And they shipped her out for the Breeders' Cup. And Beholder skipped a lot of races and waited and won the Breeders' Cup. And I feel like a lot of times voters focus too much on the Breeders' Cup and don't think about the rest of the year. And I thought Princess Silmar deserved to at least share the award. I thought that was lousy. And nothing against Beholder. She was a great horse. Legitimately great at times. But I thought the overall work belonged to Princess Silmar.
And Paul, yeah, great story, but a top filly.
She beat a good field. I mean, she was, 20-something to 1 in the Oaks because she beat a good field. And then it's pretty crazy what Mick said. They didn't go to the same sire, to the right sire, and then it's a great story. Kind of reminds me like Mystic Dan, right? They went to a sire, the mare breached. They had to go to a different sire. They went to Golden Sense, and boom, here comes Mystic Dan. And sometimes that can work out, and it's just a great story. And she was a heck of a filly because she, at that time, that was a really good division at that time, yeah.
The Princess of Silmar, what will the story be after this year's Coaching Club American Oaks? With all eyes on Torpedo Anna on Fox, the CCA Oaks, the second Grade 1 of the meet. How about Moplex, the New York bred? Fast, graded stakes winner, having taken down the Sanford opening weekend. That's next. You're watching Saratoga Live.
Quality Road
proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Who's still a nose in front. Carew is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Carew, better lucky than good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. Late scratch. Mama's Midi. Number 1, Mama's Midi is out of this 10th and final post time in 8 minutes as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale standing by. Maggie, and the Great Jones New York bred performance of the week goes to who?
It goes to, drumroll please, Moplex, as he took down Open Company in his second start of this juvenile campaign for a trainer who's always dangerous with his youngsters, and that is Jeremiah Engelhardt. With a defection, a mentee on race day, Moplex seized the bull by the horns, as they say, and took them gate to wire with Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard. Now, he's going to have to get a little bit faster, but this was a step in the right direction for this son of freshman sire Complexity. And two, it just reminds us that these New York breds, they're good. They can compete on the open stage, and furthermore, Lafitte, soon they're not going to have to really, of course, we'd like to see them against Open Company, but they're going to be running for the same amount of money as their Open Company counterparts in just 2 years. So always pays to have a New York bred.
Yeah, it does. Great Jones New York bred performance of the week. Moplex in the Sanford here in the 10th race. Riders up. Post parade is next. Post time 7 minutes to wind things down on this Thursday program from the Spa.
Catholic boy rolls in the run. Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Gorgeous shot, gorgeous afternoon. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. 4 minutes out, race 10 as they hit the track moments ago. Post-parade, hey, Toby, Kendrick Carmouche cooking up gumbo and won a race earlier.
And drops down precipitously after being eased. If he runs back to his race 3 back in the slop, he's going to win this race, but I cannot totally trust him off that race.
Number 4, Albedo, 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, and gets Lasix for the 3-year-old debut, and not without a shot. I'm kind of with Andy. I thought this was the other horse in here.
My last bankroll bet today.
More on that in a moment. Senegal, idle since last summer, now with Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, Gary Contessa tried the turf with this one first time out. Total wild card.
Saka Shaka by Hillendale Stallion, McLean's Music.
Yeah, the only thing I can say about this is Shaka Khan. Shaka Khan.
Tom's Chicken Fingers. I want the story. First-time starter. Arad takes the call.
Yeah, and I think that's why the horse is getting bet more than anything else.
Very stormy number 8. Bruce Levine saddled the winner in the second race.
This one for Bloodlines Racing Partnerships goes from the David Duggan barn to Bruce, and I think this horse got a big look.
In my shadow struggle thus far.
Yeah, I mean, one person alive in the pick 5. I wish him all the best to scoop the pool.
Braca, Tyler Gaffleone seeking a 4th.
Well, the horse looks well on the racetrack, and Braca's been getting closer and closer. Got Lasix last time and ran at this level. You know, okay, gonna have to improve maybe a tiny bit more.
At 9-2 contender, as is Albedo. The bankroll play here, Andy Serling.
Well, I'm 0 for 2. I think it's actually down to 35.40 after losing the prior race. So I'm going to try to get a little money and salvage the day with Albedo, a horse I've followed a lot. I thought he's had some trips in races. He finally kind of put together the slop a little bit before they tried turf. And now he comes back at a lower level. He shows a good work recently. He gets Lasix. And he's my upset play here for trainer Phil Serby and Jose Lascano.
We give you $50 just for the attempt.
Just for hanging out with you all day. I got an extra 50 in my bank.
Signing your name on the SAT.
In a row with
you just $50 you ever
the 200 points for signing your name in the SAT.
Right. If Andy's
that's why you got a 400 combined.
If Andy's horse gets home, we do have a pick 6 carryover. Now, some people are rude against hers if they're not alive and they want that pick 6 carryover. I am not. But I'm rooting for your 4.
But thank you, I appreciate it. But to be clear, you're alive in this pick 6. I hope you win.
100%.
I mean, I bet the 4. I want the 4 to win. But we're not rooting against anybody who gets the pick 6. The end of this sequence, man, you deserve to hit if you got there.
The 8 is like 18,000 in the pick 5, but like 48,000 in the pick 6.
Well, the strange thing is that only one person's alive in the 3, and 2 are alive in the 8 and 10, which almost makes me think they're related, those tickets. The 8 and 10 are what we call coupled horses. They're coming out of the same race where they finish close together. Pick 6s are a very strange animal. I was telling Lafitte a story. There was a time when we used to be able to see how many tickets were alive going each race, and I was alive with the 3 to 5 shot in the race, and had the only 3 tickets going into the next race. There was a 5 to second choice. There were like 8 or 9 tickets live with that horse. There's just a certain random distribution because when you get down that deep, one or 2 tickets can change everything, and that's clearly what happened here.
And with the scratch of the 1, don't forget, you're going to land probably on the 3 when it's all said and done.
Richie, hey, Toby, why such a heavy favorite here at 8-5?
Well, he does have that one fast race in the slop. I mean, then his next 2 races left, a lot to be desired. Obviously, eased last time. Now, horses have to go through protocols to be cleared to race after they come off of an ease line like that. So, he's been examined by vets. He's had to work for the vets. I'm sure he's fine in that respect. But isn't he being bet off of that one number on an off race track?
Without a doubt. I mean, listen, if somebody were to make a line, let's say you had a crystal ball and you said, I don't know who it is.
Yeah.
But the winner of this race wins by 7 lengths. The 3 would be 1 to 9, because if somebody blows this field out, it's sort of like, now it's not the strongest field, so maybe something else. But I don't know if 1 to 9 is right, but a very short price. Would you agree? If somebody blows this field out, it's him.
Or the only other horse, I'm with you. The only other horse would be the first-time starter.
Well,
in case the
doesn't it
first-time
feel
starter is some kind of.
The 3 is all or nothing at all? Or doesn't it feel like that?
I could see the 3 be all or nothing. That race does stick out, whether it's on dirt or turf. You do like that when Jeremiah claimed this horse first time out, he protected the horse second time, then went into maiden special weight thinking, okay, I got some. Now they're going back to where he was originally.
And you know what he's probably saying? If I had to do over again, I wouldn't have protected him.
Shaka Shaka.
Do you think that the 6, Shaka Shaka, is being overlooked?
Yeah, I picked the race 4-3-6. I made an exacta box 4-6. 3 beats me. I'm going to live with myself, but a little bit. I mean, this is obviously one of the worst horses in Chad Brown's barn, to be fair, and I can say that being friends with the owners of this horse. But, yeah, this horse has run fast enough to compete. If you think a 3 isn't going to win, this horse is a major win candidate.
And I'll tell you what, 5 wouldn't surprise me going into a better barn, gelding also.
What are you looking for early?
4 to be 6 or 7 in front. The 3's got to be in front in this race with the 2 out. So I imagine the 3's going to be tough to catch on the front end.
Hey, Toby.
Yeah, but there's 2 horses dropping from maiden allowance races, the 4 Albedo and the 6 Shaka Shaka. And that is a substantial drop in class to the maiden 30 level.
At the gate, Shaka Shaka by Hillendale Stallion. McLean's music steps forward. Manny Franco all set for the 10th and final. Frank Miramati standing by with the call. Race 10 live, Fox Sports 2.
1 more left to load. Braca. Braca being guided toward the gate. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Tom's Chicken Fingers was off slowly. Even among the rest of them, Albedo is up close in the early going, but as expected, Hey Toby now comes through to take the lead. Senegal is flashing some early foot. Senegal takes second, hard-ridden to stay up there, along with Very Stormy as they run down the back stretch. Shaka Shaka is in the mix too. Just dropping out of that there is Albedo. Braca racing outside of that rival, and it's a pretty big gap to Tom's Chicken Fingers, and In My Shadow is far behind. Around the far turn, Hey Toby leads the way, pressed by Very Stormy on the outside. Another 2 back to Senegal. Shaka Shaka is next. Albedo is down at the rail there at the top of the stretch. Very Stormy's white blinkers are right to Hey Toby. They'll come for the 8th pole together. Hey Toby on the inside, and Very Stormy stride for stride, shoulder to shoulder. 4 lengths back, Braca, Tom's Chicken Fingers, who was so far back trying to get a minor piece. Hey Toby resilient on the inside, trying to turn away Very Stormy, and he will. Hey Toby and Kendrick Carmouche win the nightcap. Very Stormy was second. Braca finished third. Tom's Chicken Finger was fourth. Carmouche won the first. He won the last.
The bookends for Kendrick, Louisiana in the house. Maya Engelhart, Sanford winning trainer. Hey Toby delivers in the 10th and final.
And he didn't even break sharply. Kendrick had to ride hard to get to the front. I said to you, Richie, I don't want this horse with that kind of break. Ride hard, rode hard the whole way, and turn back the 8.
Yeah, and Kendrick holding that position, refused to allow anybody to drop over even after the, just okay break. And this horse showed a lot of fight and a lot of gameness. The 8, Very Stormy, tested him hard. And that continues a really good meet for trainer Bruce Levine with the runner-up. And Hey Toby found the right group and was very tenacious.
Yeah, he was. I mean, Very Stormy. This was a 2-horse race around the racetrack. The 10 did this. I will forgive the 7 a little bit. Tom's Chicken Fingers, who just made a mess of the start, and actually ran okay to be 4th.
Yeah, well, I feel he's going to find that he can beat going forward. And congrats to the one person at the pick 6 today.
Yeah, they were live to the 3 horses. They ran 1, 2, 3. They didn't have to sweat. Hopefully, it was somebody that had all 3.
You don't know the same person, but
hopefully,
maybe.
Yeah.
Congrats, wearing these 6 winners together here at Saratoga. 3, 8, 10, 7. Maya Engelhart. Lots to smile about. Mo Plex, onward and upward for him. And back to the start of the race, Richie. Tom's Chicken Fingers, the first-time starter, left. Started to pick up his momentum later in a solid 4th place finish.
Yeah, he just looked like a horse that was not clued in. The start came, everybody jumped, and he went, oh, me too? And then he went after them. And it took him a while to find his stride, but he actually finished with some interest, certainly a race you can build off of. But let's be honest, this was a fairly soft maiden.
Yeah, I'm not sure you want to bet anybody back out of this race.
Was that Hey Toby digging in, finding a little bit more, or Very Stormy just running out of juice, out of gas late?
I think maybe the 8 not having the couple races and Hey Toby having 3 or 4, that may be the difference. But the 8 had dead aim on the 3 and couldn't go by. You got to give Toby some credit.
Jeremiah Engelhardt having a tremendous meeting.
4 wins, I think, already.
Yeah, 4 wins now. Not a lot of starters, but he's stabled here all spring. And it feels like horses that got here a little early. Mark Cassidy talked about that, getting here, staying here from the Belmont to now. Feeling like it giving them a little bit of an edge training here.
I just got a kick out of how proud he was, not only winning the Sanford with Mo Plex, but winning the Sanford with a New York bred in Mo Plex.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you the other thing. He finished second in the last. Kendrick is riding great. He's riding really well. He really is. He's putting his horses on the front end. He dealt with the duel yesterday, and he got beat by a 1-2 shot. I think he's riding really well right now.
And in between, cooking up a mean gumbo. By the way, I'm not a gumbo fan. I don't like okra. And they get okra and gumbo. Okra's
Blasphemy.
slimy.
Will you write that down
Blasphemy.
for me? If Richie comes over, no okra, no
no
gumbo.
next
for
time
Richie.
you cook for us.
I just put it in my notes.
Surprisingly, a staple in my diet.
Hey, Toby, $5. Turns back very stormy. Baraka 3, 8, 10. The Thursday program in the books. The pick 5 and the follow along.
99,000 for the pick 6.
Goes a parlay here. You can do that. 72.90, 6, 540. Half of that, so 600 will make it. 600, so we got 27, 2,800.
Oh, you know what happened? It
Times
went down from 4,400 because of one scratch.
2,800.
Pick 5.
I feel like I'm sitting next to Rain Man.
Well, just 17,000.
How many toothpicks?
How
many toothpicks?
This parlay was much, and Paulie hit on it right there because the parlay itself is supposed to get about over 4,000 on it.
It was
Normally it pays about 60.
before
yeah,
the
it was never even that great, frankly, but it got hurt very much. The one
but
scratch.
99,000 for the pick 6 is nice.
Fun day. Exciting day of thoroughbred racing. Steamrolling towards the Coaching Club American Oaks on Saturday.
Present company notwithstanding.
We'll see you tomorrow. Live coverage from the Spa, the Friday program. Some of today's highlights. How good was Big Torpedo in the Cab Callaway, running them off their feet. Sensational in the New York Stallion Series. Cab Callaway division. Unmatched wisdom. He takes the stage tomorrow, undefeated in the Curlin. Is he ready for this? Could he be Travers bound? And on Saturday, Torpedo Anna seeking another Grade 1 victory. Grade 1 Coaching Club American Oaks on Fox. We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torrigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.